Viking magic.
Viking magic. Sever their heads. Sever their heads. The Walking Dead.
Zombies
curse their memories.
forever.
Seal in the demons, seal them in. All hail the Raven King. Long live,
His kingdom.
long live
His kingdom.
the Raven King. The Raven King. Viking songs, Viking strong. Viking songs, Viking strong. Viking streams, Viking dreams. Viking adventures. Waters pure, crystal clear for us here. Waters pure, my compass steers us true and sure. True and sure. Valhalla for me and you. Swords of truth, honor and beauty. Viking seas, Viking ships, Viking skies, and death to this world's wretched, wicked lies. Lies, this world is lies. Lies, lies, lies. See with with your raven eyes. See with your spiritual eyes. This world is lies. Wave goodbye. Erase this place. We will sail far away. Thyself, know thyself, know thyself. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true in a world that's false. Stay true, know thyself, know thyself. Stay true, stay true. Thyself, know thyself, know thyself. This is hell. Protect your spirit. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true. Stay true. places. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true, stay true.
My people.
My people. My people! We built the modern world. We are builders of civilizations. We are artists of spiritual imagination.
We are warriors.
And fearless explorers
We are poets.
and painters.
My people.
My people!
My people.
We build music halls. We created symphonies of civilization. We invented ballet and the printing press
We are builders
of castles.
and beautiful cathedrals.
My people! My people! Blood and soil.
And soil. We are heroic Vikings. We chant and pound the drums
Beyond the setting sun. We are generous and kind, warm-blooded spirits with brilliant minds,
creative spirits.
great architects.
Lest we forget
Never forget
who we are,
what we are.
what we have made. I love my people. I love my people.
We built the modern world.
We built the modern world.
Behold,
Our resilience and beauty.
behold,
And cherish.
respect to our ancestors.
Blood and soil. I love my people.
I love.
I
My people!
My people.
Ra. in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes singing till the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello everyone. This is the Raven King, the King of Kings. And this is the loving King, the loving King. I want people to understand that. I am the loving King. I've been on various shows naming myself using the username, the loving King. It shows in my songs. It shows in the way I live my life. Now, the ones that would disagree would be demons, because I fire back at demons. When they fire a little BB gun or maybe a little 22 or something, which could still kill you. There are people that are killed by 22 bullets, hollow point bullets, etc. It could kill you. But when they fire that at me, I fire back full force. I fire at demons with flamethrowers. I roast them. I roast the cockroaches. But in terms of beings that are not cockroaches, that are not demons, I am the loving King. I'm the loving King. And they hate that. They hate when I call myself that. I hope everything that I do gets under the skin of demons. That's good. They deserve it for all the harm they've done here. They're evil. They deserve to be teased. They deserve to be triggered, agitated. put on the spot, blinded by light shone on them, scurrying away like the little cockroaches they are. They deserve all that they have coming. They've done tremendous evil here. And I think most people don't even want to face that, the evil that these roaches have done. So I don't treat everyone equally. I've never claimed to do that. I don't believe in equality. I'm not a believer in equality and treating everyone equally. I treat people differently. I treat beings differently. I might go up to your dog that's a friendly little dog and give it some pets. I'm not going to go up to a wild tiger and give it pets. I'm not going to go up to a grizzly bear and try to give it pets. I'm treating them differently, as you can see. Now I treat beings differently if they're a venomous snake than if they're a good being, gentle person. They're different. They're different. Hence my behavior towards them is different. I don't treat everyone equally. I'm not an egalitarian. I don't believe we're all equal. I don't believe we're all the same. I believe there's a huge spectrum between good and evil. I don't even think we're the same species. I'll repeat that for the people that haven't listened to me for the past 3-4 years. I don't even believe we're the same species. That's how different we are. And they have most of you humans on Earth believing we're all equal and all the same, which is completely false. It's observably false. We're not the same. We don't behave in the same ways. There's evil here that would murder your child in front of you and torture them and do all sorts of hideous things because they're not the same being that I am. Hello, Maurice. Good to see you. We're not the same. There's evil creatures from third world countries that come to Europe to do rape, to torture, to kidnap, to molest. They're demons. And some of you hesitate or you stop short. I've noticed certain people on my channel will never use the word demon. Never. It's like they're afraid of the word more than they are fearing these monsters. It's incredible. You're afraid to hurt the feelings maybe of demons or something. It's incredible. But we're not the same. And I'm going to keep drilling that into your heads for the rest of my life here. And I think that's what it'll take. Some of you, it might take 20 years. I don't know why exactly, but you're that slow to learn. Some people are that slow. Some will never learn. You'll hear me saying this. You'll get angry and angrier over the years. Some already are that lurk here and watch. And you'll never see what I'm saying. You'll just get angry at the words. That's how fucked up you are. You'll never be like me, you creatures that can't understand differences. That this is a demonic realm. And it's a very loving thing to tell people the truth, to warn them, to prepare them, not to scare them. My role with my channel is not to scare you. It is to prepare you for today, tomorrow, the future, beyond tomorrow, next week, a month from now, a year, 5 years from now. It's getting worse, this realm. There's invaders coming into, flooding into Europe, not just Spain. Spain, France, England, Ireland, Scotland, Germany, all over the place, Sweden, the Nordic countries, mostly, but also Canada, tons and tons from India, a third world shithole. Tons and tons and tons from India and Pakistan, and also China, especially on the west coast of Canada, the Vancouver area, British Columbia, and the cities outside of Vancouver, greater Vancouver area, and all sorts of places, Richmond and different towns and cities, just being taken over by outsiders. Until people that were born in Canada as babies say, where am I? What country is this? This doesn't look and feel like my home, like my homeland, like my home country. It doesn't seem anything like where I was born. It seems like I'm in Pakistan or India now, or in the Middle East. There's a lot of Middle Eastern Muslims coming in where their women are covered head to toe, covered. And you walk around saying, where am I? This doesn't even seem like Canada anymore. I'm in a foreign country now. And I didn't move. So what would a loving king do? A loving king would tell you the truth rather than lie to you and say, hey, everything's going to be okay. It's all okay. It's all perfect. It's all God's plan. It's all God's plan, brothers and sisters. It's all God's plan. A loving king would tell you the truth, try to prepare you, try to arm you with truth, a sword of truth, a shield of truth. A loving king, if I had a daughter or a son, I wouldn't let them drive on tires that are bald. In other words, no tread on them. No tread. I wouldn't let them do that. I wouldn't let them drive an unsafe vehicle. I'd be concerned. Now, losers would say, don't worry. What are you worried for? It's about care. It's about something that's lacking with a lot in this realm. They don't care. Some will say, what do you care what's going on in France? Why do you care what's going on in Spain with 60 to 100,000 invaders flooding in from the third world shitholes that don't belong in Spain? What do you care for? Why do you care about what's happening in Spain and France and England and Germany? Why do you care? Well, I'm in the same realm they are, and they're my people. I don't have to live on the exact same property they live on. I don't have to be their next door neighbor to care about them and what's happening. I don't want them brutalized. I don't want their stores robbed. I don't want their children sexually harmed, tortured, and brutally murdered. I don't want that. I don't want their old women and men beaten up and robbed and all the things that go on. I don't want that to happen to them. And that's the sign of zombies when they come along to you and say, whether it's on YouTube or other social media, Facebook, or in person, like they do with Billboard Chris, they come up to him saying, why do you care? They say to him quite often. I know right off the bat it's a zombie. He'll never reach them because they have no care. Now, Chris, I don't know his last name. I can't think of it at the moment. But he's not an unintelligent man. He's intelligent. But he is, in a way, how can I put it? In some ways, he's too patient. In some ways, it seems like he's giving chances to beings that will never change. They'll never learn. When they walk up to him and their first question to him, they don't even say hello, nothing, no manners exhibited, no greeting. They just say, why do you care? They come in with attitude, and by asking the question, they're showing they don't care. And his sign is talking about how children shouldn't be given hormone blockers. They shouldn't be medicated. They shouldn't be castrated, chemically castrated. They shouldn't be made sterile. They shouldn't be sterilizing children. And they walk up to him and say, why do you care about this? And they point at his sign. And his sign's about protecting children. They're showing what they are right off the bat. They're showing Chris and his viewers that they don't care what's done to children at all. And they're baffled, or it's baffling, as that idiot Justin from Born Into a Corrupt System says. It's baffling, and he does his pose with his hand on his chin. It's baffling, he said in the video. It's baffling to these demons why someone would care about children being harmed, because they don't care. That's the reason. They're showing it to you in their words and in their reaction. Why do you care? They say. And I've had that happen to me various times, many times in my life, in person and online, especially online. Why do you care about that? And they're just completely baffled. They're confused. I'm going to start using that word instead of baffled. Baffled. It's baffling to them. Why do you care? Why do I care about hundreds of thousands harmed in the UK? Women and children, mostly. Mostly. There was probably some men in there as well. And not all the children were girls. It's both sexes harmed. Hundreds of thousands. I would say at a minimum 250,000. It might have been 500 or a million. Okay? Why do you care, they say? That demonstrates to me that I'm dealing with a demon that doesn't care, that has no care. And I want you to understand, to be a loving being, you have to point this out. You have to call it out. You have to expose evil. You have to stand against evil. Loving doesn't just mean hugging everyone and being gentle and kind. That's part of it. That can be part of it. I'm not saying don't do that. So don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't do that. Feel free to be loving in those ways to others. Give hugs to your friends, family, kind words. Express to them how it's good to see them. All these sorts of things. That's a good thing to do. That's a good way to be. But I also believe in my, I'll put it in maybe in a new age way for people, in my heart of hearts, in my heart and soul, in my heart of hearts, I believe, I'll say it, or I feel like, rather than saying I think, I feel like it's good to expose evil, to warn people, and to care for victims of evil, rather than crying tears of sympathy for demons and monsters and abusers and rapists and killers, which is what happens way too often in this realm. They're given tears and sympathy, and the victims are forgotten. And I think that is evil. And I think to be loving, you have to speak out for the victims. Even if they're thousands of kilometers away, thousands of miles away, whatever system of measurement you use. They could be an ocean away. They could be hemispheres away from me. They could be the furthest point away from me. They could be in Australia, southern Australia, or Tasmania, which is about as far as it gets away from Canada, unless I was right at the top of Canada, northern Canada again, where I have been at times, but I'm not currently. All the way up there, and then all the way down under, down under. I don't care how far away you are, is what I'm trying to express. You could be thousands of kilometers away. There is no distance limit or limitation to care. And there shouldn't be. Care shouldn't have borders on it. And that's the way some idiots in Canada treat it. They'll say, why do you care what happened in the States? Why do you care what's happening in Europe? Why do you care about this story, that story, this case, this? Why do you care? Why do you care? They'll say. And they have no idea. They're confused. They have no idea to them. They can't fathom why someone would care about something, be upset by something, be touched by something, be concerned, be caring about something, wanting to speak out against evil. They can't understand it. There are differences, mental differences, emotional differences, racial differences, and especially spiritual differences, because everything's downstream from spirit, which I've tried to talk about over the years and convey to people in various ways, in live streams and videos, recorded videos, recorded videos with a W, recorded videos. I've tried my best. I can't say I've done my best. I've been trying my best. I don't know if I've succeeded. I don't know if I've really achieved what I set out to do. I'm still trying. I'm still trying to reach people, to open their not only eyes, but minds and spirit, and touch their spirit. Touch their spirit, not just in emotional ways. That's part of it. If I can stir up some emotions in you, I'm glad that I can make you feel something, think and feel something. I'm glad you're able to do that. And I'm not kidding. There's a lot that are walking dead in this realm. They can't feel. They don't feel. And they demonstrate it. They have a dead-eyed stare, and there's just nothing there. They don't have real care. They don't have real emotions. They don't have real concern. They don't seem to have a spirit like I do. They seem dead inside. They look dead inside, and everything matches up with the deadness in their eyes. If you're walking dead, I don't believe you have true care for others. Now, am I saying that when I call them walking dead, I don't mean that they're actually dead or not alive and don't have a spirit. I don't mean it that way. Okay? I mean walking dead as in, it's another way of saying a zombie. They're kind of a husk. Does that mean they have no spirit? No, I don't assume that. I think they very well could have a spirit that's been degraded. Could be just a flicker of light rather than a ton of light. Could be diminished, degraded. Could be an evil spirit that's so vastly different. They have a spirit, but it doesn't operate like mine does at all. But I'm not saying they have no spirit, that they're robotoids or NPCs, all the shit that they say on shit channels. That's not what I do. Because it's very easy for shitheads to do that, to label people that way and to say, well, it doesn't matter what we do with them. They don't have a spirit anyways. They're not living beings. And then they can do torture to them or unalive them, genocide, whatever. Dehumanized isn't the proper word, but you get what I'm saying. That's where it starts. And truthers do that on YouTube all the time. They think nothing of it. They commit spiritual crimes against beings that they don't know if that being has a spirit or not. And they commit spiritual crimes, which they will pay for, by the way. They will pay for what they've done. Not only what they've done to me, but done to countless thousands, if not millions, of others. They will pay for what they have done. They will get what they've earned. They will get what they've earned. I am the loving king. I can do anything. Now, is part of that, is it true? Do I really think I am a loving being? Yes, I do. Probably more loving than people on here really can imagine, I would say. I don't think most people on here truly know me. But is also part of it tongue-in-cheek, calling myself the loving king? Yes, I'm being a bit cheeky. I am. Because I can be more than just loving. I can be very rebellious. I can be a warrior. I can be a fighter. I can be someone you don't want to mess with. Absolutely. I admit to that. I've never shied away from saying that. I'm a multi-dimensional, multifaceted being. I'm not just one way all the time. That would be shallow and fake. These creatures that want to be a hippie and they pretend that they're just loving to everyone. Oh, it's all conditional love, man, brothers and sisters. Meanwhile, they're the ones that talk behind your back. They're usually two-faced snakes. I've never met a hippie that I could trust. I'll put that out there, online or in person. I've never met a hippie that I could say I would fully trust them. I just don't. I don't. When I think for a moment about beings that I've had short experiences with that didn't last for long, I had a lot of fun in my life with various people, all different walks of life, we'll say, in different places that I knew just for a short while, maybe for a week or two or a month, and that was it, or a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. And then they weren't part of my life anymore. And I wasn't part of their life. But I had a lot of fun. I don't just mean fun with girls. I don't just mean sexual fun or kissing or being together or all that. I mean All sorts of fun. Playing road hockey with guys and backyard football and boating and water skiing and swimming and downhill skiing and adventures and playing pool and ping pong and just all kinds of different things. Inventing games, arm wrestling, all sorts of stuff. Wrestling, arm wrestling, martial arts, all different sorts of things. Building forts. It just goes on and just memories come back. BMX biking, building jumps, helping the older kids build BMX tracks when I was a youngster. And there were kids 3, 4, 5 years older that seem much older. When you're 12 and you're around a 16, 17-year-old or a group of them, 2 or 3 of them are out somewhere, they seem so much older and cooler in a way. You're hanging out with them. You're trying to do what the older kids are doing. Keep up with them with your bikes and jumps and tricks and stuff. BMX tricks is what I'm speaking about. Skateboarding. I was never much of a skateboarder, but I had a friend that was. And I would try out his board once in a while. I have a piece of art that's a painting on a skateboard that you can hang on a wall. It doesn't have wheels on it, but it's made on a skateboard. It's an alien face on a skateboard, done by an American artist that I kind of used to know just online. I have some of his work. Anyway, my Tiggus, my beautifully, beautifully mad ones. Glad you've tuned in today. There's the 33, 3:03 a.m. 33. There's different kinds of love. There's different ways of being loving. You can be loving like a caring uncle, a protective uncle. I don't have children of my own, and I won't bring any into this realm. It's my choice. I'm not putting down people that have. Gingy Joshua said in his video earlier today that he wishes he would have been aborted. He's that messed up. He's absolutely messed up mentally. And he's not the only one. There's a lot of creatures that are just a walking mess. And I mean that. I mean that. They are a walking mess. You could be a protective uncle to nieces and nephews. You can be a protective friend. You can be a protective older gentleman, a wiser older gentleman, and try to guide beings. There's lots of ways of being loving and protective. You could be protective of your people. My people. There are various ways of being protective in this realm. I want people to understand that. I would like to be understood before my body dies in this realm. I don't know if that's possible. Now, there's a surface level understanding, and then there's a much deeper level of understanding. And I don't mean the surface level. Anyone should be able to do the surface level of understanding. Anyone. Sometimes caring and loving others is telling them the truth about what's going on, where they are, what this realm is, what happens during death, excuse me, and after death. What happens? That's part of being loving, caring. It's not easy. They might not like to hear it. But saying nothing is easier. I wrote this song recently and recorded it and uploaded it. 23 hours ago, it was uploaded. Stay true.
Know thyself, know thyself, know thyself. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true in a world that's false. Stay true, know thyself, know thyself. Stay true, stay true. Thyself, know thyself. This is hell. Protect your spirit. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true. Stay true. Know thyself. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true. Stay true.
Hello everyone. That song is Stay True. I am the loving king, the Raven King, the King of Kings. Now, Team Evil would probably say, because they're weirdos and they're very neurotic, suspicious, they're paranoid, they have real deep issues. They would probably say something like, oh, Stephen's trying to change his image. He's trying to reinvent himself as loving. I've been loving all along since I was a child. Oh, wow, that's very cool. Your grandma used to make you twirling skirts. I like that. I think in this realm with demons, they're always trying to paint us in ways that we are not. Now, I've spoken about smear campaigns ongoing against me for years on YouTube. They try to edit my images, videos. They try to paint me as all sorts of things that I'm not. They make false accusations. That's what narcissists do. Narcissists, malignant narcs, for them, smear campaigning and lying is like breathing. It's automatic for them. But we're in a world that is that way. It isn't just towards me. We're in a realm that tries to paint us in ways that we are not. It tries to. I'm getting at what Salty said earlier. It intentionally tries to do that by opposition intentionally. I think it intentionally tries to misunderstand us and to paint us in ways that we are not. And then it does that actively as well with demons, with criminals. It will say, oh, you're racist for talking about a group that murders and is tremendously violent, easily 40 something times more violent than white men. But that's the rig stats. That's not the real stats, because they're putting people of color, we'll say, in prison and calling them white. So what are the real stats? If we had the real stats, is it 100 times more violent? Is it 200 times more? It could be. But they try to paint us as the bad ones. Us meaning white men, white women. We're supposedly the most violent and racist. We're the least racist. The least. We're the least violent and the least racist. Maybe little old lady Asians might be less violent than whites. Maybe not. But I would say overall in the world, we're the least violent. Okay? We've helped others the most. I don't see a place with people or a type of people that has helped beyond their race more than white people ever in history. Ever. We have not only tolerated other people, we've bent over backwards to feed them, to clothe them in faraway lands and in our own lands that we built. We built housing for them. Whoever has built housing for white people that are non-whites anywhere in the world? I'd love to hear it. I'm open to seeing the evidence that someone could show me that either darkies, Hispanics, browns, or brown Indians or Asians have helped build housing, whole apartment buildings, project housing, whatever you want to call it, that at first was good until they destroyed it in the first year. Who else has done that ever? In the history of the world, I'll say. I'll go that far, not just in modern times, ever, anywhere. And white people do that in America, in Canada, in the UK, in Germany, in Sweden. Like I can name country after country, in France, in Spain. Well, where else is this going on? The other way around, flip it. Where do they ever build housing for whites that are poor? Anywhere. Do the darkies in South Africa do that for the poor South African, white South Africans? No, they don't. No, they don't. Where do you see darkies helping whites? Where do you see people from India or Pakistan, the brownies, helping whites? Or the Muslims, the Middle Easterns? Or the Jews? Where are they helping white people? Where's anyone helping white people? Are the Chinese helping whites? Are the Japanese going out of their way to house white people? I don't see it. There's poor white people in this realm. Who helps them? If they're not helped by whites, they don't get any help. But you notice white people help others everywhere in the realm, I'll say. I almost made the mistake of saying a popular all over the world, but people will take that the wrong way. But everywhere, white people help poor people in Tibet and poor people in Mongolia. They're wearing clothing donated by whites. They're wearing clothing in India and Pakistan donated by whites. They're wearing clothing in Africa, India, Pakistan, African countries, South American countries, Latin America, and Mexico that white people donated. White people donate money, food, clothing, money to dig wells all over the realm. It's mostly white people giving. The most generous, kind-hearted beings on earth by far are white people. By far. It's not even close. It's not even close. When there's a natural disaster, and I'm not boasting, I'm telling facts here because everything's warped in this realm. When there's a natural disaster in Haiti, we'll pour millions of dollars into it and send ships. We'll send Navy ships, aircraft carriers. We'll just throw everything at them. That's what happens. Now, I've never seen that happening where there's a disaster in Canada where the whole world just chips in to help, because Canada is still known as a white country, the Great White North, even though it's being taken over by minorities. I would say at this point, and this might sound to some ears unloving, but it isn't. I think white people have become too suicidally empathetic and suicidally altruistic, too generous towards others not of our kind. Now, I'm not saying not to be generous. It's good to be generous and caring. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I admit I tip the darkies and the packies and I know I'm saying these words and it's a troubling. It's not troubling. It's triggering to the demons tuned in. They hate hearing words like darkies and brownies and packies, but I do tip them well. Sometimes they almost want to hug me. At times they smile and say, "Thank you so much, sir, and you're so generous." True story. I don't have to boast about it. It is true. Some will say you're my best customer. They smile. They love getting me as a customer, whether it's grocery delivery or just food from a restaurant I might get delivered or something else. I always try to tip people that are giving service. And I'll try to do that more if it's bad weather. This is the way I am. If it's stormy weather and they have to drive in a thunderstorm or a snowstorm, or it's whatever, hot weather, or during the smoke, the fires and the smoke and things like that, I try to show that I appreciate. That they delivered. And some of them are happy to see me. They've repeatedly delivered to me. Certain Italian restaurants, for example, that are on let's say, the other side of the big city that I live in, or close to the other side. The other side. And they have their own drivers. They don't have DoorDash, or there's various delivery place services. Where I live, there's 4 or 5 different ones you can use, different apps. But they have their own delivery drivers. So it's almost always the same guy. If I order some Italian food for us, I might order some ravioli dinners. And there's a place that I know has the best ravioli, the best cheese ravioli, delicious sauce. The ravioli is homemade like Mama used to make, like an Italian nonna, grandmother, nonna. No is the grandpa, and nonna is the grandma in Italian families. I know because I have some Italians in my family. I have some nieces that are half Italian. So I know my sister's in laws and the whole family. I've been around them many times. And they're as Italian as it gets. They immigrated to Canada. They weren't born here. So they still have an accent. They're older than I am. They're older than my sister. They're old enough to be parents to my sister. My sister's a little older than I am. And they're known as No, and Nona. 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 And they're the Italian type of family that when they greet you, they'll kind of give you a kiss on each cheek, a hug, and then they'll go one side and the other side. That's what they do. And then sometimes if it's a grandmother or a great aunt or an auntie, they'll say, "Oh, you're so handsome. Stephen, you're so handsome." Yeah. And their accent. True story. Anyway, I like to support good service and good restaurants. We've given and given and given. We've given them land, housing, clothing in our countries, food. We've fed some of these tiggas for generations, these niggas, for generations. From the Nigga Shack days onward. Remember that famous piece of art, the Nigga Shack? That's what they called it. Anyway, this is the way it is in this place. I gave a seat the other day to an elderly woman for her porch, her front porch. She likes to sit down, but she likes to sit down on the stairs of her porch and kind of be outdoors and watch people and talk and socialize, say hi to people. And sometimes she'll sit down and it's not comfortable. You sit there for an hour or two to stand up. She's over 70 years old. I thought she was in her late 60s. She's older. She's over 70. She's 70 something now. She told me the other day. She said I made her day. And I just gave her one of those fold up stadium seats. You can get them on Amazon. They have padded arms and a cushioned back and they recline. You can recline on them a little bit and lean back, but they have a padded seat that you sit down on and they fold up. You know what I'm talking about. They're easy to fold and store, and they're very lightweight. She can carry it. She can lift it. It's not too heavy. And I gave that to her and I said, "Try this out. I got something for you. I got you a seat." And I gave her the seat. And she sat down and she couldn't believe how comfortable it was. She said it was so comfortable. And she said, "You spoil me." And it was just a little gift. I said I bought two of them. I bought one for me as well, which I probably won't use that often, but it came with two. And I bought two on purpose. I was just going to buy one for her, and then I saw a set. And I thought, yeah, sometimes when I see her out there, I'll just grab the seat and I'll go sit beside her and have a chat on her porch with her. Because I don't like to sit down on something hard either, to be honest, for a long time. I'm not as old as she is, but it's just more comfortable. And it comes with the phone holder and a drink holder. You can have your coffee tumbler. She's a coffee drinker. She drinks coffee in the morning, and she said to me she usually drinks 4 or 5 coffees a day. So I saw her in the morning the other day when I was running a live stream and I was playing something, and I disappeared for a while. I was chatting with her and I brought her the seat. I saw her out when I went down. I went outside and I went and got the seat and brought it to her. And got talking for a while. So she said it felt really good and comfortable. And then after we talked for probably, I don't know, 20, 25 minutes, maybe half an hour, I lose track of time. I usually don't keep track of how long something is, how much time goes by. But we had a nice chat, and she got up and she wasn't all hunched over and she wasn't sore. Felt so much better. And she said, I made her day. I said, well, that makes my day that you love the seat, that you're more comfortable. I love being able to do that when I notice someone could use something, a little help or maybe a little gift. Or I remember one time, it reminds me of a time that my grandma passed away years ago, but it was a memory that kind of makes me giggle a little bit, where I went over to her house and she had these stairs, and they were newer stairs. She used to have rickety old stairs, and the family had them replaced, her back porch, and then the stairs that would go down. I don't know, it must have been 6 or 7 steps. Her house was kind of raised up with basement windows. She had a 2-story older home. Okay, a beautiful home. But they had the little back porch replaced with new wood built and stairs going down and a railing. But somehow, I don't know if they did the job wrong, but one of the nails worked up and it was popped up a half inch, and the railing wasn't as solid as it should be. And I said to my grandma, this is loose. And she said, oh yeah, there's a nail there. And she was never she was a very sweet older woman. She wasn't a real complainer. But I said, do you have any hammer and nails in your shed? She had like a detached garage that was no longer used as a garage for a car. She wasn't driving anymore. She was in her 90s. And I said, I'll go look. And I found a hammer and some nails. And I fixed it for her. I hammered it. I took the one nail out. I put a longer spike in there, and I fixed the stair, and I fixed the railing to make it sturdy. And she said, you fixed it. And she was all excited. And I said, it was no big deal, Grandma. I just hammered a couple nails in. But she just acted like it was just one of the greatest things in the world, like her excitement. I fixed that for her. To me, it was no big deal. I just got a hammer and nails and did it. But for her, she was just thrilled about it. And there's something about older people that there's a wholesome sweetness and excitement, and just they're of a different age. They're different than people my age and younger. There's just something different where the little things like that, it lights up their life. And I still remember that. That was a lot of years ago. That was a long time ago. And she was very excited that I fixed that for her. And another time I went over to her house to help out with something, I would go over there and help her out because she was still living on her own. Her husband, my grandpa, passed away when I was 2 years old or less. I was very young, so I never knew him. And she was on her own. And she did very well to maintain a house, and she was very independent and very, not in a feminist way, in a loving way of just liking having her own house, not wanting to be put in a home, an old age place. She didn't want that. Anyway, I would go mow her lawn and help with her garden, turn the soil, and do things like that. She'd always try to pay me. She'd always be trying to put money in my jacket or sneak it somewhere so that I'd find it later. That's what she tried to do. And I told her so many times that she didn't have to pay me, but she was stubborn and she always wanted to do that. And so eventually I just started saying, oh, thank you, Grandma. And she'd usually make lunch or something and bring me a drink and say, oh, do you want something to drink? And if she had beer, she'd say, do you want a beer? Something like that. Anyway, I miss my grandma. And I like that that generation. It wasn't all of that generation, okay? I'm not saying she wasn't a boomer. The boomers would be my parents. She was older than the generation older than boomers. She was of the generation that gave birth to the boomers. Okay? She's been passed away for many years, and she was close to 100 years old when she died. She was in her late 90s. Trying to remember if it was 97 or 98. I'm not good at remembering these numbers. We took her out for a birthday one time to a steakhouse, like a steakhouse that you have to make reservations for dinner or brunch. Even for brunch, you have to have reservations. And for brunch, it was like a breakfast buffet. They were known in the city, probably the best in that city for breakfast, brunch, breakfast, the brunch buffet. I think it was on a Sunday we went, so it was a lot of people. But my grandma was thrilled, and you could get whatever you like. You could get sausages and bacon and scrambled eggs or this kind of eggs, and you could have waffles or pancakes or French toast and real Canadian maple syrup. And they even had prime rib at breakfast. You could have prime rib with your eggs, which I loved, of course. I love prime rib, especially if it's not too salty. I don't like to have to drink for the next 12 hours after eating somewhere if it's too salty. But I love the way they did their prime rib. It was, I think, the best that I've ever had. I was there various times for dinner and brunch, mostly for dinner, but the brunch buffet, they had dessert tables with chocolate mousse and all sorts of things. It's just delicious. And my grandmother loved it. And I took pictures of everyone at the table with my grandma. And I didn't think of it all those years ago, but she was like the matriarch. That was her role. Anyway, she's one of my relatives that I really do miss. And I could speak about these things, and demons would still say he's evil because he calls us some names or something. And that's the way that they will always be that way. There's no changing these demons in this realm. That generation just had a positive vibe. Not all, but many, yes. A lot of them. I think they were known as the silent generation, if I'm not mistaken, the generation before boomers. I'll have to look it up. I'm sorry. Generation before boomers, called the silent generation. I was correct. Born 1925 to 1945. Okay. I'm pretty sure that was my grandmother's generation. I think she was the silent generation. The greatest generation was the generation before then. They call them the greatest generation, 1901 to 1924. Anyway, there is a difference in generations. Now, some on YouTube know that I'm 88. Others will say I'm Gen X. Some will lie and say I'm 60 years old. I'm not 60. But they like to lie. Demons feel nothing when they lie about others. It doesn't bother them at all. It doesn't bother them. I wonder if my grandma was the greatest generation. She might have been born before 1925. I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. I'm not good with ages, years, dates, that sort of thing. I'm just not. They were built differently, and I wonder why that is. Why it is that way, but it is that way. This live stream might not have enough drama for demons. They're looking for more drama. I'm going to change things up a little bit. Let's go over to ThorpeTube. I noticed they were live. Absurdism. So she's stretched out. She's about 5'10", I think. She's kind of strange. Grace Thorpe. Got the ashtray there for cigarettes. Smokes like her daddy.
Up.
She was a seductress.
Was she?
Yeah, seductress, I think.
In Egypt or something?
Actually, she was a siren. Men couldn't resist her.
No, that's not Cleopatra.
She was a siren. Men couldn't resist her. Funny how I tuned into that part randomly. I just clicked over there, and they're talking about sirens. Oh my goodness. Isn't that crazy? Out of all this live stream, I just clicked somewhere, and they're talking about sirens.
In Egypt or something?
Actually, she was a siren. Men couldn't resist her.
No, that's not Cleopatra.
No, I think it is.
Medusa, you're thinking of.
There's a song about Cleopatra that I'm thinking about.
That's part of it, Salty Siren. I agree. That's one factor at least. Also, society was different. Technology was different. There wasn't the technology that we have today. And it's not just that. I think the food was different. Even spiritually, I think things were just different. There were so many differences that made people back then a certain way compared to the people of today. Grace is really getting chubby now. She's getting an odd shape to her. Grace Thorpe.
Not through one song.
Oh. No, that's not true. You got through it.
We got almost, kind of.
Everybody's sitting here watching, trying to understand what the hell you guys are doing. What's the joke? If Seinfeld is a show about a show about nothing, but at least...
What is she complaining about? Listen to her. Bitching and complaining. Yeah, the baby boomers were a big part of it. They drank all the Kool-Aid. The feminism. They drank the feminism Kool-Aid. Not just feminism. So-called free sex. The hippies, feminism, just all of it. Look at this Grace Thorpe. Listen to her bitching. Watch this.
They had a joke. What's the joke?
Well, we're not doing a joke.
No, it's about the garlic stuff.
It's pretty good.
Anyway, wait. Are you still gonna be cooking for us? Like, seriously, are you still gonna be cooking for us?
More like
are you
eating.
really mad right now? Are you still gonna be cooking?
I'm fucking pissed. Look at the chat. Lame, Grace shut the channel down. You know how many viewers we have right now? What do we have? 78? 78 viewers, dude? Usually I get like 300, 400.
I don't know. I'm gonna get out of here then.
Grace, it's too much. Here. You want to go out for a smoke?
Yeah.
All right.
She's getting to be this mopey, frumpy old woman. And I think she's under 25, if I'm not mistaken. She's she's acting like a grumpy, frumpy, miserable, angry old woman going through menopause and not doing it well. She's nuts, man. Who would want to live with her? Look at his face. I don't think he's a good person either. He hits people, kicks them. He's abusive. He's a weirdo. But look at his face. I mean, she sucked the life out of everyone. I wouldn't want to be around her. It's not surprising to me that she doesn't have a boyfriend or isn't married, isn't even close. I don't know if she's ever really had a boyfriend. I don't know if she's actually had a boyfriend. And she's close to 25 years old, I think. Is she just permanently on her period, or what is it? She's just miserable. She's miserable. Lalo told you guys they're extremely broke. Grace would never lie to a simp, ever, ever. Well, Grace would lie for $1. Grace would lie for anything.
Yeah. I mean, I meant it, but I was kidding around.
He gets up and walks around. Look at her. Wait, is that her? Is that Grace? Or is that, like, is Grace looking that manly now? What's going on? And Ben can barely walk. He's got such a huge belly. He's hunched over.
Some bullshit. Fuck.
What are they renting, a house somewhere? The way they live is so odd. They want to be famous streamers and they're just terrible at it. They suck.
Hey, folks.
Hey.
Yo.
Sunglasses.
Yeah.
You
Oh, I
wear your
forgot.
sunglasses at night?
We
Yeah, I'm rocking my
wear our
sunglasses right now.
sunglasses.
I don't want anybody to see.
Oh, her voice. It's always off key. Terrible. She can't sing for shit. Terrible.
See me.
I'm having a smoke. I'm not here.
You're not here.
He's not here.
Here.
He's
Okay, yeah, we'll
I
edit
was
this
just
out.
Wanting to have a smoke.
Okay, let me get the shot. It's okay. We can screw up.
Yes, she wanted me to suffer more. She thought I should suffer more. Grace, you got a lot of years of suffering out of you, lady. I don't think you'll ever be happily married. I think you're going to be with your daddy till he dies. Stuck to you, Velcro to you, no independence, no life of your own. Is she a virgin? Has she ever had sex?
Okay, no, that's
We
fine.
can edit it later.
Because I think that was a good scene. I actually want to edit that myself.
With anyone other than her daddy, I mean.
All right, sure.
I thought that's funny. The garlic bit.
Yeah, it was good.
So what'd you guys talk about? What was the topic?
Extend the things here.
What was the topic there, Steve?
We talked about a character named Herb.
Okay.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
we-
Okay. No, I'm just wondering.
I mean, I'll get
want to
the
know
shot
I
from
want to
there
know the
to out
sauce.
here, maybe.
Wherever you want to put it, it's up to you. We'll edit this out, guys.
No, this, okay, just getting the. Okay, ready? Ready?
True statement.
So it looks like some cheap beers, some socks. He's got some socks on. He's covering one foot with his other. I don't know who this loser is. Looks like he could be Grace's type. He looks kind of dirty. Looks like he's got some tattoos on, maybe on his forearm, or that's dirt. It just looks like dirt. Might be tattoos. Just looks like kind of dirt. Old cigarettes in the ashtray. She's got the sandals on with the straps. I don't know if those are Birkenstocks or a knockoff or something. I don't know, that type. And she's an odd shape. She's getting to be pear-shaped, where it's all in her hips and her belly. She's getting to look like a pear, like a tall pear. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just be honest on my show. I'm trying something different that than any of these channels on YouTube. When I'm live, I'm going to be honest and say what I see. It looks like they're staying at an Airbnb maybe, or someone else's house, but I would guess maybe they're renting this place. They don't own anything. The Thorpes never own anything. They don't have anything. And they're just creepy. They're weird. They're weird and creepy. And I think she's a miserable being. For being in her 20s, I don't know too many people that are more miserable than she is. She's miserable. So she wishes more suffering on me. It looks like you're going to get it in your life. I don't think you're ever going to leave your daddy. You're going to be belly to belly with him. He's got one of the biggest bellies of a tall string bean dude. He's scrawny, and it's all in his belly. 90% of his weight, Ben's weight, is in his belly. He's got these long, skinny legs and long arms, and he's got no muscle, and he's just got belly. And sometimes he thinks he's tough. I could beat the living shit out of him. No problem. No problem at all. He couldn't intimidate an ant, a piss ant. And as for Grace, I mean, you're just turning into a pear, a miserable pear. You seem like an old lady, a bitter, miserable old woman.
I think it would be worth it.
Who's this guy? Is this guy their drug dealer? Is that dirt on his arm, or is it tattoos? I know I said that earlier, but it doesn't look like anything. It just looks dirty. And who sits out on the deck at night just in socks? Like, it's just weird. They're always around weirdos. I know the Thorpes are weirdos themselves, but look at this. This dumpy guy here just looks like he could be a drug dealer. Maybe he is their drug dealer. Maybe he came over. I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm not saying that I know this. I'm just looking at this and analyzing it and saying maybe he is. I don't know. He seems like he could be. The guy sitting with her. It's weird to me how they meet people and they live together with them for a while, for days or a week. And it's just someone they met from YouTube. It's very strange, very bizarre. They have a very strange lifestyle. Very strange. And when they run low on money, does Ben pimp her out? Does he get people to pay to fuck Grace, to bang her? I don't know. Like, that entered my mind. I don't know. That could be the case. I don't know. It might be. Might not be. But how do they pay for shit? It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's true, but could be. It could be.
You know, the brewski.
Anyone that talks that way is weird. Like, they're young and they say a brewski. I never liked that term, brewski. And I know I have an aversion to certain words. I'm aware of that. I have an aversion to certain words, to gingers, to people named Steve with a V. I don't like that. There's a lot of things. I'm a bit eccentric, a bit idiosyncratic, I'm a bit unusual in that respect. Maybe. I don't know. But a brewski, it sounds gay. You sound like you're some gay guy or something. It's weird. They're both sitting there wearing sunglasses like two weirdos. Very weird. Very weird. I like the patio furniture chairs more than I like them. I don't like that rusty old ashtray that's on a stand or something, but the chairs are all right. The railing's all right. But I don't like these two. These two sitting there just, yuck, yuck, yuck. I don't like them. I don't like them. If I saw them advertised trying to sell rent an Airbnb ad or something, I'd say, yeah, I don't want it. I'm looking at these two sitting there, hunched over. This guy's hunched over that way, the way that he's hunched and folding his arms, and he's got one foot on top of the toes of the other socked foot. I don't know. I just something about the awkwardness and weirdness of these creatures. I'd say, nah, I'm gonna look at another place. I don't even want to sit in the chairs they were in. I don't even want to be on the little deck that they were on. I don't want to be on the porch. Maybe it's a back porch that they're. I don't want to be where they are. I don't want that.
Have you ever had Have you ever had sex before?
Yeah, how about you?
I think you'd have to find out.
Right.
Listen to the weirdness. Have you ever had sex before? You'd have to find out. And he's like, right. What is this? What is this? It's not just awkward and weird. It's beyond. It just seems demonic or something. It's beyond cringe. It's demonic. These are two demons.
Right.
How many times have you had sex?
I don't know. A certain amount of times. There's no number on it.
Are you including anal?
No. No, maybe twice.
Are you including like relatives? I know you're from the South.
Whoa, no.
That's inappropriate.
All right now.
I told you not to take it seriously.
No, no, just yeah, no, a certain amount of times. That's my answer. That's my final answer. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's very broad. I like to keep it broad, you know? Like,
Yeah, you're not weird, Grace. You're not a weirdo at all. Not at all. Not at all. From one weirdo or a couple of weirdos to another, it's like two demons that freshly put on a human suit yesterday, and they didn't even do that right. They didn't even put on the suit the right way. It just it's beyond awkward. It's a feeling of what is this? Yeah, you described it perfectly, Salty. They're not human. They're just cosplaying, pretending. They're gross. They're gross.
You're thinking, okay, what if
55 likes. I'm going to probably be the first dislike on this garbage. 675 views. People are watching shit. This is that Gingy.
we are back in Satan's beautiful country before the morning star rises yet again? Welcome to Tales of a Simulated Hellhole, Part 2. Fish, I'm making this video for you and those other commenters on your video and everyone else. I just had to get out here and get some motivation. And I realized my microphone is really muffled. It's because I have a really old phone and there's all kinds of crumbs and dust and all kinds of just nasty things stuck in the holes of my phone.
Nasty things, crumbs and dust, and probably his jizz, his spit, just bodily fluids. He's gross. He's a cockroach. He's gross. The holes of his phone are plugged up. He doesn't fill in any other holes, just his phone holes. His phone holes are plugged. He's that much of a pig. He's that gross. He's that gross. He's that nasty.
What else do you expect in Satan's beautiful country, where nothing good ever lasts? Anyways, so yeah, I've had some stories happen to me lately, and for me personally, I like to analyze and think through things that happen to me. So I don't take things on surface levels. I've never really been able to do that unless I'm just trying to numb everything. Then let anything and everything happen and I'm not going to look at it. I don't care. Squirrel. So the series of synchronicities. Oh, speaking of synchronicities, so a funny thing. This morning, I was gonna go, just go outside, and I didn't really need socks, but I wanted to have shoes because I had to walk on some concrete next to my car. So I put my shoes on without socks because I didn't think I was gonna be out long. And then I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna go out for a walk. And like a few minutes ago, I realized, oh yeah, I don't have socks on. This is gonna make my feet stink. And then I put my hand in my back pocket and I realized I have 2 pairs of socks. Right here.
Look at his dirty, smelly socks. Look how dirty those look. He's carrying around like a hobo smelly socks in his back pocket. I've never done that in my life. I've never put socks in my pocket that I can ever remember in my entire life going back into childhood. I can never remember reaching into my pocket and going, oh, here's some smelly old socks that I put in there. He lives like a hobo, this creature. Look at this. They're holy and dirty old socks he's carrying around in his back pocket.
Look at that.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that. They're discolored, they're dirty, they're stinky, and they have holes in them. And this is normal to this creature. Oh, I found some socks, some smelly, dirty old socks in his back pocket. What? What is going on here?
That's a great synchronicity, huh? I needed socks, and I got them, even if they're holy.
Look at this. Even if they're holy, do you carry around dirty old underwear in your jacket pocket, or like what are you doing? What is this? Look at this. Look at that. Ew.
And smell bad. At least I have them. So look, there's great synchronicities out there, huh? Life's wonderful now. I have a pair of socks to keep trudging through this shithole realm. But you realize I didn't put them on. Why? I'm just lazy. I don't know. I'm already walking. I already started the video. So, for all you positive believers out there, there's your sign that good things do happen to good people. Just make sure you check your back pocket. Anyways, so this may be a little graphic, so I'm going to warn you before I say it. So if you don't want to hear it, you can click off the video right now. But I'm sure you're going to stay. Okay, so maybe a few days ago, a couple of days ago, I had a really realistic, intense dream that seemed as real as this reality. And when I woke up, I thought it actually happened because it was that real. So what happened? So how can I put this? How can I put this in a non-gross way? I released my fluids into a woman in my dream. And it was as if it happened in reality. Who is this woman? I don't have to tell you anything further, okay? Got my own personal life. Oh, you just don't get pussy, boy. That's why you're having wet dreams. Listen, you want to call it that? I call it, oh, you're not getting Matrix. You haven't gotten any Matrix in a while, have you? Because that's what it is, the womb of creation. So, you want to keep talking shit to everyone else who's not getting Matrix, go ahead. But you're just a fool, trapped in the fleshly desires of a lowly animal. Making fun of everyone else. Oh, look at him. He's not getting any Matrix today, is he? He hasn't got Matrix in a long time, hasn't he? What a... Anyways, you get it. I'm not going to give you any personal details about my life.
Does anyone tuned in like this pussy? He's an incel. He's having wet dreams. He's an incel. He's an incel. He's an incel. A bloody incel. He's an incel.
But yeah, so it felt so real to me that when I woke up, I felt dreadful, like I had done something terribly wrong. I had just committed the most evil act in reality. Because, you know, if I would have been tortured, if I would have been in a really fucked up situation that only affected me, yeah, that would have been fucked up.
He's a gincel, a bloody gincel. What was he talking about? Releasing his... What did he call it? The way that he described sex was the least... It was the cringiest, weirdest way that a demon would describe sex that I think I've ever heard. I gotta rewind.
How can I put this? How can I put this in a non-gross way? I released my fluids into a woman. How can I put this in a non-gross way? I released my fluids into a woman in my dream. How can I put this in a non-gross way?
You're gross in every which way. In every which way, you're gross. You're just gross. Completely gross. When you're describing your life, your dreams, your wet dreams, you're gross. You're gross. Look at you. You're gross, you gincel. You're gross.
I released my fluids into a woman in my dream. And it was as if it happened in reality. Who is this woman? I don't have to tell you anything further, okay? Got my own personal life. Oh, you just don't get pussy, boy. That's why you're having wet dreams. Listen, you want to call it that? I call it, oh, you're not getting Matrix. You haven't gotten any Matrix in a while, have you? Because that's what it is, the womb of creation. So, you want to keep talking shit to everyone else who's not getting Matrix, go ahead. But you're just a fool, trapped in the fleshly desires of a lowly animal. Making fun of everyone else. Oh, look at him. He's not getting any Matrix today, is he? He hasn't got Matrix in a long time, hasn't he? What a... Anyways, you get it. I'm not going to give you any personal details about my life, but yeah, so it felt so real to me that when I woke up, I felt dreadful, like I had done something terribly wrong. I had just committed the most evil act in reality. Because, you know, if I would have been tortured, if I would have been in a really fucked up situation that only affected me, yeah, that would have been fucked up. I would have woken up with, you know, trauma and PTSD. But this was worse than that. Because now, I was led to believe, now I'm responsible for bringing someone else into this shit show because of my lust of the flesh, and I wanted to feel good or connect. And that little enticement, that little, oh, come over here, don't you want this little love thing? Don't you want to feel good and connected? Oopsie, looks like you had an accident inside of somebody. Well, I guess you're just gonna have to force an innocent being into this life now. I mean, that's the worst thing imaginable for me. Like, I can take on the suffering, hate it, despise it, I can see others take on the suffering, hate it, despise it. But knowing that I, by my actions, brought something else here because I wanted to get horny like a fucking monkey, like two dogs humping. That's the worst possible. By my actions, brought something else here because I wanted to get horny like a fucking monkey, like two dogs humping. That's because I wanted to get horny like a fucking monkey, like two dogs humping. That's the worst possible outcome that I could ever do in this world. And that's not me trying to guilt or shame or tell others that they're evil and wrong and all that stuff. You know, whatever happened, happened. You can't go back and change it. Don't hate yourself. Realize why it's wrong. And now, be the best parent you can be in a simulated hellhole to your child that was forced to come here against their will. That's all you can do. Love, support, try to teach them. That's it. And if they go outside with no socks on, always have a pair in your back pocket. Always be there when they need you. Now you also have people who are complete, just abominations of a spirit, who will mistreat you and take everything and destroy your spirit. And people can have kids like that, because I have someone in my family who's doing that to, you know, my parent. I can have empathy for not wanting to be here and hating everything here. But like I said, your actions have consequences. Sometimes you have evil, sadistic parents, okay? I totally get that. I've seen it many times. I've experienced it many times from other people who have kids. You know, from my mom's parents. Not both of them, but one in particular. You just gotta keep your side of the street clean the best way you can. Speaking, whoa, I didn't even realize this. Look at that synchronicity. I was just looking at the sky and I saw this. Someone's keeping the street clean as I said that. You see, weird and wacky shit happens all the time here. You just gotta notice it. So yeah, so that got me thinking. It was so real, I was so traumatized by it that I fucked up so royally that I thought it actually happened. And then I kind of like went through my mind and the situation I'm in. I was like, did that really happen? Okay, No, it didn't happen. Okay, thank the Lord. I'm being sarcastic when I say that. Who wants to praise the Lord? No, I'm being sarcastic. So yeah, that got me thinking, okay, what if I did though? What if I did do that? What would I do? Because before I woke up to this complete reality of this shit show that it actually is, I had a hard time being okay with abortion because a lot of people are dishonest about it. That is a life, okay? It is a life. And you are harming that life by killing it. If you do it really early, I don't really see a problem with that. But if it's like 3 months, 6 months, you know, it's actually a feeling, sentient being. And now you're killing your child, your own offspring. So I used to have a problem with that. I don't know personally for your situation what you should be okay with or not okay with. That's not up for me to decide. What's up for me to decide is my own actions and what I plan to do. So I would have gotten an abortion. I know that just doesn't feel good to say. For me, it doesn't feel good to say. But being in this objective horror nightmare shit show, that is...
So this is a part I wanted to cover. This creature would abort babies. He's saying it would have gotten an abortion, but it would have made a woman pregnant, right? So like a true liberal, he would have forced the woman to abort the baby. And it's his stupid, thoughtless belief that if you abort the baby, they don't suffer. They don't get recycled. He's a retard. He doesn't understand the recycling system. Abortion doesn't spare a baby any pain. They're coming here anyway. The aborted babies get recycled into this system. They're already within the matrix. Abortion doesn't get you out of the matrix. It's not a get out of the matrix free card. Okay? This is simple to understand for beings that have an IQ of over 50 and are capable of thinking. Abortion doesn't save any being at all. They just go back to the staging center and get put in another womb. They're coming here anyway. You fucking retard. Retarded Gingy.
Is the only solution. I would have gotten an abortion. I know that just doesn't feel good to say. For me, it doesn't feel good to say. But being in this objective horror nightmare shit show, that is the only solution to cause the least amount of suffering and to protect that child from my bad mistakes. Now, I'm not saying that you should have been aborted or that you should have aborted your child. That has nothing to do with me. I cannot say anything about that. Do I wish I was aborted? Yeah. I mean, I wish I was aborted, but I don't actually know how this realm works. So I don't really know if I was for. Yeah. I mean, or that you should have aborted your child. That has nothing to do with me. I cannot say anything about that. Do I wish I was aborted? Yeah. Or that you should have aborted your child. That has nothing to do with me. I cannot say anything about that. Do I wish I was aborted? Yeah. I mean...
He laughs and says, yeah. Now, how can any of you on earth, this is what puzzles me. It baffles me, or as that Justin creature says, baffling. It's baffling to me how you people on earth can take advice from creatures that wish they were aborted. He wishes he was aborted, and people will listen to him and like his videos. I guess a lot of you are self-loathing. This must be a realm of self-loathing retards. He wishes he was aborted, and he's got fans.
Now, I'm not saying that you should have been aborted or that you should have aborted your child. That has nothing to do with me. I cannot say anything about that. Do I wish I was aborted? Yeah. I mean, I wish I was aborted, but I don't actually know how this realm works. So I don't really know if I was forced to be here no matter what, and I could not have been aborted. It was just the script. I don't know how it works. But if I could go back and say, yeah, whisper in my mom's ear, hey, you should abort me, please. For the love of everything sacred and pure and honest, please abort me from this matrix. So I understand both sides. And there's gray area between both. So everything's not so black and white. I'm just telling you my own personal thoughts on it. So, yeah. I have a lot of really realistic dreams that seem to have happened in real life, this illusionary world, that only happened in the one I came from when I closed my eyes and woke up. So, another story, that same day when I woke up from that nightmare, I was at work. This guy, he told me that he had the worst experience of his entire life. And I'm like, yeah, I bet you did. I don't see anything bizarre about that at all. Tell me more. What happened? So he's newly getting into all the new age spirituality things, and he's totally naive about everything. He's like an innocent lamb walking in a slaughterhouse of spiritual parasites that he can't see, but there's like a little patch of grass in the corner. He's like, oh, that's for me to eat. Okay, I'm gonna go eat it now. That's how he seems. No offense to him. He's going to all these psychic circles and doing all this higher awareness quotations of connecting to the false things, the false light, basically. Oh, great, here they go. Noise campaigns. They're trying to shut me up. Maybe I should turn around. Okay, so I'm gonna turn around.
Hello, audio check. Hello. I lost connection to the internet. That's the first time since I've had this type of internet where without any storms, I lost fiber connection. I don't know why that happened, but it did. But it looks like I'm still live, hopefully.
Port, and he decides to get a massage. He walked, cruel joke. So I'm not making fun of you if you believe those things, because I believe those things too in my own way. Okay, so back to the story. Okay, so he's at this airport and he decides to get a massage. He walks in. He said that, oh, this place looks Wiccan. Like there's symbols everywhere. The girl has like Wiccan tattoos and symbols and all that kind of stuff. Personally, I don't think paganism is evil or devil worship. I mean, it's all worshiping the devil. Actually, yeah, I do believe that. Never mind. It's all worshiping the devil. So, but I don't think you're necessarily a bad person if you do that kind of stuff. Okay, so, and he's just newly into this spirituality thing, right? So he's like, okay, I'm okay with this now. I'm okay, yeah. I'm expanding my consciousness into other things about what this life could be spiritually. So he gets in there, he gets on the massage table, and he says that she starts putting his body in weird positions and then muttering these poems, he called at first. She was muttering these poems as he was getting massaged. And at first he was like, okay, this is new. This is kind of weird, but like, okay, I'll be open to this. Maybe I'm supposed to be experiencing this because now that I'm opening my consciousness up to other ways of seeing the world and trying to connect to the spiritual realm, maybe this is good for me. So she keeps doing this and she keeps muttering all these spells. I just gave it away, sorry. She's doing spells over his body as she's massaging him and contorting his limbs and doing weird stuff to his body. He felt really, really, really uncomfortable. Like, this is so freaking weird. I don't feel right about this, but I'm gonna go with it because maybe I'm wrong. And eventually he's like, oh, did you write these poems yourself? And she said, no, I got them from a book. He's like, got them from a book, huh? And then he said he realized that after everything she said with these poems, she would say, spell, spell. Like, she would make this like sound after each paragraph was over. And he finally started to make out she was saying, spell, spell, spell. So she was literally casting spells and doing magic on him while he was in a vulnerable state and contorting his body and all this weird shit. And this went on for the whole time. And then he said at the end, she said, oh, it's time for the grand finale now. He's like, grand finale? Oh shit. And she takes his body and just like pulls it really hard and does this weird thing. I don't even know what she did, but he said it was like uncomfortable, it hurt, and it was very fucking weird. And then he got up from it all and he just had the worst feeling. He felt totally violated, but couldn't really understand why, but something was not right. And that night, he had the worst nightmare of his life. He didn't tell me what happened, but he said it was the most terrible, just worst, dark thing that he's ever experienced. And it just shook him to his core, and he felt internally violated from all of that because he didn't give consent for this lady to do all that stuff. And I'm not even saying she's a bad person. I don't know what her intentions were. I mean, to me it sounds bad, but do I really know? Maybe she was trying to help, but she was working with stuff that is not good. So that's what they do. They deceive and infiltrate and then get into you. So he's like, I just got to cleanse all this off. Get rid of that. I just had this heavy darkness over me since that. This was like the day before. So I just need some cleansing. I just need this to be out of me, be out of my life. So I did the best I could, and he said he felt so much better, and it's all, he said he felt a release of it all. So, you know, maybe I am one of those light workers, huh? Maybe I am a light worker. Maybe I am here for a reason. Maybe I am the light. I'm just kidding. I'm just having fun, but isn't that fucking weird? So yeah, there are people who work with these dark things to manipulate reality, to commune with things that are not of this seeable world.
That's a great point, Salty Siren. I think it's a nightmare for him to be naked near a girl, much less having sex. He's not straight. He calls himself straight, but if he's straight, then I'm a darky born in Zimbabwe or Nigeria or something. He's not straight. When he calls himself straight, Aunt Jemima does this. When he calls him straight, Aunt Jemima gives a look like, what? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, that boy ain't straight. That Gingy, he ain't. That Gincel, he ain't straight. He ain't straight. She gives a look like that. He's not straight. Look at this. Look at this thing. He loves wieners. He's not straight. Look at him. I mean, what a joke. There's not a straight man on earth that would call a dream like that a nightmare. He's absolutely in the closet and a liar. And he's got horns coming out of his forehead. One more time, Aunt Jemima, do you think this Gincel on the screen, this glowing red beard, do you think he's straight? Oh, Lord, have mercy. He ain't straight. Lord, have mercy. He ain't. That boy ain't straight. That Gincel, he ain't straight. Thank you, Aunt Jemima. Thank you. I don't buy it either. I don't believe he's straight. I don't buy it.
To wreak havoc on your life. I don't know if you heard that laugh over there, but someone laughed as I said that. Some people do it unknowingly. Some people do it.
Yes, someone laughed. He's very paranoid. He's a paranoid, gay Gincel. That's what he is. It's creepy. Creepy creature.
With the best of intentions, but as you can see,
that was me laughing in Arkansas. I'm there watching you laughing, you paranoid freak. Somebody laughed. He said he's walking in the woods and he said he heard someone laugh at that. He's a paranoid freak in Arkansas.
Doesn't matter what your intentions are when you're working with evil. They will blind you, fool you, make you think that you're working with the good guys, but you're not. And you have some people who knowingly and willingly.
Oh, Lord, he's lighting his loafers. He's a little twinkle toes, that boy. That Gincel. He be queer than a $3 bill, that Gincel. He queer. He queer, that one.
Do evil things, cast evil spells, want the downfall of others because of all the abominations of a lowly animal's desire. And I'll just leave it there. I know I've been cursed. I know some people have tried to curse me. I mean, I've been cursed since the day I was born, but I know and have evidence for people wanting to curse me and hex me and bring about my downfall. But you see, the best way to avoid all of this, which that guy didn't know because he's new to all this.
Curse him. Curse him. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Cursor magic. I'm running my cursor over his face. The cursor is a cursor. It curses him. Curse him. My cursor is cursing him. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Cursor magic. Cursor magic. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Curse him. Curse this creature. Curse this creepy creature. This CC creepy creature.
Is to totally and courageously stand up for yourself. Take no shit from these demonic entities or parasites behind the scenes and say, get the fuck away from me. I'm not afraid of you. You have no power over my spiritual essence. And watch them wither away like little worms. So yeah, I've had nightmares before too, but the thing is, for me, when I had these nightmares, like the other day,
So his worst nightmare was the other day. Having sex with a woman is a nightmare to him. He's afraid of the pussy. He thinks the vagina is going to eat him or something. He's afraid. He's scared.
You have no power over my spiritual essence. And watch them wither away like little worms. So yeah, I've had nightmares before too, but the thing is, for me, when I had these nightmares, like the other day, I realized that, okay, those are psychologically, emotionally, mental mind games that they want to play on me, and I don't have to take any of it. Okay. Another story. That same day, got off work. One of my good friends I've had for a long time, he has his own problems. Okay, just like everyone else. I wouldn't say he's aware of the things we're talking about. He's aware of certain things, but not anything we're talking about. So I go over there, and he tells me that one of our friends just passed away. He's around our age. And every time I hear this, I think it's a tragedy that someone had to experience this life and their life ending in all the brutal, just dehumanizing ways that we all have to go die to get out of this shithole. But there's also like some relief, like, oh, at least he's not suffering anymore. At least he's out of this shithole. But then you think, is he really? See, that's the existential mind games that constantly loop and loop and loop and loop. Never really know anything, but I hope he's out of here. I don't care if he wasn't awake or aware. Who gives a fuck about that? I care about suffering. I care about ending suffering. I care about people who didn't ask for this, who were traumatized, abused, and tortured their whole life. What, I expect them to know anything? Why do I care? All I care is for them to end their suffering and for them to be in a better place if one exists. That's all I care about. I have nothing to, this pride thing that, oh, he didn't work for it. He doesn't deserve it. Who gives a fuck about that, man? That's like spiritual narcissism where you didn't earn it. You didn't work for it. You didn't know the things. So because you didn't know the things, you got to be recycled and you got to go to hell or you got to this or that. It's like, when you hear these things, you realize people really don't have true empathy for others. They really don't. It's all an ego thing. It's all a pride thing. It's all a, I'm better and I don't want anyone else to be better than, I don't want people who didn't do what I had to do to have relief of their suffering, because they didn't go through what I went through, and jumping through all the hoops and all the rabbit trails and all that bullshit.
This loser's never had women chasing him the way I did since I was a young boy. Girls chasing after me. He didn't have that experience, this loser. He didn't have 10 or 12 or more girlfriends. He doesn't have a harem. He doesn't have women tossing their panties at him, tossing their knickers at the castle, ending up filling up the moat around the castle, filling up with the knickers, the panties of women. He doesn't have that. He's a loser. He's a loser. Even when he was born, he was popping out of his mother and he said, ugh, I want hot dogs. I don't want taco. I want hot dogs. That's what he said. I think his mother looked at him and said, where'd that red hair come from? He was born with gingy red Ronald McDonald hair as a baby. That's what I think. I think he was born redheaded. And she said, where'd that red hair come from? Because she's not a redhead and neither is her husband. He's got the red hair.
Now, if they're really evil, okay, that's different. Anyways. So this guy, we weren't close friends, but we were friends. He was closer to my other friend. He was overweight, heavy drinker. It's really sad.
Shabbat. Look at these crazy Jews. Look at this. Look at these fucking crazy Jews. Look at this. I can get away with saying that because I make fun of everyone. The tiny hats going wild. There's a lot of weirdness in this realm, a lot of degeneracy. I am the loving king. That's what I told Talcott on a recent visit when I went on his shit show as a guest. I said to him, I am the loving king. He didn't know what to say. He's a fool.
Yes. Do I have permission to record you? Yes. Do you want to give out any social media?
Are these women like Margot? They just want attention. Look at the smiles on these cougars' faces. They're like Margot. They want attention. Look at this. Look at this. They're getting some attention.
No. Okay. One more thing. This will be on TikTok, YouTube, so no spicy language cussing, okay? Okay. I'm going to start with you, ma'am. Okay. You said you have a husband, right? Yes, I do. All right. Why do some women cheat?
Why do they cheat?
Yeah, you know, you women get around and talk. I know how y'all. I know y'all know.
Maybe they want something more out of the relationship they have currently.
And you, ma'am?
They probably want something spicy.
Okay, at least we got a cool answer from her. Next question to you, ma'am. You ready?
Yeah.
Now, you both aren't single, right? But let's say you had a little sister, okay, or something like that.
Okay.
What would you? This is the question. I want you to give advice to this mythical sister of yours. Okay?
Are these Jewish women or are they white? I'm wondering if they're Jewish. If they're white, why are they talking to this Tigga? Obviously, it's a Tigga. They're talking to a darky. They're all done up with makeup. They have their hair done up. They have fake eyelashes on, a lot of makeup on their faces. What are they out there talking to this darky for? Why would you do this? Why would you go on his video? Why would you talk about your husband? You're lucky you're married.
Should she A, date when she's totally single, a guy one-on-one, or should she date multiple guys until she finds the one she likes? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that she should go on dates, and I think you know you have a connection right away or you don't. So if you don't have a connection,
1 to 10. Only your looks, because everybody owns a puppy farm.
I'm gonna say 7.
8.
She's a 10.
Well, I disagree with both of those ratings. So I'm gonna give you the real one. And I'm gonna start with you. Ready?
Yeah.
Smoke, effing show. Did I get it right? Did I get it right?
Got it right.
Well, let me see about you. Let me see what. Let me see if I can rate you.
Yeah.
Smoke.
He's gassing them up and they love it. They love the attention because they haven't gotten much attention in a long time. Look at the neck on this one. Is that Kismet Spiral? What kind of neck is that? My goodness. She's going to have a stroke just from getting some compliments. She's getting some attention. Women love attention. And then they get desperate as they get older. She's loving the attention from obviously a ghetto Tigga. It's really pathetic. It really is. You got to be desperate to love the attention from a Tigga. You got to be.
Effing show. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did.
You won't believe this. It's the exact same rating. Yeah, I've never done that before.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to start with you. Yep. Let's see your outfit. Twirl, twirl, twirl.
And the Tigga laugh. The cackling evil Tigga. And she's just happy to do a twirl. Look at this.
Reverse twirl,
And
reverse
swing her hair around.
twirl, reverse twirl.
She's just loving it. A man's looking at her body, or a Tigga. She's getting some attention on video. They're like teenagers. They never grow up. They're like 13-year-olds or 15-year-olds. They stay at that emotional age for life. Look at this.
All right, I'm going to
It's fascinating.
start with you.
These cougars, they're loving the attention.
Time for the
Is she Jewish? I wonder.
naughty question.
Okay.
Now, if you want to we can infuse your husband into it if it makes you feel good.
Okay.
Spit or swallow.
Why don't you talk about your sex life with your husband on social media, on video for millions of people to watch? Because a Tig is asking you some questions, some degenerate questions. Good job, you're real ladies. You're real classy. Classy ladies here. Look at this. Answer the Tigga.
Say it again.
Spit or swallow.
Oh, swallow. Spit.
I am shocked. That caught me off guard. See my hand?
Yeah.
Front door, back door, or both. All right, girls, we're getting down there. We got 3 more rounds and we're out of here. You have a perfect outfit on. You ready?
Okay.
Underneath.
Oh, they both have anal sex, they claim. They take it in the back door. They have anal. Look at this.
It right now. Thong, commando, or old school.
Old school.
Trimmed, shaved, or waxed. Same one with you.
What were the 3 options?
Thong, commando, or old school.
Thong.
Trim, shaved, or waxed.
Shape.
Color?
Color?
Yeah. I mean,
100% thong.
What?
But no color. Oh, black.
Color than
My thong?
Yeah.
Oh, you were specific. I don't know what you're like. Pubic hair. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, you're the second person that I don't ask that question. I don't do the Drake's or
Well,
Cardi
because
question.
you asked
Yeah.
shave,
Oh.
wax, or whatever.
Oh,
So
okay.
then it was like,
Okay, I
you
get
know,
it.
threw it out there. I don't know. Like, red, redhead.
Same black? Okay. 2 more rounds, ladies. I'm going to start with you now. Ready?
Yeah.
Doggy, cowgirl, reverse cowgirl missionary.
Ooh, cowgirl. All of them.
All of the above. Final round. I'm going to start with you again because I can't wait for your answer. You ready?
Yeah.
A guy and a girl plus you. 2 guys and you. 2 girls with you. All the above, any combination.
Ooh, I would do another girl and a guy.
A guy and a girl?
Yeah.
And you?
No, I'm not into that.
Just one-on-one? All right, get together. Say, I love California. He's wanting me to
I
go.
love California.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Peace.
So these are older women. This is what you have to choose from. If you're a certain age, well, you can go younger, of course. Guys can always date younger. If you're handsome, good personality, you know how to have conversations with women, you could easily go 8, 10, 15 years younger if you're a guy and you're not a loser and you're not a bum. But these women, I think they're lucky to be married because they'll just tell anything to a Tigga on video, and then they're put on the internet and everybody can see it. So they really don't respect their husbands. They're calling them absolutely gorgeous. Out prowling. Are they out cheating on their husbands? Who knows? But they're looking for male attention on the internet. So what good are they? Are they loyal? Are they trustworthy? Are they worth anything? I think they're trash. That's what I think. I think they're trash. They'll answer those questions to any Negro that comes along, any darky, any Tigga. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. Desperate for attention. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. Pathetic old cougars.
Do a handful of videos of our supposed fellow Americans, and it should be pretty. Alright guys, today we're going to be reacting to a handful of videos of our supposed fellow Americans, and it should be pretty interesting.
Black fatigue, the American experience. We are going to be reacting to a...
Imagine if one of their husbands, let's say, or both of them, are business owners, respected doctors maybe, they could be attorneys, and that gets out there. Their reputation is ruined. They're going to be made fun of, not taken seriously, looked at weird because of their wives' behavior. It reflects on the man. Men have a reputation. Women these days don't care about their reputation. Most of them behave like those two cougars.
A series of, well, Africans in America acting like, well, African Americans. Is it like for fun, or are they trying to accomplish something specific and I'm just not understanding?
You know, at least they like to have fun. They're pretty spontaneous.
The spontaneity does characterize a vast majority of their written history.
It would be nice to go through life with absolutely zero inhibitions, so you can just go around and perform activities like this. But then if we did that, then everything would just collapse.
Yeah, no, that's good though. That's good, like, because they need food. So if you're able to obtain it without purchasing it or working for the money required to purchase it or anything like that, you just put on like a pillowcase over your head and then just kind of take it out of people's carts. I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't know what the problem is there.
The garb is unique. Is that headdress like an upgrade from the shower cap? You know, very confident if you had to explain per capita to those two guys.
Like if someone put a gun to your head and said, if you do not successfully explain per capita to these Africans within, let's say, like 20 minutes.
It's like that
to
meme.
Where they actually understand it, you die. Do you think you could do it?
Have you seen that meme where it's like Squid Games? Your next task is to explain per capita to a black person.
If you feel confident that you could successfully explain...
The darkies will never understand per capita in terms of crime rates or anything else. They can't do it. And as for those cougars, here they go. Here's the cougars. Here's the cougars that were interviewed by the Tigga talking about wearing a thong, talking about if their pussy is shaved or trimmed or waxed or bushy, talking about spit or swallow, talking about backdoor sex. Here they are. They're trash. They would probably say, we're just having fun. You're on video. You're embarrassing your husbands, ruining his reputation. Anyone in your family could end up seeing that. The whole internet could see that. It's trashy. It's trashy. They should be called out on that. I am the loving king. It's loving to teach women not to be that way. Don't be trashy. Don't be nasty. Don't be trashy. Don't be nasty. Don't be trashy.
Per capita to Dr. 16 within a short period of time, let's say 15 minutes, and we give you like a grand prize and he's able to like articulate it back in a way that we all unanimously agree with, put it in the comments and we'll set it up. Like we'll actually organize it, and if someone can do it in a way that he'll be able to explain it back to you, we'll like have like a prize, or like you win like a $50 gift certificate to Red Lobster or something. If someone puts in the comments and you get 100 thumbs up, we're gonna set it up. Let's go.
Shit, you are wildin'! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Y'all wildin'!
Sometimes you get real hungry and they just don't make it in time, and you have to just beat every person in the building up, right?
Yeah.
You notice like whenever they fight, it's not like a targeted thing, and even if it is, multiple people have to involve themselves and it becomes just sort of like a group beating. But most of the time, bless you. Bless you. He's allergic to black people. Most of the time, it doesn't seem like it has any order or specific reason why. The time, it doesn't seem like it has. He's allergic to black people. Most of the bless you. Bless you. He's allergic to black people. Bless you. Bless you. He's allergic to black people.
More of this. This is funny. He's allergic to black people. The first time I watched this, I really laughed, because he said it with a straight face. He had perfect timing. He just hit it on the mark. He's allergic to black people. Now that is witty. That is funny. That's good. I encourage more of that with the Frojax brothers. If you could do more of that, it doesn't always have to be a funny fest or jokes nonstop, but that's good timing there. That's a good one. He's allergic to black people. That should be clipped as a short. That is funny. The first time I watched it hours ago, I really laughed, and I'm still laughing because it is funny. I like that one. He's allergic to black people. Come on. That's pretty good. These guys are starting to grow on me. I thought they were too wimpy at first, but now they're starting to open up and they're not as uptight, and I think that was good.
A group beating, but most of the time, bless you. Bless you. He's allergic to black people. Most of the time, it doesn't seem like it has any order or specific reason why they're participating in hand-to-hand combat. It just seems sort of like an unprincipled desire to throw your fists.
It's a rolling wave of mass psychosis.
That's all they can do is repeat themselves. Tiggas repeat and repeat. Y'all wildin', oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Y'all wildin'. It's like they only know a couple sentences. They're so low IQ, they can't even say anything different. They're that low IQ, they just repeat themselves like a broken record.
Like what are they fighting about? It's 4 people trying to beat one person up. Like what could she didn't make the eggs right, or she said something. Like what could possibly cause that level of anger?
That motherfucking waffle wasn't ready.
That's what Negro boy London McDouchebag would do if he was watching this. Oh shit, yo, oh shit, y'all wild, oh oh shit, yo. And that's all they do. That's the way they sound. I don't know how anyone could stand to spend a day with them, a whole day, much less years or a lifetime. What is wrong with some of you humans that you'll sit there and listen to these tiggas? What is wrong with you?
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
So they're holding the white woman behind the counter and they're smacking her in the face. And this is just funny to people. They don't think, wow, that poor white woman or white girl has to tolerate this fucking violence and abuse and threats against her to earn money, to earn a living. This is disgraceful. That there shouldn't be a single white woman in America, Canada. I am assuming this is America. It looks like America. Looks like American tiggas and sounds like them. Should not be happening to a single white woman in America. Now, if I were running the Western world, it wouldn't be happening. They wouldn't be there, these darkies. They'd be behind tugboats.
Hey, all y'all need to start trading. No bullshit. So y'all ain't got to deal with shit like that. All of that.
I was at the Minnesota Zoo today with my 2-year-old.
Yo! Yo! And that's what they sound like. And there's certain white people that think that's cool. How is that cool? Screeching, yo! I don't know what's wrong with some people. The whites that support that or think that's cool or join in, I would deport your asses. You'd be floating on doors behind tugboats. And then there's idiots that on YouTube, he must be trolling. He wouldn't really do that. Oh, you're fucking right, I would do that. I absolutely would. You're wrong calling me a troll. They would be behind tugboats, including you that support it. You white people that support that. You'd be with them.
Us darkies,
We being tugged out to sea. Oh Lord, the tugboats brigade
is here
on a rampage,
a flotilla,
tugging away.
us poor tiggers,
A flotilla.
no more snacks, no beans or tortillas.
We be floating on doors,
We say we be kings and more,
floating away on old doors.
going far out to sea.
Tell me,
Help me, how can this be?
I can't swim.
Save me, Jesus,
Is that him?
or dare.
Tugboats. I'm no pirate.
But I can shake my black booty.
Coochie coochie cooties.
Oh Lord,
Yo yo.
oh Lord,
Oh Lord.
oh Lord.
Oh Lord.
The tugboats, oh Lord,
Our Lord.
our darky Lord,
Our black Jesus.
help me,
I can't swim.
oh Lord,
Our Lord.
my son, oh Lord, my Lord, I can't swim.
Oh Lord. Our Lord. Our darky Lord.
Our black Jesus,
Help me.
I can't swim.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord,
Our Lord.
my son,
Oh Lord.
my Lord,
I can't swim.
oh Lord,
Can't swim. I can't swim.
oh Lord,
Float them away. Float them away. They're praying. They're calling out to their darky lord. They can't swim. Of course they can't swim. They black. They can't swim. They want the Kool-Aid.
Daughter, and we were looking into the cage of monkeys, and they were doing something quite similar to this, and me and her, we kind of laughed and pointed.
Yeah, we don't give rights to the animals in the zoo, though.
Yo, y'all better than that, man. Come on, man. We're supposed to be supporting each other, man. Come on, man. Yo, they still go. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. You wildin'. Yo, chill. You about to go to jail. Chill.
Does Wilden mean they're from the jungle? Is that what it means? From the jungle? Is that what it means? They Wilden? Does it mean they from the jungle? They acting like they be in the jungle? They be in the jungle? Is that what it means? They Wilden. They from the jungle? Like this?
They took this bottle of Coca-Cola to a remote tribe in Africa who had never seen it before. Not knowing how to open this fizzy drink, the tribals started biting the bottle from different parts with their iron teeth, trying to rip it open. But when they somewhat managed to succeed, the fizziness explosion left them utterly amazed. They took this bottle of Coca-Cola to a remote tribe in Africa who had never seen it before. Not knowing how to open this fizzy drink, the tribals started biting the bottle from different parts with their iron teeth.
They did what they know how to do. They're biting it. This is what they do. And some of you fools in this realm say we're all the same. Well, we're not the same. We're not the same. You unscrew the top. They don't even know how to open a bottle of Coke. They don't know how to record their voices. They don't know how to record music. They don't know how to do anything. They don't know how to do anything.
Teeth, trying to rip it open. But when they somewhat managed to succeed, the fizziness explosion left them utterly amazed. They took this bottle of Coca-Cola.
Look at these darkies. The first time they've seen a bottle of Coca-Cola. Look at these darkies.
To a remote tribe in Africa who had never seen it before. Not knowing how to open this fizzy drink, the tribals started biting the bottle from different parts with their iron teeth, trying to rip it open. But when they somewhat managed to succeed...
Look at them. They're using their teeth. It's all they know how to do. There's demons on YouTube that say, you just know King Stephen by the way he's so comfortable saying darkies and Negroes and niggas and tiggas. You just know that he's a racist because he's so comfortable. I've grown very comfortable saying those words in recent years, and I'm going to keep saying them. And the fact that it bothers the demons on YouTube makes it glorious. It makes it so much more so much more fun, and it's so much better and more fun for me to say those words, knowing it gets right under the skin like splinters of you demons lurking. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love it because you need to hear these words, and I hope these words haunt you when you're awake and in your nightmares, when you pretend you're straight and you have nightmares of sex, and it's not your gay sex, which is what you really want, you fucking losers. I hope everything I say haunts you. And I am more comfortable saying these words now than I was 2, 3, 5 years ago. Absolutely. I say them now as often as I can. As much as I can. I say darkies. I say Negroes. Negress. Negro. Nigga. Colored people. I got to use that one. I have to say that more often. The colored people. And I do. I enjoy that it bothers you. That's good. You language police, you fucking losers.
The fizziness explosion left them utterly amazed.
Here's your heroes. Here's the heroes of demons and lefties.
They took this bottle of Coca-Cola.
They're savages. Savages. Tribal people in Africa. Eating. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Are we all the same? Listen to the sights and sounds. You can almost smell this slop that they're cooking up. What is this? What is this? They don't even have a clean pot to cook in. It's just look at this. What is this? Is this the entrails of a monkey? What are they eating? What in the bush meat of Africa are they fucking eating, these darkies? Look at this. Look at this. This is the stuff of nightmares. This is the stuff that would almost turn someone anorexic if this is all they had to eat. Look at this. Look at this slop that they threw in there. And they call this a meal. What is it? You don't even know what it is. I guarantee the people here, if you had to truly identify every morsel in there, you wouldn't be able to do it. What the fuck are they eating? Look at this. Is that a baboon that they chopped up? What is it? God damn. And some of you people that come to my channel and you've been here for months, 6 months or a year or 2 years, you still have it in your heads that we're all the same and we're all equal. You must be really fucked up. You'd have to be. Go live with them then. Prove it. Prove that we're all just equal. Go live with them. I'll pay for your flight. I'll pay for you to go there and prove it to me. Live there with them for a year. I want to see it. I want to see you document eating the way they do, never washing, being covered in filth, living the way they do. I want to see you do it. By the way, those aren't noodles. That's not a noodle. That's not a spaghetti noodle. That's not a noodle that they use in Vietnamese food, those big, thick noodles and some Chinese food. No, that's not noodles. They don't have noodles over there. So what is it? What is it? What is that thing in there? It's not a noodle. Okay? Look at this. Look at this. Jesus Christ. How can you people eat this? And you people, you white people that say we're all equal, all the same, you must be fucked up. 48,000 gave a heart to this, I looked at, or I noticed there. Look at this. I'm not giving you all the recipe. Yeah, what's it? This person? Wow, so very nice. Is it really? Is it really? Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. If you don't think this is a hell realm, go live like this. Look at this. Mocking the deceased little animal that they killed here. Playing with it. Look at this. Playing with it. George got too curious. Little bro was the first one to fall asleep at the sleepover. Is that his little brother that they're going to eat? They look the same. This guy's can eat a full-grown human being. They probably would. This person said, "Thank God I'm European." 53 responses. Can someone convince that this people do not eat humans? Looks like a darky wrote that. Oh, I bet they do eat humans. They resemble each other, this person, Lizzie wrote, laughing to tears. Is this filmed in Wakanda? They do look alike. If you believe we're the same, prove it to me. I don't want just words. I want someone on YouTube that argues up and down that we're all equal to go over there and live with them. Okay, that's what I want. I want you to live this way, eating their foods like this, being around them as they wield knives, trusting them to go to sleep beside them as they have their knives out. I want you to prove it. Prove it to me. Prove it to me.
I'm about to go to jail. You wildin'.
You know,
You wildin'. Yo, chill. You about to go to jail. Chill. Y'all about to go to jail. You wildin'.
you notice how the white girl just deflected that seat?
Yes.
It was like she does this regularly. It was just like she's done that. She's had to deflect more than one seat in her recent past.
She's been training.
Yeah, I love how he's like, yo, y'all gotta support each other. You know, write good reviews, nigga. Don't put gluten in each other's waffles, you know what I'm saying? Lil Kuda come up in there and say, we want a bitch, you know?
What you doing, bro? Yo. 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 What you doing? Well, hurry up and cut my water on before I cut your water off. Hell wrong with you. Hurry up. Hey. Hey.
The concept of maintenance is so alien to them that when they actually see it, it evokes this primitive reaction.
Well, it's like they don't even understand the concept of how the water gets there. Maintenance is so foreign to them that they don't have a word in their native languages for maintenance.
See sugar Sprite? You like them?
Yeah.
Just because you like them, I want them.
You got them.
You have a good one.
Do me a favor.
Yeah. Say it again.
Put that down.
Is it yours?
Yes, it's mine.
You didn't buy it yet, sir. So I have
Put
to.
it back.
Huh?
Put it back on that card.
You just go get the other one.
No, you go get another one. You
I don't
put
know where it's
that
at.
fucking thing back on the card right
I don't know
now.
where it's at.
Give me the thing.
Come on,
Get out
sir.
of my face. Get out of my face. I'll show you
can't-
where it is.
All right.
Don't you take anything off my card.
You're right.
Don't you touch anything I got.
Yes, sir.
How would you like me to rip the necklace off your neck? Because it's not yours. Because it's mine.
That's different, bro.
No, that's not different.
You're gonna hurt me if you rip it off.
You bet your ass you just hurt me by
All right,
touching it.
Can you take me with
Yeah,
it?
can you read the sign? It says
I don't know
soda.
how to read.
Oh, tough shit then. Learn. Get a f***ing education.
Damn, bro.
That's my favorite at the end. He goes, get an education.
That guy like went to Vietnam and killed a bunch of Vietnamese people. He's not scared of some little nick. If you don't have the concept of treating your elders with some level of respect, you do descend from a failed people.
Harassing old people is definitely the lowest bar you can stoop to.
It is. It's the worst thing. I mean, maybe babies, like when IShowSpeed walked up to that baby and scared that baby, like that's kind of up there too. But the old people thing, it's just uniquely infantile and crass.
The old guy definitely held his own in that encounter.
It was good.
That's good. It's good to see that.
What are you gonna do? Punch an old guy? I mean, an old person can get away with a little bit more, but with black people, it's very. You've seen that video of those black people that come behind that old white guy and they just hit him in the head.
Oh, yeah.
And he died.
They do things.
Nose rings and tattoos on white women. It has to stop. You have to stop doing this. It's retarded. It's retarded.
Cover-up tattoos can go one of two ways. Either they're incredible, or they're what we're talking about today. This is the cover-up tattoo that broke TikTok. So this is Kristen, who goes by Queen Crispy on TikTok. And earlier this year, she posted this video where she's taking bandages off fresh tattoos in the shower. This did come up on my For You page, and honestly, I didn't think anything of it. But this video ended up blowing up, and not for the reasons Kristen may have expected. First, commenters were upset with how Kristen took the Saniderm off.
Look, I'll admit that my ego is a little bruised. As a somewhat heavily tattooed woman, I've gotten like 30 of the same comments telling me that I pulled my Saniderm off my tattoo wrong. And I don't think I ever truly knew like the right way to do it. Like, I just take it off after a couple days and whatever.
But commenters didn't stop there. They went to pick on the tattoos themselves, and they were not nice about it.
Should I take this as a sign to stop posting videos on the internet? I have this video that blew.
Weird body shape, nose ring tattoos, crying, making a video crying. You should stop posting on TikTok. You should stop getting tattoos. You should start thinking a little bit. Thinking.
Blew up, and most of the comments are hate comments, and I shouldn't let them get to me, but I have been wanting to get this tattoo for so long.
She actually had to turn off comments because so much hate was flooding in about her new chest tattoos. And these tattoos are 2 American traditional style chrysanthemum flowers. And in the rest of this video, Kristen explains how these tattoos came to be. Because yes, these are 2 massive cover-ups. Back all the way in 2020, Kristen got the mandala in the center of her chest tattooed, along with these 2 original flower tattoos on each side. Kristen said the artist she went to for these made her feel weird, and she didn't want to continue with him.
So I found a new artist, and she just wanted to do a cover-up on the flowers, and we left the mandala. We did line work.
So you didn't feel comfortable with the male tattoo artist, so you went to a female to cover it up. And the female went too far, and they look like big blobs in the end from a distance. The finished product looks terrible. You should have stopped around here. You shouldn't have had them to begin with. Your whole chest, shoulder to shoulder, is covered in ink. And your boobs are below it somewhere, way down. You got boobs hanging somewhere. Anyway, it doesn't look great.
And then another session we did back shading, another session we did shading.
I really wish the cover-up artist would have stopped here. This is a great start to a cover-up. The size of the flowers is good, the thickness of the lines is good, it's bold, it's readable, and most importantly, there's still a lot of empty skin left in the petals and in some of the leaves. Unfortunately though, according to Kristen, they did another shading session where the cover-up artist was attempting to completely conceal the tattoo underneath with a whole bunch of extra shading. After all the shading, Kristen had to take a break from getting tattooed, and then a few years go by and they go over all of this with color, which results in our cover-up tattoo gone wrong.
So I finally made the appointment to get them colored, and I thought, like, it looks good, and I'm just so happy that they look like flowers now, and I like the colors, and everyone is saying that it looks like
The reason I feel like this tattoo is throwing so many people off is because there's virtually no skin breaks. We can take the roses on my shoulder for an example, because this is a very saturated area, similar to what Kristen has going on, but there's still a lot of places where my skin acts like the highlight color. And these breaks are key for tattoo readability from afar. That's why when Kristen stands back, we have absolutely no idea what we're looking at.
I'm going to replay that again because she's such a classy chick, this one, covered in the tattoos. When she stands back, you can see her camel toe in the shorts. You can see a camel toe. And then she's pulling her top down, and it looks like 2 blobs. It looks like just blobs, just piles of shit. People are saying it looks like shit from a distance, and it does. It does. It does. And you even have tattoos on your chubby knees, your chubby legs. Good for you. Good for you.
And the people that have told me some feedback say that it looks flat and there's no depth, and like, I get it, but this was like 4.5 hours of work, and you know, it was really starting to hurt. I think we just like did what we could.
So commenters have 1,000,001 ideas on how to remedy this situation. First, the general consensus is that the cover-up is not that bad and just needs a quick fix.
Little update, I have a consultation appointment with the same tattoo artist to, you know, give it some more work. A lot of suggestions said that the flowers feel flat and they need more dimension, some shading, highlights, whatever. A lot of people said to color in the mandala. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't planning on doing anything color-wise to the mandala, but I don't know. I'm gonna see what she says.
All right, great. Kristen's going back. They're gonna fix it. Everything's great, right? Well, no. Commenters are still not happy. They actually can't fathom Kristen goes back to the cover-up artist, even though they did just say the cover-up's not that bad.
Alright guys, tattoo update. I'm not someone that has too much pride. I can admit when I'm wrong. So many people suggested, like, go to someone else. And I was like, no. Like, I've been with this person from the start. And because it was a cover-up or process and whatever, I was like, yeah, it might not look perfect, but it's a cover-up. So, like, it takes sessions and you can only do so much with what you have. And I went back to my artist's portfolio, and it's not a lot of color, and maybe she does more than what she posts, but, yeah, I don't want to, like, nothing against her. I like her as a person. I'm not dragging her at all.
Kristen ends up ditching the cover-up artist. And honestly, I'm happy about that. Something that's really important in tattooing and in art in general is tone. Tone refers to how light or dark a color is, but when you're looking at a bunch of colors together, it can be tough to differentiate the tones. So what artists will do is they'll turn their color palette to grayscale to check their tones. Not only does Kristen's tattoo have no skin breaks, it also has no variation in tone. So that's why everybody hates it so much. That's why it looks so flat, because it is. That blue and that purple are the exact same tone. So Kristen's on the hunt for a new tattoo artist. And in the meantime, she's playing around with an eyeshadow palette to see if she can add dimension to this tattoo. And this ends up looking really great.
Isn't that crazy? Everyone thinks it's like f***ed, but it really doesn't need that much. Outline, shading, highlights, and that looks amazing. Now I'm like really excited to get this done finally.
Kristen was able to add a lot of dimension. It looks way better, especially compared to the other side. I wish working with tattoo ink could be as easy as...
It looked flat, it looked blobby. There were many issues with it. And she cried and cried, but people were trying to help her. People were trying to help her. And the way, I won't say all women, but many women are like her, the reaction is to cry. And now she's smiling, but she's taking the suggestions. This is the way women are. They get emotional, trying to help you, because it did look like shit. Did look like shit. Cover yourself in tattoos and nose rings and facial piercings, and you'll just be like everyone else. That's the way everyone is. That's the way most women are these days. Young women, I'll say under 35, almost all of them have tattoos. That's not all. It's almost all, though, that I see. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning. The Loving King. Yes, the Loving King. I'm trying to give good advice to young people. Exxon Valdez. Yeah, it's an oil spill. It looked horrible. Looked horrible. It was very flat, just a big blob. At a distance, you couldn't even tell it was flowers. It just looked like a dark blob. That's all it looked like. So the people on TikTok were actually telling her the truth, and she cried over the truth. She didn't want to hear it.
A classified United States Air Force film studio operated at 8935 Wonderland Avenue in Laurel Canyon from 1947 to 1969. Its official designation was the 1,352nd Motion Picture Squadron. During its 22 years of operation, the studio produced more than 600 classified films. The subjects included nuclear weapons testing at the Nevada test site, nuclear detonations at Bikini Atoll, military training, strategic planning, and psychological operations. The facility contained a full sound stage, a film laboratory capable of processing both 16mm and 35mm film, screening rooms, animation facilities, and a staff of professionals who were required to maintain a security clearance and were not permitted to discuss their work outside the building. At its peak, the studio employed approximately 250 people. It operated in secret inside an ordinary-looking residential building in a residential neighborhood at the top of a canyon. Jim Morrison lived a mile and a half away. Frank Zappa lived less than 2 miles away. David Crosby, Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, Graham Nash, Stephen Stills, John Phillips, and Cass Elliot all lived in the canyon below it. In 2014, writer David...
Good morning, Wendy. Good morning. For people that are joining now or just joining, I did a monologue at the beginning of this live stream. And I think I spoke for half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, on being the loving king. The loving king. I did a monologue at the start of this. So for people that joined at this time, maybe after the stream is over, you might want to go back and check out my loving king monologue. I don't do a lot of monologues anymore the way I used to on these live streams.
David McGowan published a book called Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, Laurel Canyon, Covert Ops, and the Dark Heart of the Hippie Dream. McGowan spent years documenting a pattern in the biographies of the musicians who gathered in Laurel Canyon during this period. A statistically unusual number of them came from military families. Not one or two. A list. Laurel Canyon is a narrow road that runs through the Santa Monica Mountains, connecting Hollywood to the San Fernando Valley. In the early 1960s, it was quiet, home to screenwriters, character actors, people who wanted to be close to the industry without being inside it. The houses were small and wooden and tucked behind trees. You couldn't see your neighbor's front door from your own. By 1965, something had shifted. The Byrds moved in, the Mamas and the Papas followed. Frank Zappa took over a building at 2401 Laurel Canyon Boulevard known as the Log Cabin and turned it into the headquarters for the Mothers of Invention. Jim Morrison rented a place on Rothdale Trail. Joni Mitchell settled into a cottage near the top. Cass Elliot, Neil Young, Stephen Stills, Graham Nash, Jackson Browne. By 1967, if you lived in the Upper Canyon, you were within walking distance of people who would spend the next decade redefining American music. What the canyon had was proximity. These musicians were not performing at the same...
I am the loving king, everyone. I am the loving king. And my life shows that. I'm the loving king. I don't want your daughters to turn out this way. Your daughters, your granddaughters, your nieces. This is what's going on. And people say, what? Yeah, a lot of people are living in a bubble. There's a lot of them like this now. There's a lot of them like this on YouTube, on social media, Facebook, Pinterest, TikTok, Instagram, out in public. And a lot of young men don't even know what they are. They're looking at these things going, what is that? Where did they come from? What species is that? It's hard to tell sometimes. Okay? And this is what's going on. You can shake your head in denial, but a lot of them are covered in tattoos, great big, huge, heavy gauge nose rings. Anything goes. Fake eyelashes. This is a screenshot. A lot of young, we don't even, like men, not just young, but any age, we don't even know what they are anymore. You've turned into something where women aren't even women anymore. You're not even women. We don't know what you are. Piercings everywhere, pin cushions, shaving your heads bald, tattooing the tops of your heads, your necks, tattooing your faces. Doesn't have to be every woman. Doesn't have to be every single woman. It's so many of you. Why are you so mental? And I'm speaking to you as an entire gender. Why? What's going on? What can I help you with? I'm the loving king. I'm the loving king. What can I help you with? Can I help you with something? Do you have a problem? Do you have issues that need a man's help? Is there something wrong? Because there seems to be some kind of mental illness that's rampant, I would say with most women. Some kind of trauma showing here. What's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Why are you covering yourselves in ink head to toe and huge nose rings? I am the loving king. I'm here to try to help you. This is a different girl. This isn't the same one. Some would say they look similar with the eyelashes, fake eyelashes, but the tattoos different. This one doesn't have near as many tattoos, but she's got the stretched out ears. She's got kind of like fangs or spikes or something through the nose, and then a nose ring at the side, a gold one, it looks like. So she has at least 3 nose rings. One isn't even enough. She has the eyebrows pierced vertically. She has piercings through her cheeks, right through the cheeks. I'd bet money her tongue is probably pierced. Okay. Oh, it's almost, it's beyond rare. They have to be not even young women to be without tattoos. They have to be minors, because it's like every woman, even 15-year-olds are covered in tattoos here. It's trashy. They're just covered. And it's so common. And all these fake eyelashes that look like the spider's legs. You know right away it's all fake. It's just, I guess it's trendy to be fake. She even has the bridge of the nose pierced. She's got horizontal piercings, verticals, just piercings galore. Why? Is there something I can help you with? Are you having mental breakdowns? What's wrong with modern women? They aren't women anymore. What happened to you? You're ruining yourselves. What happened to you? What's going on with you? I am the loving king. I'm not here to mock you, but you're looking trashy. There's a GIF I want to share with you. Take a look.
Venues or signed to the same labels. They were neighbors. They walked into each other's houses uninvited. They slept on each other's floors. They played on each other's records before either party was famous enough for it to matter. The creative exchange that happened there was built on physical closeness in a way that could not have been designed or replicated. Cass Elliott's house was the center of it. The house was at 7708 Woodrow Wilson Drive. It had been built in 1951 for the parents of Natalie Wood, who grew up there. Cass bought it in the mid-1960s when the mamas and the papas were beginning to make money, and she ran it on a logic that was entirely her own. "My house is a very free house," she told a journalist at the time. "People don't come without calling, but on an afternoon, especially on weekends, I always get a lot of delicatessen food in, because I know David is going to come over for a swim and things are going to happen." According to journalist Michael Walker's account in Laurel Canyon, inside the story of rock and roll's legendary neighborhood, Cass hosted gatherings after midnight nearly every night that brought together people from every corner of that community, famous and unknown sitting on the same floor. Walker describes it as a social organism without hierarchy. Photographer Henry Diltz, who documented the canyon during this period, described Cass's role in terms that went further than hospitality. He called her the Gertrude Stein of Laurel Canyon, someone who understood instinctively which two people in a room needed to know each other, and made it happen before they knew they needed it. On February 25th, 1968, Cass hosted a backyard picnic that Diltz documented in photographs. Eric Clapton was in Los Angeles with Cream and didn't know anyone. Cass had crossed paths with him at a television appearance and invited him to the canyon. Diltz's account, she invited David Crosby, thinking that he and Clapton were both musicians and would relate to one another. Crosby brought a young woman he had recently met, Joni Mitchell. Mitchell sat on the grass and played guitar. Clapton, according to Diltz, sat there mesmerized. She was playing with the guitar tuned to an open chord, a technique Clapton had not seen before. That same afternoon, or around the same period, Cass introduced Graham Nash to David Crosby and Stephen Stills. Graham Nash tells the story of what came next this way. He was staying at Joni Mitchell's house. He came downstairs one morning and found Crosby and Stills in the living room already playing. He stood there for a moment, and when there was space, he added his voice. Nash's description of that first moment, as he told it to journalists over the years, was that it sounded like something he had never heard. The people in the room with him had been put in each other's path by a woman on Woodrow Wilson Drive. Nash put it this way in Walker's account. She was this incredible mother figure. I keep imagining this huge, beautiful chicken gathering all her little chicks under her wings and making sure they're all cool, that this one is talking to that one, and this one knows what that one's doing. That social organism produced some of the most lasting music of the 20th century. You cannot understand why Laurel Canyon matters without accounting for the creative output, because the music is the entire reason the story has weight. In 1965, the Byrds released Mr. Tambourine Man. Produced by Terry Melcher, we will come back to him, and recorded at Columbia Studios in Hollywood, it introduced something that had not existed before. Folk music, run through a 12-string electric Rickenbacker, layered with close 3-part harmony. Bob Dylan, who had written the title track, reportedly heard the Byrds' version and was moved by what they had done to his song. The record established the Byrds as the first band of the Canyon era and set a template that almost everyone who followed them would borrow from. The Buffalo Springfield emerged from the same community. Neil Young and Stephen Stills were essentially neighbors during 1966 and 1967. In 1966, at the height of the Sunset Strip curfew riots, which pitted young people against law enforcement outside the clubs on the Strip, Stills sat down and wrote For What It's Worth in approximately 15 minutes. It became one of the most recognized anti-establishment recordings in American history. CSNY came next. Nash, Crosby, and Stills recorded Deja Vu in 1970. Rolling Stone
Hello. 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 Audio check. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Fry the Demons Day. Audio check. I had to restart this. Hopefully the audio's good. Let me know if the audio is okay. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. 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 Can't see the comments. Having some technical issues. This has been a strange stream. I had to... it's been some technical issues here. Audio is good. Thank you. Okay, it looks like I can see your comments now, finally. Earlier, I lost my connection with fiber for some reason. Fiber optic connection went down. Had to restart it. It's been some weirdness this stream for some reason. I don't know why.
One, two, three, go!
So is the goal for young women to be more unattractive to men? Is that the goal these days?
One, two, three, go! One, two, three, go!
These are the dancing Jews. Look at this. These Jews. Tiny hats. Look at this. Look at this.
One, two.
Let's play some real music, not some Shabbat tiny hat crap. Let's play some real music.
Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking streams, Viking dreams, Viking adventures. Waters pure, crystal clear for us here. Waters pure, my compass steers us true and sure, true and sure. Valhalla for me and you, sword swords of truth, honor and beauty. Viking seas, Viking ships, Viking skies, and death to this world's wretched, wicked lies. Lies! This world is lies. See with your raven eyes. See with your spiritual eyes. This world is lies. Lies. Wave goodbye. Erase this place. We will sail far away.
Hello, hello, good morning. Good morning, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Know thyself, know thyself, know thyself. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true in a world that's false. Stay true, know thyself, know thyself. Stay true, stay true. Thyself, know thyself, know thyself. This is hell. Protect your spirit. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true. Stay true. thyself, know thyself. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true, stay true.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I am the Raven King. I can do anything, and I am the loving King. So what do I mean by loving? For the ones who have just tuned in recently during this stream, my Mirage, Wendy, and some others perhaps lurking, I began this stream with a monologue about being the loving King and what that means to be the loving King. Loving, caring, concern, trying to protect others. I did a monologue speaking about how certain people have said to me in my lifetime, they've said to me, why do you care? And it reminds me of something I've seen Billboard Chris go through in public when he's holding the sandwich board that talks about being against children getting sterilized and given hormones. Their bodies altered from hormones. And people walk up to Billboard Chris in the streets. He's traveled to various countries, whether he's in Vancouver, Canada, or in America, or Europe. He's been to Australia. He's been everywhere. He's been to Europe, to Spain. And they've said to Chris, why do you care? Why do you care about this? Do you have trans kids? Well, he cares because it's child abuse. He has children, but his children are not trans. He has at least 2 little girls. And I saw them in one video. He doesn't show them often. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a wise, smart thing, not to put your children on YouTube videos. But they've been out sometimes with him when he's out there with the sandwich board. Anyway, why does he care? Because it's child abuse. That's why. Why do I care what's happening in Europe, what happened in Spain, what's going on in Great Britain with hundreds of thousands of women and children, mostly women and children abused? There could be some men included. It's mostly women and girls, but there were some boys as well. It's not 100% female. What's my point? They claim it's 250,000 at least. It might be 500,000. It might be 1 million. It might be over 1 million. Why do I care? Well, does it need to be next door to me for me to care? How does that make sense? See, what I'm saying is, I know when someone says, why do you care? That they're a being or a demon without care, because they can't fathom why someone else would care. They'll say, it's not you. Why do you care? Well, why do beings get cared for at a hospital and somebody comes in and they cut themselves with a chainsaw, or they got shot or stabbed, or they're in a car accident, a car wreck, and they were crushed and they're wheeled in? Why do people care for them? It's not them. See, the logic is really evil and twisted of these beings that say, why do you care? And they have this puzzled look on their face, this baffled look, or as I was saying earlier, it's baffling to them, as you might say. Justin from Born Into a Corrupt System channel says it's baffling, and he put the hand on his chin. He did this forced pose that was so fucking phony. It's baffling to these creatures why someone would care, especially about something going on that's not on their doorstep. Why do I care if there's a disaster in America? Well, you're not. You might be standing in Canada. I might be in America. I might be in Michigan. I might be somewhere else in America. I've been all over America. I've been to Florida. I've been up and down the East Coast, the American South. West Coast, Midwest, Minneapolis, Minnesota years ago, been to Seattle, been to all parts of California except Northern, everywhere else in California, from the cities right down to Southern California, San Diego. And it was beautiful back then in the early 2000s, before 2010, okay? It was still beautiful back then. I wouldn't go there now. But it's baffling to these people. Why do you care? Why would I care about children in hospitals that are dying of leukemia? It's not you, they'd say. Do you have a child that's dying of leukemia? No? Well, then why do you care? That's their attitude, these creatures. They can't understand. It's alien to them. It's foreign. It's like aliens dropping down out of the sky. This is just an example. I'm not saying that I believe in this at all. But it's kind of like they just can't figure it out. They can't understand. And I noticed that Billboard Chris goes through that quite often. And I think he makes a mistake of giving them a chance and really taking them seriously. He'll say because it's one of the biggest child abuse scandals in modern history, which is true. It is one of them, for sure. In terms of medicine, at least, medical field. But Chris and others, we're speaking to beings that can't care. You can't endow them with care and compassion and concern for others, and they don't care. They don't have that in them. Okay? So I might as well catch a fish in a river, and when I have the fish and it can't breathe out of water, saying, well, I don't care. I'm just going to leave it out of water and show it on video like some people do. And they show the fish, and the fish is gasping because it has gills. It can't breathe air. It has to breathe water, right? And then me say to the fish, well, fish, you should be able to fly away. Well, it can't. It doesn't have wings. It has fins and gills and fish scales. It's built for the water. It's designed to live underwater, not on the land and not in the air. So I don't expect beings that have no care to start caring. I don't think I can endow them with care, with the ability to care, the trait of caring. I don't think it's within them. I don't think they can be taught that. I don't think they can be fixed. I don't think they can be changed. I don't assume they can. I would be shocked and stunned if they could. To me, that would be a real life miracle to witness. A being that goes from having no care and not even understanding why others care. Like, why do you care? And the look on their face is confusion. Why do you care about that? You don't live there, they'll say. You don't live in Great Britain. You don't live in Spain. Why do you care if there's 60, 100,000, 500,000 could arrive, land on the shores of Spain, these invaders from third world countries that are going there to grape with glee in their eyes? Why do you care, they say? Well, I'm in the same realm as these people, and they're my people. That's why I care. I don't want innocent people harmed, destroyed, violated, brutalized, robbed, beaten, old people punched and given black eyes and knocked out on the street, and their purses, old ladies having their purses grabbed or their wallets stolen of old men. I don't want that. I don't want that in this entire realm. It doesn't have to be on the soil right outside my door for me to care. It could be thousands of kilometers away, thousands of miles away. It could be down under in Australia or Tasmania or New Zealand. I don't want that happening. I don't want children to be brutalized, sexually stalked, kidnapped, molested, raped, tortured, murdered. I don't want that. I want to speak against that. And I do care about that going on. If you put a gun in my face and said, stop caring, stop speaking about it on YouTube and in person, stop talking about it, shut up about it, never speak about it again. If some demon did that, I'd say, fuck you. Pull the trigger then, coward. You're not going to silence me. You're not going to threaten me. You're not going to bully me. You're not going to shame me and go, oh, you're a weirdo for caring. It's not your country. It isn't weird to care. It isn't cool to be careless and cold and evil. That's not cool. That's what Hollywood pushes. But that isn't cool. And I'm sick of the beings in this realm that don't care. They only give a shit about themselves. And they show it on their misery channels. They show it in person. I don't give as many monologues anymore, but once in a while I do. There's a lack of care in this realm that has developed in recent decades and recent generations. There's a ceremony, an occult, a dark occult ceremony, which occult means secret, hidden, at Bohemian Grove with a giant owl, Moloch, called the cremation of care. And they're burning care, cremating care. They want to destroy the ability to care in this realm. That's what that's about. Destroy it in themselves, these so-called world leaders, these tech company billionaires, and others. Politicians, the middlemen, the servants of the billionaires. They go there and they celebrate the cremation of care, and they burn it in effigy. Because they want to be without care. That's their goal. To be without care or carefree. To be without care where they could massacre millions in a country and just shrug their shoulders, so what? Or enslave 1 billion in a country and not care at all. Care about that less than stepping on maybe a wasp on the ground or something. They have no care. And that is their goal. They're trying for that. And they're trying to make the masses into them, being more like them, without care for life, for others, for suffering, no care for suffering, and those that suffer and are diseased, and those that are attacked and brutalized criminally, sexually assaulted, and everything else. And it's sickening. It's this world. It's not because I want it. I don't want it this way. It's becoming more evil. I'm pointing out what I observe. I'm not making the realm more evil. This is where dummies get confused, thinking, well, Stephen must be doing this. The paranoid beings on YouTube. I observe and then I comment on what I see. When I see freaky things in a video, I comment. When someone's face disappears or part of it disappears, glitches out, looks like a hologram, I comment. I comment when I see brutality and evil invasions. And that's what's going on in this realm. There shouldn't be a limit or a boundary or a border on care. You shouldn't say, well, this is happening in Spain. Why should I care? I don't live there. Well, you're in the same realm. And some of you are the same type of being as the ones in Spain. I don't just mean Spanish heritage. I mean human beings. You identify as humans, some of you. I don't. But I still care about them. I don't identify as human. I think human being is something created by the system and by the ones running this system. And they want us all to believe that we're just from here. And I'm not from here. I've said that from early childhood onward. I'm not from here. I'm not a human being. I walk in eternity, Doctor Who said in the either the late 60s or early 70s, one of those Doctor Who characters, different people played Doctor Who. But he said that, which reminds me of William Blake and things Blake wrote about. The great poet, the great English artist, painter, poet, William Blake, visionary, seer, wrote about eternity. I'm not a human being. I walk in eternity. And I do. That stuck with me all this time. It makes perfect sense to me. It doesn't end here with this body. This body's getting worn out, my body. I'm aging. It's getting worn out. I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it. As David Icke says, It's just a vehicle, mate. It's just a vehicle. It's just a vehicle. And it is just a vehicle. It is. His David Icke voice and his expressions. Even when he's happy, he looks angry. Something about that guy has the lizard energy, the lizard eyes, the snake eyes, and the furrowed brow, the 11 grooves dug into it above his nose. The 11 between the eyes, so deep, you could put quarters in there. Like putting quarters in a machine. The little slots would hold quarters in his forehead. It's just a vehicle, mate. In many ways, it is. My body's not eternal. My body ages because of this realm of decay, age, decay, time. The construct of time in this realm, which is artificial. Time is artificial. So is art, by the way. Art, artificial. Art is not the natural world. It's kind of a reproduction, recreation, using materials and human hands. If I do a painting, that's not nature. That's a representation. So by definition, it's artificial. That's what art is. So when people say, oh, he's using artificial tools, AI, or he's using a computer to make computer art, or he's using this or this tool, all art is artificial when you really think about it. Even if you take natural materials, you'd make art out of sand. There's some that make art out of sand. You're still artificially manipulating it with your hands to do something that nature doesn't do. You're making a drawing, let's say, of a face or a scene. Well, that doesn't happen in nature, really. So we're manipulating materials and tools to create something artistic, which is artificial. Artificial doesn't necessarily mean bad. It's tainted as a word. Many people say artificial flavors, artificial sweeteners, but art itself is artificial. The music I make, whether it's my singing voice or using AI to do the instruments or using a soundboard or a studio, a music studio in Hollywood, or plugging in a guitar into an amplifier, that's all artificial. Electricity. It's not natural. Think about it. A guitar is not natural. It has to be designed and built by humans. Strings put on it. It's really not natural. It's artificially created sound. It's not sounds that you'll find in nature. You're not going to walk out into the desert or into the woods or a jungle one day and hear an electric guitar and it's birds doing that sound, or you know what I'm saying? It's artificial. Even music. All right. So think about it. Now, does some sound more natural than others? Sure. Sure. But people just bitch and complain until it's normalized. People used to bitch and complain about electric guitars. Are you aware of that? They raged against Bob Dylan when he plugged in a fucking guitar and went from a folk singer with an acoustic guitar to using some electric guitar music. They thought that was horrible. They thought that was sacrilege, as though he had betrayed them somehow and hurt them. A lot of humans are that way. I think humans are very limited. I really do. And I'm not saying that to be hurtful or mean. It's what I see. I see that. A lot want to control others. They want to say, you can't do this, or he sucks, or his voice sucks, or you hate my music, or his music shit. There's a lot of people on YouTube saying that because they're biased against me and they're very spiteful, angry little demons. That's the way humans are. It's not just a few demons. It's the way a lot of humans are that way. But the human term or human being term does put people in a box, and they enjoy it. That's the thing, Mind Mirage. It's not like people oppose it and say, don't put me in a box. Most people are fine being called human beings. They're fine being called sheep. They're fine being called slaves. They could sit in a church pew and the priest could say, you're sheep, you're slaves. And they'd smile and applaud and nod their heads in agreement. They're fine not only being limited, but being mocked and ridiculed. They're fine with it. Most humans don't have a backbone. Sorry, They don't have a backbone. They're on their knees as slaves. Whether they're religious or not, they're still on their knees to something. They want something above them. They want rulers, masters. They want priests and gods above them. Or the atheists worship science like it's a religion. They're proud of it. They view science as their religion. They view scientists as gods and deities and leaders and masters and rulers and priests. They always have something, though. Most humans are always a slave to something. Slaves to minds, slaves to deities, slaves to the imaginary, slaves to masters, slaves to tyrants, slaves to brutal psychos. Slaves and more slaves. They love it. They just love it. And that's why they rage against beings like me that are rebellious and mischievous and playful and reject labels and reject so-called leaders and reject putting beings on pedestals and having gods and getting down on my bony knees and worshiping. And I don't do that. There's nothing above me spiritually. And that angers people. That offends people. That makes people insecure and angry, spiteful, and violent sometimes. They make threats towards me. Oh, God's going to burn you in the lake of fire, they say, some Christians. Really? Really? And that's where I came up with, I'm going to take your God by the scruff of its neck, the thing you call a God, it's a monster, and I'm going to burn its face off in the lake of fire. And Mushroom Coyote repeats that years later. I said that about 3 years ago, and they still repeat it because they can't take it. That just really disturbs them. That the thing they worship, I've said I'm going to burn its face right off. I don't care if you're Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist. I don't care. You're slaves. You're slaves. And how am I going to respect you? Well, the thing is, I can't. I can't respect slaves. And that's all most people want. They want me to treat them nicely. They want me to pretend that they're not demons and evil and slaves and supportive of tyrants and evil. I won't pretend. I know what most of you are by what you support, not just by your words. You can say all kinds of words and pretend to be a loving hippie and all that bullshit. But your behavior shows what you are. And your behavior almost never matches up with your human words. Almost never. I've never met a religious person that's as good as they pretend to be. Almost always they're evil. And part of what shows they're evil is they're worshiping evil. They're worshiping monsters that boast about wiping out humanity in the Old Testament, in the Torah, as it's known, sometimes known. It's known various ways. The Torah, Old Testament. And why are you Christians following a Jewish book? Why do Christians sometimes say they're Judeo-Christian? Makes no sense. Jews don't believe in Jesus as a Messiah. Christians do. You're at odds there. There's conflict. It's retarded, and yet people believe it. Just like they believe, well, they're all Abrahamic religions. Jews, Christians, Muslims. All goes back to one being called Abraham. It's a joke. It's laughable. Laughable. There's no way to coexist. Anyway, it's remarkable the way people are. And how are people? How do I mean? Most walking this earth are slaves. Mental, physical, spiritual slaves. And they also want to be slaves beyond death, beyond bodily death. Out of body, they still want to be slaves, worshiping things that they believe are higher than them, better than them, more powerful than them, holier than them. They have these beliefs. They want to be slaves for eternity. So people are like, how come you can't relate to people, Stephen? Well, I can't relate to a slave mindset because I'm a free spirit. I'm not a slave. I'm not a slave. And most of you human beings love to be called whatever your masters want to call you. And you smile. You're smiling slaves. Smiling depressed slaves. In most cases, you're depressed. You're not really happy. You're not really loving beings. You're not really stable-minded beings or stable emotionally. A lot of you are fucked up. You're heavily medicated in some way or another. You self-medicate with alcohol or with drugs, street drugs, heroin or fentanyl or painkillers or weed or something. Or antipsychotics from Big Pharma, or antidepressants, or something. Most of you are fucked up. You'll do anything to avoid facing the truth, including medicating yourselves and going to churches and being slaves. You're not strong enough to face things that I faced long ago when I was younger. I know most beings in this realm are not as strong as me. I don't have to guess. I know they're not. Spiritually, they're not. And they also can't handle massive attacks by thousands the way I can. And I can handle it easily. I know I'm not like you. That's something that jumps out at me. It's as obvious to me as walking around somewhere in a forest and looking down and there's a snail, and then turning in another direction and there's a huge mountain. I know the snail isn't the mountain. I know you're not like me. You're as different from me, most of you human beings on earth, as a snail is from a mountain. And a mountain is different from a hawk or a falcon soaring high. Not the same thing. And we're not the same thing. And a lot of you just judge by the surface. You're surface-minded zombies. You look at the surface and say, like a retard or like a tigga, they have skin, you have skin. They have blood, we all bleed red. And it's all this simpleton shit that people go by. We all bleed red. Are we, just because we bleed red, are we genetically the same physically? No, we're not. Does that mean that we're the same spiritually? No, of course not. If two things are standing on the same soil, an elephant is standing there and an ant is at its feet, does it mean they're the same because they're standing on the exact same patch of soil? No, they're not the same. And this is how simple most humans are, though. Oh, we all have skin. We have fingers, toes. It's like talking to cavemen. We all bleed red. We all bleed red. We all, our skull's all the same in our brain. And it's like you're repeating shit that isn't even true. Skulls aren't the same. Same shape. They're different. African from European is different. Skull size, and skull shape. And brain mass, brain volume is different too. From an African to a European, from a white man to a white woman. It's different. My brain is 10 to 15% larger than the average woman because I'm male. Do women know this? Probably not. Most women don't know. They've measured brain sizes for not just one, two, but hundreds and hundreds and thousands of humans to come up with an average. Men are bigger physically on average. Skull is bigger and brain is bigger as well. And they'll let on, oh, that doesn't matter though. It matters with all the animals, brain size, but when it comes to humans, oh no, the brain, if your brain's 15% larger, it doesn't matter, they'll say, because they don't want to offend women and have women crying and screaming about the data and about what science sees. It hurts feelings of women. Feelings matter more than truth in this realm. They know women are like children and they'll cry over it and get angry and say that's sexist, that the measurements are sexist, that biology is, everything's sexist to most women. Everything is. They'll complain to women about having periods, saying, well, men, you don't have to have these. Well, I didn't design your body. Why are you angry at me? That's what I've said to certain women. I didn't design women's bodies. What are you angry at me for? And they pause and huff and they just want to be angry. They're not in control of themselves. Their emotions rule them. It's almost like entities rule them. That's what it looks like when a man is very calm and stable and observing this. It looks like entities rule them. And being calm is a superpower in a storm. It's like being calm in the eye of the storm. And everything around you can be storming and going to hell and chaotic and getting destroyed. And if you remain calm, everything's okay. Spiritually is what I'm speaking about. But I would say that to any woman. What are you angry with me for? I didn't create your reproductive system. I didn't give you periods. I didn't design you. I want my rib back. They say that you were born of Adam's rib. I want my rib back. Give me my rib back. You didn't earn it. I think certain women are tired of being kissed up to and pandered to and treated like they can do no wrong. Some are starting to get tired of it. Too many men have done that for too long. Certain women find it refreshing when a man like me comes along and just tells the truth. Whether it upsets you, hurts your feelings, truth is truth. And I think it is refreshing for certain women in this realm. Not all women, of course. Karens hate it. Snowflake Karens hate it, of course. But some women do find it refreshing. Some women even find it attractive, not necessarily sexually attractive, but attractive to find a man that'll just tell it like it is, unapologetically, and not walk on eggshells and worry about hurting people's feelings. Does it mean I'm setting out to hurt feelings? No. But sometimes feelings get hurt when you speak the truth. That's the way it works. If you want liars, they're plentiful. They're abundant in this realm. You could pay liars every day of your life for the rest of your life and not run out. There's that many of them. They're very common. They're all over YouTube. There's liars you can go to in person and get fake psychic readings, fake astrology readings, fake tarot card readings, all sorts of things like that. There's charlatans, liars, fake religions, fake cults, phonies, fake life coaches, fake YouTubers on YouTube channels. You'll never run out. You could spend all your money on liars if you want. Or you could listen to some truth that might be uncomfortable at first. See, that's what you could do for free. Because I won't ever ask you for money. I won't ever ask you to give me something for what I'm giving you. I'm giving you something. And I'm aware of it as I'm doing it. I'm not boasting, but I'm just aware of the exchange, the energy exchange, the ideas, what I'm handing out. I know it's valuable. I know it's alchemical gold. That's what I call spiritual wisdom. Alchemical gold. Because real spiritual wisdom is care, and it is protective. It is caring to hand out spiritual wisdom to other beings. It's a form of care. It's a form of care. It's trying to help. That's what it is. A lot of the channels that get angry with me are angry because they're selling you crap for shekels. And they see me as a threat because they're saying, he's ruining our business. He's handing out something meaningful and spiritual for free, whereas we're charging money for absolute shit. So they view it as a threat. They're threatened by me, these creatures. And they are not in my league. And that should be obvious to all at this point. It should be obvious that they're not in my league. And that's not an ego comparison. It's just not it's not an egotistical comparison. It's not me saying it out of ego. It's me saying it very simply and plainly because it's true, it's obvious, it's observable. It's easy to see. Just as it should be easy for you to see when you go out. Let's say you're a woman, one of my female viewers, you're a grown woman, and you go out, and there are women that you probably don't relate to at all. You can see instantly, not just their looks, but their feel, they don't come across the way you do spiritually. They come across as when magnets repel. When they repel each other, they push away. There's that weird feeling between where it's not attraction, it's repulsion. It's repelling, it's repellent. And you don't want to be near them because of their energy. I'm certain women, I'm not a woman, but I'm certain women could feel this too. Intuition and just your spirit feeling, I don't want to be near that one, them, that woman, that group, that women there. There's 2 or 3 standing together. And I bet women have this intuition where they say, whatever that energy is, I don't want to be near it. It might even make you sick. Not throwing up on the floor or the ground, but a sick feeling in you, in your chest, in your stomach, where you just don't want to be near it. You know they're not like you. And it's not racist. It's not snobby. It's not bigoted. It's not classist. It's not because, oh, I'm middle class or I'm upper middle class, whatever class you're in Britain, Canada, United States, not just Britain. And oh, they're lower class. It's not that. It's something else. It's your feeling of they're nothing like me, and they're just, I don't want to be near whatever that energy is. And you just kind of avoid it. Maybe you avoid it in line or a supermarket, a grocery store, or a cafe, or you're in a shop somewhere. Maybe you're clothes shopping and it's a fairly big place. So you can stay in that shop and avoid them and not be within meters of them, or 15 or 20 feet in America, feet instead of meters, right? 20 feet would be about almost 7 meters, where you can just stay away from them. It's sense detected in your body. Yeah, you feel it in your body. I think you feel it in your body, but you can feel it in your spirit too. Your body feels it. You can sense it. You can feel it on your skin and inside your body, maybe in your organs, maybe deep in your chest, or maybe in the pit of your stomach. You feel it and you just, I don't want to be near that. And you stay away. You avoid them without thinking too much. You don't have to stand there thinking for 10 minutes. It's automatic. We do it automatically. We do it very naturally, I'll say, easily, immediately. Instantaneously, you feel it and go, and you don't even have to say, I'm not doing this. You just wander away. I've done this myself. And I suspect other men and women do this. Because you realize, whatever they are, they're not like you. And it's not you hating them, saying, they're not like me, therefore I hate them. That's what demons try to spin it as, and leftists. They'll say, you hate, that's why, Stephen, because you hate. No, I just don't want to be around evil energy. Not that I hate. I don't want to be around evil energy, or that sickening dark energy, or the ones that it just seems there's something off. There's something really spiritually off, really wrong. I don't want to be near it. I don't want to be infected by it. I don't want to be near that. Whatever entity they are, whatever entities they have, I don't want to be near it. That isn't hate. That's protecting myself. That's protecting my spirit. Protecting this. And I'm patting my body, but I mean what's inside. Me, my essence. Me kind of smacking my chest there over my heart. Over my heart. Over my heart. It's a preference and it's protection. It's just, we do have choices. And we can choose. There's nothing wrong with that at all. At all. In fact, quite the opposite. I think it's wise to protect yourself, to protect your spirit, to protect your body, to protect your energy, to protect your mind. That's up to you. It's within your rights as a living, conscious being to say, I don't want to be near that, and wander away. Or leave the store, leave the area, maybe get in your car and say, there's just too much of this here, and drive away and say, some other day, maybe I'll come back here, maybe I won't. That is perfectly within your rights as a sovereign being to decide that. And to not let them get too close to you. You perceive them as a threat. You perceive them as evil or sickening or whatever it is. Maybe you get a sick feeling where it's in your stomach and it just feels, you get a nauseous feeling or nauseous, as we would say in Canada, nauseous. But it's nausea, and it just makes you like a smell that makes you feel sick. It's kind of like that, sensing it. And you might not even be able to smell them yet. They might not smell bad, but it's kind of like that. It's a comparison. It's an analogy to a smell that kind of can make you feel sick. Maybe a certain chemical smell or cleaning smell, or you're driving by somewhere, a treatment plant, it stinks, or a skunk. A whole bunch of skunk spraying that smell can make me feel sick. It can be very strong. It can make your eyes burn and water, like chopping onions. It can be that thick in the air. Some people don't know, but you get around somewhere where there's a bunch of skunks that sprayed, it can be really thick. The air it's gross. It's sickening. It could be very strong, pungent odor that's just terrible. And it really stinks. But it stinks in a way that other things don't stink in the same way. It's hard to describe, but it's a sickening type of smell. Okay. Now, lifting the lid off a septic tank can stink, but I'd say a skunk could make me more sick than that. Maybe not one skunk, but a bunch, 3 or 4 that sprayed, and it's just so strong. I can't even tell you how strong it can be. For people that that live somewhere where they don't have any skunks around, you're lucky, because they really can stink. And it's awful. It's awful. And you're just waiting for it to go away or get out of the area if you're outdoors. It really can reek. And it's always at night, by the way. They're out at night, unless they're rabid. And then you'll see one during the day. You shouldn't be seeing skunks wandering around during the day. But you might be wandering right past them and not know. They might be in the bushes somewhere. They have to hide somewhere and sleep somewhere. They don't just disappear when it's daylight. But anyway, you'll only see them mostly at night. Anyway, spirits can be like that. Some spirits can make you sick. Just being near them. They're noxious. They're odorous, odious. Oh no. Oh gosh, your dog killed a skunk. It must have been spraying as it was getting attacked or dying. Horrible. Was your dog covered in that stuff, the skunk spray? My goodness, you got to wash them in tomato soup or go to a vet and get something to de-skunk them. Horrible. I was always worried about my dog getting sprayed when I had a dog for many years. That was a big worry of mine. Terrible smell. Ugh. That's one of the smells I hate the worst. Burning rubber is another smell. If you've ever smelled burning rubber, like in a vacuum cleaner, or maybe outside of a factory where maybe there was a fire and there was burning rubber, burning tires. Oh, it stinks. Burning rubber it'll give me a headache. Burning rubber, I hate that stench. Like a vacuum cleaner, the belt or something burns in it, and it's that burnt rubber stink. Oh, it's horrible. That gave me one of the worst headaches of my life when I was moving a sister out of a place one time, and she was vacuuming and vacuuming away and just oblivious like a zombie, and it just stunk up the place. Her place stunk like burning rubber. And we had to move the stuff out and leave. Like, it was just stupid. It's like it caused me one of the worst headaches. That's what I got for helping move furniture. was a massive headache from burning rubber. Her whole condo stunk. And it was a high-rise condo, like, I don't know, 27th floor or 24th floor or something. And it just stunk. It's gross. Burning oil is another one. If you've ever been to oil fields, there are some in Ontario where there are those old-fashioned. Petrolia is a town where they first discovered oil under the ground. They have these old, I forget what they're called, oil wells, but they have a certain name for them. And they're 100 years old, and it stinks when they're pumping that oil out of the ground. It smells. It's another smell I don't like. Not gasoline, not petrol, but oil out of the ground. Petrolia is a town in Ontario, Canada. It's actually a pretty little town. And there's some areas around Petrolia. There's certain areas in the country, southwestern Ontario. Canada's Victorian oil town. These old Victorian buildings. It's actually a lovely little place. But outside of the town, there's there and other places you can smell. Farmers have oil pumps in their fields. This is Petrolia. Petrolia. I'm teaching you something here, people, today. Oil stinks. There's other places. It's not just Petrolia. There's other small little places. Even one near a drive-in. There's a place called, I think it's called Shipka. We used to call it Shitka. Shitka. As kids, we'd make fun of the name. And it stinks. Because right before you get there are fields with oil. And they're pumping the oil out of the fields. It really smells. And another one, I know I'm giving a few here. Maybe I have more smells that bother me than others. But a dog food, pet food factory. There's a town that used to drive through, driving on the way to one of my sister's cottages. It was about halfway there, maybe a quarter to a third of the way there. Somewhere, not near her cottage though, many, many, many miles away. Because it was hundreds of miles drive to her cottage. She had a beautiful cottage on one of the Great Lakes, right on the lake. We grew up with a family cottage on a river that went to a Great Lake. But one of my sisters ended up buying a cottage right on one of the Great Lakes. Lakefront. You could walk down the stairs and go right into one of the biggest freshwater lakes on earth and swim. With your own private little swimming area. It was beautiful. But partway there was a dog food or pet food factory. It stank. The whole town, it was right in a town. It wasn't even outside of a town where maybe some days they'd get a breeze and a whiff of it. No, it was right in there. Houses around it, businesses. I don't know how people live there. They must get used to it and stop smelling it eventually because it stank really bad. You drive through a pet food place, it reeks. It reeks. Anyway, bad smells kind of makes me think of bad spirits because you can detect them from a distance, or at least I can. Maybe some of you can't. Maybe some of you can't detect these creatures from a distance. Maybe some people that tune into my channel just don't know what I mean. But there's a spiritual signature where they stink. They're sickening. They might not have an odor, but they're repellent. I don't want to be near them. That's not wrong at all. In fact, that's right. To acknowledge your instincts and intuition and listen to your own spirit instead of ignore it and pretend. You should be listening to your spirit.
I was aware that like I was the source that
Listen to your spirit. Stay true to your spirit. I wrote a song about that recently. Maybe I'll write one about listening to your spirit, paying attention. Some people get very upset when I say pay attention. Callie used to, she raged for many, many months after she left my channel saying, I hate when he says pay attention. Well, attention is very meaningful, very powerful, very important to pay attention, and to pay attention to your spirit. Spiritual signature, yes, like spiritual fingerprints, a spiritual energy, a spiritual frequency. And it's not just for recognizing bad spirits, it's also for good spirits. And I'll tell you what I mean. Out of body, Wendy won't look the way that I remember Wendy's face to look. Mind Mirage won't look like Mind Mirage. You won't have a body, but I'll still know you. I'll be able to feel you and know you by your spirit. Your spiritual energy, your spiritual signature is more recognizable than a signature on paper. I will know you by your spirit. I realize other channels don't talk about this stuff. They don't know anything. They're just saying things for shekels. That's all they're doing. They haven't actually thought and studied spiritual things. They haven't done it. They don't care about the truth. And they mostly don't even talk about anything spiritual on other channels. They're just either miserable or pushing lies for shekels. If you notice, there's a huge overwhelming pattern with YouTube channels doing that. It's mostly what they do. But we all have a spiritual signature. There's nothing wrong with difference. There's nothing wrong with uniqueness. There's nothing wrong with you being you. There's nothing wrong with Wendy being Wendy, Mind Mirage being Mind Mirage, Maryse being Maryse, Joe, Moonnest being Joe, Salty Siren being Salty Siren. There's nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, the opposite is true from it being wrong. It's right to be your own being. It is right. It's the right thing to do and to be. I would go so far as to say most of conformity is wrong, to conform to this evil system and this evil realm. That's the wrong path. To conform and go along with evil here and say, well, everyone else is doing it. There's ones that come to my channel saying, you know, this whole channel's against you. Well, so be it. I'm fine if the whole world is against me. That's the way I am. I'm at the point of needing zero approval, acceptance, validation from outside of myself. I don't need it. Does that mean that it doesn't feel good if someone freely gives me a compliment? I enjoy that, of course. I accept compliments. But do I need outside external validation? No, I don't. I don't. And being alone or spending enough time alone or isolating from the world is a good way to develop that strength of saying, I really don't need the world's validation. I'm me. I'm my own being. I am my own eternal, sovereign, magical being. Eternal. Why would I need validation from some idiot neighbor, let's say? Let's say that there's a bad neighbor in my neighborhood, whether they live right next door or 2 houses down or directly across the street from me. Do I need some idiot's validation? Do I need them to like me? No. Do I need them to say hello to me? No. Do I need to like them? No, I don't. School teachers I had in the past, if I look back, do I need to say, oh, I like them all? No. If some of them hated me, am I cool with that? Yes, I am. I am. And it's very freeing and strong. It feels good to say, whatever. And it's not said in a way of indifference. It's in a way of accepting myself and saying, I don't need their validation. And not just saying it, living it for years. Knowing I'm at the point where I can't remember the last time I sought anyone's acceptance or approval or cared if they gave me any validation. It doesn't mean that I have no care in me, but in terms of me being me, I am my own being. I don't need the outside validation in this realm. And I think that's a good way to be. I think it's sound advice. I hope others get to that point. I don't want it to be just me. I don't think it's just me. I don't think I'm the only one in this realm that way. I could be, though. That's a possibility. I have to be open to that possibility because I don't know. Could just be me. That will reduce your stress a lot. It will reduce pressure on yourself a lot. When you love yourself and accept yourself and say, I really don't need any outside validation from bosses, coworkers, teachers, whoever, neighbors, extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, whoever. You don't need it. Because you're strong enough knowing who you are. You know thyself. You accept yourself. Knowing yourself is one part of it. It's not the whole thing. Know thyself, but accept thyself as you are. A lot of people will say they always felt different or felt like an outsider. I can relate to that. But that shouldn't be a negative feeling. That should be something that you say to yourself, oh, that actually makes me special and strong and powerful. Not an outcast. It makes me an exceptional being in this realm. I'm not just saying that to make you feel good either. I don't do that. I'm saying it because it's true. In this realm, it's a good thing to be a rebel, an outsider, an outcast, one that doesn't fit in, one that's different from your family, from other children in school, let's say. That's a good thing. You don't want to be the same as those zombies. Leftists and Karens would say I'm calling them zombies to put them down. He's just trying to tear people down. No, I call them that because I observe their behavior. They seem like zombies. It's not just an insult. I could come up with a million words to insult them if that's all I wanted to do. I want to describe them in an accurate way, and they do seem like zombies. They seem like zombies to me. And I would never want to conform and be part of their zombie herd or horde. A horde of zombies. Sorry to hear that you went through the pain of that in childhood, Maryse. But I stand by what I said. It makes you special. I'm not saying you deserve the hatred. I'm saying that that's a reason for their hatred. You're different. And they couldn't handle your difference. That's what I suspect. They noticed it somehow, some way. Maybe your energy, maybe your behavior, maybe your interests. and they didn't like it. This is a realm of zombies and hateful demons. It truly is. Now, I could say I wish it wasn't that way, because demons will say that I promote a hell realm. Talcott said that I quote unquote, promote this hell realm. I've never promoted this place. I simply observe it and say what I see. It's not promotion. I don't like this realm. Does that mean that I hate everyone in it, or hate? That's all they can say is hate. These creatures. I bet we all felt different. I bet all of us gathered here in some way, to some degree, felt different. I'm glad, Mind Mirage. I'm happy to hear that. You're welcome. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to share what I see, what I think, even what I feel at times. I feel things. I just don't go 100% by feelings. I see in this realm so many go by their feelings, and their feelings change all day long and day to day, countless times. And they feel like this, and they feel hatred, and they're all wrapped up in their feelings. And I think it's better to just kind of step back calmly and observe and study and think and ponder, instead of just getting wrapped up in these. They get aggressive like mushroom. They get violent and paranoid. And a lot of these lefties, all they go by is feelings, and they feel like this, and they feel like I'm a monster. They feel like I'm a criminal. I'm none of those things. They're completely wrong, and they've been misled by their feelings or by entities making them feel things. Maybe they have entity attachments right on their spine, their brain. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they have many entities attached to them. I'm glad you were strong, Marys, and I'm glad that you were strong, mentally strong, and that you are. And I'm glad that people do reflect on these things, because that's a very good way of learning spiritually, reflecting on teachings, reflecting on ideas, things that are said and suggested, things mentioned. Don't ever feel bad if your spirit is telling you to avoid beings and stay away, or maybe just stay at home. Stay by yourself for a while. Have peace, quiet in your bedroom or living room, whatever, and just hang out and spend time with yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a good way to make yourself stronger and to get to know yourself and to be more peaceful. And I mean to have more peace in a realm that doesn't want us to have peace. This place doesn't want us to have peace and quiet reflection, contemplation, healing. Alone is one of the best ways to heal. And they encourage, of course, the opposite in this realm. They want people to go to therapy and go to groups and go to this. Healing on your own is one of the best things, one of the best ways I know of. Solitude can be very healing. Being out in the forest by yourself just for a few hours, 3-4 hours on your own, and hopefully you're somewhere where you don't see other people, because other people can kind of break that peaceful moment or peaceful energy. Sometimes it's just wonderful to have those peaceful moments of solitude. And I don't mean loneliness. Solitude is a kind of a superpower for some of us, especially introverted beings. It's recharging. It's giving us energy. It feels so good sometimes to be outside of a city and just away from people. Taking a walk by yourself can feel so energizing and so good. It can feel better than, let's say, your most delicious favorite food or dessert, but that's healing. It can feel like that. It can feel amazing for the spirit, not just feelings, but energize the spirit and help heal, to take a nice walk somewhere by yourself where you don't have to have anybody asking you things, or just, it's all just on your own, and you're kind of in this wonderful bubble in a way, a fortress of solitude and peace, quiet, healing. And it can be so amazing, and some of us need that sometimes. Bring it on, bitches. Yes. See, I relate to a lot of what people here in the chat say. Quite often, a part of me relates, or a part of my life at some point can relate to that. Whether it was in childhood, yes, it can be being around people. They can make you, they can make you feel alone. And being on your own is different. It's a different kind of energy. And sometimes that's what it takes, is just to have some peace and quiet by yourself and enjoy it. Not just have the peace and quiet, but really enjoy it. Revel in it, whether it's on your couch, in your bed, by yourself in bed, just daydreaming, thinking, reflecting. Maybe in a bath, you might be taking a relaxing bath by yourself. Maybe no one's home, and you just say, I'm going to take a long, relaxing bath, and reheat the water even a few times, couple times, 2 or 3 times. You take an extra long bath, soothing bath, maybe with some fragrant oils or something to make it a little bit special and out of the ordinary, to kind of treat yourself well, spoil yourself. Light maybe some scented candles, whatever it is that you like. Aromatherapy, you might have an air purifier that you can put in the scents into it with a fan, and it makes your favorite scent. Maybe some scented bath oil that you use, something to make it more than just a bath. And put on some relaxing music, or take a walk by yourself in the most beautiful place that you can, where you don't have to stress, you don't have to worry, you just let go. Sorry, I had to cough, I had to mute myself. You just let go. Let go. It can be very freeing, not just for your body or your mind, but for your spirit, for all three: mind, body, spirit. You kind of let go and just let your shoulders down and enjoy it. Enjoy the time of solitude and peace that you have. And really, really let yourself enjoy it. And at some moments during that, you might even say to yourself, quietly in your mind or out loud, I'm enjoying this. And I deserve to have this peace. I deserve peace. I deserve to feel good. I deserve healing. Talking with yourself, your voice speaking to your own spirit, speaking to yourself alone, not on video, not like some of these channels, but just on your own, or quietly. It could be silently if you prefer, but out loud. There's nothing wrong with that. Saying to yourself, I deserve this peace. My spirit deserves to relax and feel peaceful this way. This soothing peace. That's what I mean by the peace. Soothing. To soothe your spirit. You do deserve that. All good spirits that hear my voice, without exception, deserve that. You should treat yourself well. I used to say that a lot more often on my channel, and I'm going to try to remember to encourage people to treat themselves well. You should be treating yourself well, mind, body, and spirit. Don't neglect yourself. And it's also not wrong to feel proud of yourself for being strong, like Maurice was talking about. Feeling strong. You should be proud of yourself for being strong. Nothing wrong with that at all. No matter what this world tries to preach or teach, most of this world is wrong. Most of what this world tries to push, preach, teach us is wrong. It is good and right to be good to yourself, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and your body physically. It's not wrong. It's not wrong to acknowledge to yourself, I deserve this peace, this soothing peace. Whether you're alone in bed, feeling good, comfortable, peaceful, enjoying your alone time, enjoying it, or in the bath or out for a walk, whatever you're doing. You might be taking a drive somewhere on your own, just for the sake of going for a drive and feeling the peace of driving alone, having that peaceful space in a car. You might decide not to play any music and just listen to the sound of the car, the wind. Maybe your window's down a little bit and you can hear birds and you're not driving super fast. Or maybe you prefer to play music and you're just enjoying the peaceful sound of whatever the music is that's making your body feel good and your spirit. And you're taking a drive by yourself. I think everyone needs some alone time. I'm not an extrovert, but I think maybe even extroverts might need that now and then. I think it's healthy. I think it's healthy for the spirit, the mind, and the body. And what I suggested, I think, is very different from meditation. I see great differences between doing what I said, taking a bath that's soothing and peaceful, relaxing, healing, and meditation. Or you relaxing in your own comfy bed, maybe with lots of pillows and maybe some books and maybe nothing electronic, no TV on, just relaxing in your bed. Maybe just daydreaming or healing yourself from what you've gone through here. Or a walk. I think that all of that is very different from meditation. As I've said many times, I think meditation opens beings up to entities. It seems very dangerous. And a lot of truthers on YouTube that are very evil and demonic eventually mention that they meditate. There's a common link with them, meditation. So I don't trust it. I don't trust hypnosis either. Hypnotic regression, hypnosis, going to a Dolores Cannon type creature. I don't trust that. I wouldn't trust Dolores, obviously, and I wouldn't trust the ones today that are kind of her proteges. I don't trust it. I don't trust them not to plant memories, not to plant trauma, not to plant past lives that I never was in. Who knows what they do, these creatures? But they could be doing a lot of different things. And when someone's hypnotized, they wouldn't know. They're in a very vulnerable, programmable state, a hypnotic state. So anyway, those are just some of my ideas. You might use Epsom salts in a bath that helps your skin. You might use a couple big cupfuls of Epsom salts. You can buy those in big containers, bulk, and they're not very expensive. And it feels good. At least for me, it might feel good for some others to use that once in a while. Sometimes a hot bath, a long hot bath, can be soothing, where it's like a sauna, maybe in a cold weather in the wintertime, and your whole bathroom is just steaming, like a steam bath. And you get it really hot, like almost as hot as, not scalding yourself, obviously, be careful, but it's hot, almost as hot as you could stand it, and just a couple degrees, maybe lower than. So it's really hot. And the air in there gets hot and humid and steamy in your bathroom. Sometimes that can feel really good. It can also open up your pores, so it makes your body feel good. It helps your skin. There's a lot of benefits to that. But it can also really relax your muscles. And sometimes when you get your body relaxed, your mind and spirit can kind of heal and feel peaceful. Sometimes the body can affect the mind and spirit. We get all that body tension. You're all wound up and your muscles are tensed up, tendons and muscles. And some of us can store our stress in various areas of the body. Mine tends to get stored in the back of my neck and up. Shoulders, shoulder blades, back of my neck and up, back of my head. Because I tend to get stressed in ways of worrying about others and how can I help them? And how can I not fix this place, but make this better? And I know what I have to do. And I can get stressed out sometimes looking at the evil and suffering of this place. And sometimes things that are coming up in my life can stress me out. Less and less, I would say, as I get older, which is good. Yes, replenish the hot water and really take that, like go right down in the bath so that it's almost up to your bottom lip, and have the back of your head. Sometimes I'll just submerge myself. I used to do that. I got to get back to doing that. It's too hot now, but in the wintertime, just submerge yourself right under. Face up, of course. And just really relax and let that hot water work its magic. And hot water, if you have Epsom salts in there, use quite a few and it'll help you. It'll feel good. A walrus wallow last night. I had trouble saying that one. Walrus wallow last night. The two walls, wall got to me. The wall. But that's beautiful. Soothing, delightful. I like that. Peaceful. And just feel yourself letting go. I don't mean letting go of your mind, letting go of any distress, tension, all of that. It's so good. Cooler day, a hot bath. Oh, it's so good. That's perfect. Canadian winters, I'm sure it's damp and cold as well. Different type of cold in England in the winter. It's one of the best things to do. Not a Wawa sandwich. Yeah, the movie's Maddie. Wawa, at the Wawa. His sandwiches at the Wawa. It's different than a hot shower. It really is. And if you can spend a lot of time by yourself in there, it really helps. It sounds so simple, but if you haven't done it in a long time, it's really good. I used to have baths, especially in the winter as a young boy, kindergarten age and younger, in the winter time. And there would be, the furnace would be on and hot water would be, or not hot water, hot air, sorry, would be coming out of the vents in the furnace in the bathroom. straight out of the bathtub. And as kids, we would stand over the grate, the vent. In those days, it was an oil burning furnace. You couldn't smell the oil, though. It was a tank, and then it would burn it. But it was full of oil in the basement. And then later on, we got a different furnace that was a furnace in the same location in the basement, but it was a natural gas hookup when they put the natural gas lines in. We also had a fireplace. So we had multiple ways to heat the house. But we would be like a towel wrapped around us and the hot air blowing up under the towel with our feet on it, and not getting our feet too hot standing on it, but on the floor, and drying off that way where the warm air would be blowing in straight out of a hot bath. Otherwise it would be cold because it was winter and kind of be chilly, the floor. So that's what we would do. I'm so glad that you enjoy my latest lyrics, my latest songs, Wendy. I'm trying to soothe people with music. I'm trying to be the loving king, to heal them with music. Yes, the vent was right beside the bathtub. And I still remember that from all those decades ago. It would heat us up and dry us off really quickly. And I also have fond memories of being in front of the fireplace before we had I think it was made out of iron, an insert, fireplace insert, like a wood stove insert, inserted where the fireplace is into the rectangle opening. But at first it was just an open fireplace. We had stone fireplace in our house with bricks, and then the whole wall, the fireplace mantle was stone, and the whole end wall of our family room was all stone. The whole thing was stone. Big stones, handmade by someone, hand built. And as kids, we'd be by the fireplace in the wintertime when it would be very cold, and we'd have a fire going, roaring, and it'd be so warm and cozy to be there by the fire watching TV. We'd be watching TV shows, cartoons or kid shows. Usually with our dog. He'd be sleeping, laying there, warming up by the fire. We'd have hot chocolate with marshmallows and little snacks and things. Maybe some popcorn, watching a movie. Things like that. That feeling of warmth, soothing warmth and peace is what I can remember. Tell yourself once in a while with self-talk that you deserve peace. Your spirit deserves to have peace. You deserve goodness. You deserve healing, peace, relaxation. This realm is fighting against you, telling you the opposite. This realm's trying to make you believe the opposite of what I just said. And when I say this realm, I mean everything in it. It's a huge system at work here. I want you to treat yourselves well. Tell yourselves that you deserve love, peace. And you are not bad for being your own being, for being unique and individual. Maybe you're rebellious. like I am. Maybe you're creative. Maybe you're eccentric. Whatever it is, it's not bad. If you're a good spirit, whatever way you are, you should love yourself and your spirit the way you are. Don't let this world convince you that you're bad or wrong for being the spirit that you are. I want you to embrace who and what you are. All right? Accept yourself, love yourself, be true to yourself, be good to yourself, love yourself, be true to yourself, be good to yourself. You deserve peace, love.
Know thyself, know thyself, know thyself. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true in a world that's false. Stay true. Know thyself, know thyself. Stay true, stay true. Thyself, know thyself. This is hell. Protect your spirit. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true. Stay true. stay true.
I hope you do. I hope you stay true to your own spirit. I don't know if people know this story, but Jim Morrison's father was one of the highest ranking admirals in the U.S. Navy. He was part of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, as it's known. He didn't understand his son. Jim, when he became a musician, after he quit film school in Los Angeles, he dropped out. He lived on a rooftop for quite a while in Venice by the beach. And he'd drink wine, write poetry, drop acid. I think what he was doing probably was trying to heal from the strictness of his childhood, having a military father that would dress down his children, his sons and daughter. He had 3 children. He would try to dress them down verbally until they cried as little kids. And Jim was a free spirit. Jim was actually the same star sign as me and the same Myers-Briggs personality type, it is said, or speculated. But his chart is known in terms of his astrological sign. It is what I am. There's a lot of similarities with fire, with creativity, rebelliousness, free spirit, things like that. Being philosophical, reading philosophers. It's interesting. I've read almost all of the same philosophers that he did without trying to. It's the way it is. And I was into poetry. There's a lot of similarities. But what I'm getting at is his father didn't understand Jim at all. Jim used to say that he's an orphan and only child. At other times he'd say his family's all dead. When he was famous and asked in interviews about his family, he just let on that they weren't even alive. He had to distance himself to kind of free himself and become himself and let out what was within, all the poetry, the songs, and the written poems on paper that he published, the books of poetry that he published. Well, only after his death did his father realize what his son was. And he wrote, when they had his tombstone, I think it was stolen or damaged, and he had put a new one there and written on it, I think in Greek, if I'm not mistaken, true to his own spirit, except written in Greek. True to his own spirit. And he was. But his father didn't know what he was doing all those years. And Jim was dead by age 27. He's in the Forever 27 Club, as it's known. But he didn't know, and he finally realized he's true to his own spirit. He wasn't rebelling against his father necessarily, or his mother, or this or that. He was living his life being true to his own spirit. And maybe it appeared that, oh, he's an asshole. He's disagreeable. He's this, he's that. He doesn't conform. Well, from the outside, maybe it appears that way. But what he was doing was being true to his own spirit. And I suspect that a lot of the ways that people misunderstand me is similar to that. They'll say, well, he's mean, he's an asshole, he's this, he's that, he's doing this, he seems crazy. Well, they don't understand me. They don't know what kind of spirit I am. They don't know that I can be serious and sincere, but also be playful and mischievous and various different things. There's different aspects to my personality. and the way that I am. And I am true to my own spirit. And there's nothing in this realm that could break me or change me into what I am not. Nothing. That includes torture, anything else. They'll never be able to do it. And I have that knowing. I know that. They can't do that to me. And a lot of them try to break me down, try to gaslight me, lie about me, make up stories, character assassination, smear campaigns, you name it. This has been going on for a long time. But I haven't even begun to fight them yet. The real battles are ahead spiritually. And some of these creatures will be burning alive for eternity. They will pay for what they've done. They haven't gotten away with it. My spirit will remember what was done here in this realm. And I've advised them and warned them many times, choose wisely. Stop being evil. Stop following evil. Because they're going to pay for it. All the evil they've done here. All of it.
If they're really evil?
They will pay. And they deserve it. I won't let them change my spirit, degrade my spirit, or destroy my spirit. I am stronger than they are. And I know that I am. And my life shows that I am. And I will carry on being me, being my own being here and beyond this body. This place won't change me. This place won't make me evil. It won't degrade me. It won't make me into what they are. These miserable, evil creatures of this realm will never turn me into them. Never.
Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking streams, Viking dreams, Viking adventures. Waters pure, crystal clear, for us here. Waters pure, my compass steers us true and sure, true and sure. Valhalla for me and you, swords of truth, honor and beauty. Viking seas, Viking ships, Viking skies, and death to this world's wretched, wicked lies. Lies, this world is lies. Lies, lies. See with your raven eyes, see with your spiritual eyes. This world is lies. Lies, wave goodbye. Erase this place, we will sail far away.
Racial egalitarianism, all arguments ranked and debunked. I mean, this is a pretty big video. Cool. Wow.
The West is racist. That's what mainstream leftism has been saying for decades.
Yep.
Why else would there be such great disparities in income, crime rates, etc. between racial groups?
Nobody
In their
knows.
worldview, all racial groups and cultures are equal. Therefore, all disparities can only be explained by discrimination. And for just
Of course, because we all know that's true.
as long, the mainstream right has been counter-arguing that culture explains all disparities.
That's correct.
In their worldview, some racial groups completely randomly adopted cultures that sabotage themselves. For them, culture is the root cause. Any racial group could theoretically adopt a culture that has worked for any other group and improve themselves.
True.
And for that reason, all could theoretically assimilate anywhere. Both of these worldviews are nonsensical. Obviously, discrimination isn't the only factor, and culture clearly matters. But just as obvious, a people's culture is not random. It's the product.
A people's culture is downstream from race. So is architecture. Architecture, culture, crime. It's downstream from race. And what is race downstream from? Spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit. Who came up with that concept? What being came up with that is the first one you've heard to say everything's downstream from spirit, including race, culture, art, architecture, everything here. It's all downstream from spirit.
Yes.
Of the people who create and sustain it. And isn't there a more obvious root cause to consider? That perhaps different groups are innately different and thus have different outcomes, even in the absence of outside forces? When studying group disparities, why don't we examine the groups themselves? You already know why. Because in our modern society, one of the most sacred dogmas
Yes. It's everybody is equal. It's the same.
is racial egalitarianism.
That's right.
The belief that all racial groups are fundamentally the same. Which is precisely why in this video, I'll be ranking and debunking all arguments for racial egalitarianism, and then putting them on a tier list. If you enjoyed, consider subscribing. It helps the channel.
This
a quick
video,
disclaimer.
oh man.
Since this entire debate exists because of the collective disparities between entire groups, we'll therefore be dealing with collective group averages. Therefore, the existence of exceptional individuals of
Averages? Wait, what? Wait, there's averages?
any group isn't relevant, as they are precisely that, exceptions. If you're the kind of person who accuses other groups collectively when it suits you, but then accuse others of racism if they don't treat members of your group as individuals, you can click off. Intelligence is not genetically linked. This obviously false
fake.
statement is a necessary
Yeah, it's
act of
fake.
mental gymnastics for the purely socioeconomic factors crowd. Because intelligence is heritable, as shown from twin and adoption studies, it's completely within reason to say that certain groups have selected for it more than others. In fact, if you agree with evolution, then you must concede this. How else would humans have evolved intelligence? Some dog breeds are obviously smarter than other dog breeds. The Border Collie and Chihuahua are both the same species, yet differ greatly in intellect and trainability. Should we expect that a Chihuahua would do as well as a Border Collie?
Man.
Is it purely socioeconomic factors and
How
anti-Chihuahua
about
racism that makes them a minority in working dog roles?
That's a bad
NPC
argument.
tier. Humans are genetic.
Jesus. This video, bro, and it hasn't even been 3 minutes into the video. Oh my god. Holy shit.
99.9% identical. You share half of your genes with a banana. 90% of your DNA sequence is shared with your cat. Quantitative similarities between genetic content does not equal qualitative differences. That 0.1% matters. Did you know that gray wolves are 99.9% identical to domestic dogs? In fact, they only diverged from each other about 20 to 30,000 years ago, which is significantly shorter than the divergence between some human groups.
Oh my god.
But obviously that
Bro, like, 0.1% matters. Gray wolves are 99.9% identical to domestic dogs. One is a dangerous wild animal and the other is a beloved pet.
Doesn't mean it's okay to bring a gray wolf to the dog park. If gray wolves on average end up being more aggressive than dogs, solely blaming it on just socioeconomic factors like dog trait disparities seems a little silly. Because remember, aggression, impulse control, personality traits are all also genetically linked. NPC tier. There is more intragroup variance than intergroup. This claim says that the genetic difference between one randomly selected person in the village and another randomly selected person in the same village is greater than the genetic difference between the average person of one race and the average person of another. Therefore, race is inconsequential. The premise is true, but there's a flaw in this logic. Not all genes are made equal. Most random genetic variance between people...
Somebody says this video would have been insta-banned in 2021. It would have been. It would have been. This is... Wow.
Doesn't matter. But some specific genes matter so much that practically the entire group adapted to have those genes and are often defined by it. For example, the Duffy negative mutation, which is found in 95 to 100% of West and Central Africans, makes them immune to malaria. But 0% of those without African blood have it.
Wow.
Or the Tibetans' EPAS-1, which allows them to survive in high altitudes where oxygen is reduced by about 40%, which occurs for them about 90% of the time, but 0% for Africans and Europeans. Or the ABCC11 gene that makes 80 to 95% of East Asians have no sweat odor.
Yeah, no body odor.
But again, practically non-existent
This is
elsewhere.
mainly for Korea. Yeah.
This becomes even more complex when it comes to traits that are influenced by multiple genes. We haven't fully isolated the genes that are responsible for intelligence or personality, yet we do know both are genetically linked. And I think we can both agree that social cohesion caused by...
Somebody said this is like racism 201. This is your second class? Yeah.
Similarities in intellect and character is vastly more important to survival than odorless sweat.
Yes.
Flawed tier. Race is a social construct. Nowadays, whenever a leftist says X is a social construct, you should just interpret that as code for I have no counter to this observable aspect of reality. It's not an argument.
The fucking, dude, the fucking image, oh my god.
It's just wordplay. What does social construct even mean anymore? Anything that humans have a socialized concept for? By that logic, everything is a social construct. The sun, the earth, molecules, everything has a socialized concept, as proven by the fact that I can name them and you know what I'm talking about. The fact that we have a social construct surrounding any aspect of reality does not mean that aspect of reality is made up. In fact, we build social constructs around real things out of necessity.
A lot of things are social constructs.
IQ tests are unreliable. For many...
This video to me is like... This is, like, I'm getting so much satisfaction out of this, you guys have no idea. You have no idea. Oh my god, it's pure catharsis. It is. And the thing is that finally you can say this. Finally there's a conversation. Don't tell bird brain guy like this. Oh yeah, science is racist now? Of course.
Decades, race egalitarians have had to deal with the world IQ map, which showed interesting patterns between IQ score and identity.
Do you remember how mad everybody got at me on Twitter for bringing this up? People were losing their fucking mind over this. They were furious at me for this. But nobody was saying I was wrong. It's a weird map. Yeah, nobody could have predicted this outcome.
Only rebuttal has been either that IQ is not meaningfully influenced by genetics, which is demonstrably false, and that IQ has issues. I don't contest the latter, but it's the best we've got. IQ is the best predictor of success that we have, even more so than being born rich. Some then argue that IQ in reality should be used as a predictor of success in Western society, rather than intelligence. Fine then. If IQ is a reliable metric for success in Western society, then naturally those of low IQ will not do well in Western society.
They
And
used to have IQ tests for job applications. They got rid of that. I forgot why.
Therefore, we should not be importing them, nor should we expect low IQ groups to have similar outcomes to high IQ groups, even in the absence of discrimination. Since IQ is so artificially advantageous in the West, let those of low IQ thrive in other societies. Why do they insist on coming into our ones where they'll suffer? The reason is because there are no societies where high IQ isn't advantageous.
That's correct.
NPC tier. Culture fully explains disparities. This is everyone's favorite cope when they don't agree that the West is discriminating against certain groups, but don't want to give leftists reasons to call them racist.
You really saved the best for last. Oh, man. Oh, wow.
Here's the thing, you're gonna be called racist regardless when you disagree, so you might as well be honest. Why do some groups adopt or create certain cultures more readily than others? Both genes and culture obviously have an effect on each other. Genetics influence what culture you're most innately compatible with, and culture works as a form of selection. But which came first, genetics or culture? This isn't a
The chicken or the egg?
philosophic question. Genes obviously predate culture. Culture is a product of a people, not the cause of it, even if there is a feedback loop. Just because a culture works for one group of people doesn't mean it works for all. Abyss tier. Different groups are different for a reason. They adapted to survive in their own unique circumstances. The expectation that you can transplant the people from one part of the world into another, and that they'll integrate and perform at identical levels to anyone else, is a delusion rooted in the routinely debunked blank slate ideology. An ideology perpetuated solely by the fear of being labeled racist. That concludes the tier list. If there are any other arguments you'd like to see addressed,
What is good?
please share them in the comments below.
Guys. Wow. I'm going to link you guys the video. Wow. How about that? There's the video right there. What a fuck. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Holy shit. That was crazy? That was crazy, wasn't it? Oh my god. Comments? Read the comments? Socioeconomic factors forced me to click on this video. As Thomas Sowell said, you can't even get the same equality of outcomes within the same family and siblings. How can you achieve it across society? They took away the Nobel Prize from the guy who discovered DNA for saying IQ is genetic. He discovered DNA. This is a comment from 4 days ago of some dipshit that spelled my fucking name wrong. I came here from Asmongold. Oh my god. Same, didn't we all? As Asmund Silver. What, as we'll watch the video. The entire real estate estimate market is driven by the desire to get away from certain people. Jesus Christ, guys. Like, these are really... Most of these circles are red. Like, wow, bro is on a generational run. Fun fact...
Culture.
Spirit.
Spirit.
Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything is downstream from spirit.
Everything. Spirit is paramount. Spirit is supreme. Here and beyond in waking life and in dreams. Spirit imagines.
Spirit can see.
Everything.
Spirit sees and remembers.
Everything.
Spirit creates.
Spirit is first.
Spirit is before.
Consciousness.
Culture.
Art.
Architecture.
Race.
Sex.
Heart.
Love and hatred.
Joy.
Genetics.
Addictions.
Pain.
And pleasure.
Humor.
Wars.
Laughter.
Matter.
Invention.
Politics.
Goodness.
Kindness and caring.
Bodies.
Beauty.
Hobbies.
Evil and violence. And ugliness. Spirit is first. Everything
Is downstream from.
Spirit.
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 Spirit contains.
Everything.
Imagines and creates.
Everything.
Illuminates darkness.
Spirit is the light.
Before the body. Spirit. Spirit.
Spirit.
Illuminates.
Spirit.
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 Hello, hello. That's a new song. Spirit is First, Part 3. Spirit is First, Part 3. I hope you enjoyed it. Everything is downstream from Spirit. You can quote me on that. I came up with that. That's part of my model. My model for reality. Not just for this matrix. My model for reality. Life, afterlife, death, whatever you want to call it. It's my model. Everything is downstream from Spirit. Now the Kybalion, whatever it's called, Kybalion, that some channels speak about, like Matt McKinley and Dan the Yes Man from Overwatch Project, and Forever Con Man, to name a few. There's others as well. You know Forever Con Man, don't you? I don't talk about him that often. Some of you, I think, forget. Forever Con Man research channel. The guy with the big honk and the glasses and the tiny hat, that's usually a dirty tiny hat, that does everything to get all the shekels he can.
Are you gonna talk about me again? With my big nose and my tiny hat, my voice, my nasally voice. I'm just a grifter and a liar and a parasite. I love the shekels. I love all those shekels. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more shekels. Give me all the shekels.
That guy. That's what he sounds like. You can go feed those creatures. I'm not worried about you following them. Follow them right into the recycling bin. You've been warned, told, had it explained to you for years. It isn't just a matter of slowness. You're choosing evil. You're choosing to follow greedy, narcissistic scammers, grifters, liars, creatures, parasites, losers, and demons. So be it. Go ahead. It doesn't hurt me. I've tried to help you get out of this fucking matrix. And most of you on earth want to support lying, greedy, scumbag, scammers, shills, felons, losers, creeps. Go ahead. See who it hurts in the end. You've been shown, you've been told so many times. And you're either dumb or demonic or both. That's all. But they talk about the Kybalion. And that states that mind is first. That mind is everything. Mind comes before everything. That mind is essentially supreme. That mind is paramount. Mind comes first. Mind over matter. Mind over everything. Well, I disagree. I think that's wrong. Some of you go, oh, but that's famous, Stephen. That's ancient. How dare you disagree with a book? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And that's the way you are. You're fearful little creatures. You can't think for yourselves. You've demonstrated it over the years on my channel and on all the channels I've looked at on YouTube. Most of you just follow. You mindlessly follow. You don't care what's true. You don't care what makes sense. You just want to be comfortable and follow along with shit. Is mind first? Really? So did mind create spirit? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think mind created spirit. I don't think mind created spirit, matter, love, pain, suffering. I think evil spirits play a role, and I think good spirits play a role. I think evil spirits do evil. I don't think it's just one mind that created all of this. I don't buy it. I don't buy the Kybalion or Libalion. I don't buy it. I don't buy the ancient shit that people say. But it's old, Stephen. It must be true. It's ancient. It's the Bible, or it's the Nag Hammadi horror, whatever, fucking Gnostic shit. I don't care. I don't care. A lot of you are wrapped up in something's old, so it must be true. I've never gone by that. A lot of you are just programmed beings. And then you'll make excuses. It's not your fault why you're programmed, but you hang on to your programming, don't you? I notice you don't try to deprogram yourselves or drop your programming. You make excuses. You don't want to do any spiritual work to drop your programming. You're under mind control, but you don't seem to mind when it's pointed out to you. You don't. I'm just tired of you excuse makers and truth dodgers and truth deniers. Spirit is first. Spirit is supreme. Spirit is paramount. Spirit imagines and creates everything. I think spirit, I don't think the mind is anything without spirit. All right? I'm not just a mind. I'm a powerful spirit. And then there's losers that talk about, they don't, Leslie and other creeps that don't know what spirit is. Everything is downstream from spirit. Spirit is first. Spirit is first. You can stick that in your pipe and smoke it. It can bother you because a lot of you have done bad things in this realm. A lot of you have done some horrible things. A lot of humans have. Millions of you humans. And you don't want to face it. You want to pretend that there's no spiritual consequences, no spiritual crimes. You're just pretenders. It's what you are. It's what you do. You pretend. Don't you? You do. You pretend. You pretend. You pretend, don't you? Sorry, I had myself muted just for a moment. So my newest song and the newest version is part 3. Spirit is first, part 3. Everything is downstream from spirit is the subtitle. The lyrics are very clear, very meaningful, and spiritual and true. Look into it, feel it, play it, feel it, understand it, and start thinking about it. Spirit is paramount, spirit is supreme, here and beyond in waking life and in dreams. Spirit imagines, spirit can see everything. Spirit sees and remembers everything. Spirit creates. Spirit is first. Spirit is before consciousness, culture, art, architecture, race, sex, which most people now call gender. They don't even understand what sex is, or that there are two sexes, male and female, in this realm. Heart, love and hatred, joy, genetics, addictions, pain and pleasure, humor, wars, laughter, matter. Matter is not first. Some materialistic creatures believe that there's just matter. Inventions, politics, goodness, kindness and caring. Bodies, these meat suits. Beauty, bodies, beauty, hobbies. Evil and violence and ugliness. Spirit is first. Everything is downstream from spirit. Spirit contains everything, imagines and creates everything. Maybe one day you'll understand, but maybe not. I don't assume that people in this realm understand things, or understand everything, or even can understand, or capable of understanding, or want to. It's another aspect to things. Most beings don't want to understand. They don't want the truth. They don't want to understand. They don't want to study. They don't want to use any effort or energy. They're lazy. They're content to be mindless zombie followers. Most beings in this realm, they don't want freedom because that would entail lifting a finger and doing something. Lifting up their little pinky finger. That's too much work. They're that lazy. They like to complain. There's a lot of channels, all they do is whine and complain and bitch and say life sucks, their life sucks, blah, 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 blah. Miserable, whiny, complaining creatures. They don't create songs. They don't create videos that empower the spirit. They don't do that. A lot of these truther channels feed you shit. And people go, you want more donations? Do you want more donations? This is great. You're telling me NASA's fake for the millionth time? For the past 10, 11, 12, 15, 20 years? The moon landings are fake. Oh, I need to hear that again. Do more live streams and videos on that, please. And space is fake, and fake galaxies, and fake Elon Musk, and fake Tesla and space. And they stay at that level. They're content to just talk about that day after day, year after year, forever. They're content to be baby truthers. And then they get kind of upset, and they don't like when I say baby truther because they know it hits home. They know it rings true. Most of you are. You're content to just surface level examine like the easy shit. The low-hanging fruit. NASA's fake. Yeah, no shit. Are you going to stay stuck there for life? Well, where's that going to lead you? How's that going to help you? Knowing NASA's fake on your deathbed, what is that going to do for you? If all you want to do is talk for the next 10, 20 years about how fake NASA is and fake space and also fake Elon Musk, Tesla in space and SpaceX and all this shit. Obviously it's fake. But you want to stay at that level? Is that the best you can do? You don't want to look into spiritual matters? Spiritual wisdom? Spiritual truth? You don't want to look into what's going to help strengthen and empower you spiritually? With spiritual knowledge, spiritual wisdom, spiritual truth that is eternal? You don't want that? You want the shit down in the sewers at the lowest level? and you're content down there. Really? Then what are you doing here? Go away from me. I don't want you around me. I don't want contagions around me. I don't want toxic creatures and sewage and sludge around me and plagues and sewer rats with the plague. I don't want that. Go away. Go away, zombies. Be gone. Go away from me. Stay away from me, pretenders, fakes, two-faced creatures, narcissists, disloyal creatures, ones that pretend they're not baby truthers. When they're addicted to baby truther shit, even once they find channels like mine, they still love the shit. They're attached to the stupid low-level shit. The low IQ, low-level, non-spiritual shit where they think they're cool for just mocking NASA for 5, 7, 10, 11, 12 years or more. I was around people that mocked NASA in the 1990s and called the moon landings fake. That's been known for a long time. A long time. My mom knew it was fake in the 1960s when they showed the fake footage on television. She knew then, before I was born, that it's fake, that NASA faked it, that it wasn't real, that they weren't standing, jumping around on the moon. She could tell. How many years ago was that? Start thinking about it. So a lot of you are still talking about this, and it's annoying at best because you're stuck at a low level and you praise yourself saying, we're awake, we're truthers. We're not like those dummy low-level masses, those normies and globies, and you're just retarded. You're stuck at functioning at such a low level. You barely see anything. Barely see anything. And what you do see is not going to help you become free. Get freedom from this realm. If you knew every fine detail about the measurements of this realm, which you don't, and where the continents are, which you don't know. You don't know exactly where Australia is and put it on a real map that works. None of you do. You don't know exactly where the continent of Africa is and Europe and where North America is and South America. You don't know exactly where it is or the size. You don't know. You don't know. But you're stuck on that. A lot of you. All over YouTube. I'd say millions of you. It's not just a few, it's millions. Millions of you baby truthers are stuck on things you'll never solve. Even in the so-called soul trap or soul trick community, which I'm not part of, they would say, we want to know how we got here. How did we get here? Were we kidnapped? Were we tricked? Were we this? Were we that? They're stuck on that rather than on trying to get free. You might die not knowing how you ended up here. You might waste all of your time, thought, energy, effort on trying to figure out what you can't figure out while you're in here, rather than doing what's wiser and smarter. Figure it out later. Focus on getting free. But you're too stupid. Humans almost always put their effort and energy and thought into something that won't help you become smarter, wiser, more free. You're retarded. Most of you on Earth. Your species, if you want to call it a species. I think it's many species inside of human meat suits. Many. Could be dozens. Could be more than dozens. Could be hundreds. Could be 1,000 or more. I don't know. Neither do you. Neither do you, by the way. And I'd wager you'll never be able to determine that while you're here in a meat suit. So go for it. Waste your time and energy. That's what you humans do. That's what you're good at. That's your forte. You're not good at looking at things saying, well, this makes sense. Everything's downstream from spirit. And you look at the realm, you look at the different races, you look at what's built, you look at the spiritual differences. You don't want to do that. You want to look at the surface level shit, the trivial shit and the superficial shit and the meaningless shit and the shit you can't change or can't fix. That's what you're good at, humans. You're good at wasting lifetimes. You're good at getting recycled. You're very good at getting recycled. Like empty soda cans. Recycled, forgotten. and put back in here again with amnesia and learning nothing from this lifetime because it doesn't carry over into your next lifetime. Congratulations. I want to applaud you. You're good at that. You're much better at that than me. I could never be as good at that as you are, ever. You're good at that. You're very good at that. Because most of you do get recycled. Most of you come here many, 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 many times, and you get degraded physically, emotionally, morally, mentally, and most importantly, the one that most of you forget, spiritually, you get degraded. Spiritually, your spirit gets degraded. And then you become like monsters, without morals, without conscience. I think that's how psychopaths are made, because they've been degraded so many times in past lifetimes, over and over and over and over again. You keep doing the same thing again. That doesn't work. You keep punching a wall with your bare hand, with your fist, and slapping it and breaking your fingers. Some being like me comes along and says, there's a better way. I've got a sledgehammer. I've got an axe. I've got this. I've got tools and equipment, even heavy equipment. I've got a bulldozer. I can take this wall down. I've got a wrecking ball. I've got that. You don't want that. You want to keep doing the same thing again. That doesn't work. And I observe you doing it. And I try to tell you it's not working. You don't like it because you're great big human egos, which is part of the attachment to this realm. The big ego, the you know best. And you keep, fuck, my hand hurts. And you start banging your head and headbutting the wall, smashing your forehead, and you're giving yourself concussion after concussion. And you keep getting recycled and it's not working. You're not tearing the walls down. And I just tear them down, no problem, because I work smarter. I don't keep doing the same thing again that doesn't work. That's what you do. Humanity does that. You keep doing the same thing again. You can't vote out evil. You can't change shit in this realm that you keep believing, keep speaking and promoting, and it never works. You haven't made anything better. A lot of you big mouths, big talkers, big preachers. Love and peace, man. And you achieve nothing. You're absolute failures and liars and frauds and phonies. Most of you are big talkers. You don't even see where you are, much less have solutions or a way out. You don't even see where the fuck you are. And then when someone shows you where you are, you mock them and say, all he does is keep talking about Hell Realm. I'm tired of hearing about Hell Realm. He's disempowering us by talking about Hell Realm. He's disempowering us. You warp it and spin it. When someone shows exactly what this place is, which needs to be done, you have to understand where you are if you're going to do anything that's effective. If you're ever going to get out, you have to understand where the fuck you are. A lot of you don't want to do that. You're not strong enough to look at where you are. I'm convinced that I'm in a realm full of weaklings, demon-tards, zombies, liars, lazy assholes, lazy, greedy, selfish liars, felons, criminals, demons, creatures, zombies, lazy, greedy, selfish, self-entitled, self-centered, mindless zombies. Mindless zombies. Now I'm going to get back on track here. This is about spirit. Everything is downstream from spirit. And that makes perfect sense if you begin to think about it and start to observe reality and how it works. Observe and think and pay attention, which many of you don't. You go through your lives without paying attention. You're just in a trance. You're in a daze. You can't even listen when you're in a conversation with someone like me. I am a king. Oh, that offends me, and you don't even know what it means. You get offended. It means sovereign. I'm a sovereign being. I'm not a slave. I use that as a symbol to try to help show you something and teach you something. Because sometimes symbols work in different ways than words. So does music. So does visuals, artwork, and visuals, images. I'm trying to reach you. That's why I'm doing it this way, with music, songs, visuals, symbols. I'm trying to reach you deep down so that you have a deeper understanding, a deeper comprehension. And I know most of you are used to surface level living, surface level shit channels on YouTube, surface level everything. You don't crave deep truth. Your spirit doesn't crave it. Or you would be really excited about this. And most aren't. They treat it like it's not different from any other channel. They treat it like it's the same thing as the shit channels that you've gobbled up for years and years and years, in most cases, on YouTube and elsewhere. You've gobbled up shit. A lot of you can't even admit to that. You're not honest. So how do you expect me to trust you as spiritual beings if you're not honest? You can't even admit to what you followed for years. I am a magical, eternal spirit, a magical, eternal being. You could say spirit, being, spiritual being. I've never claimed to be a human or a human being, because that's slave talk. That's slave think. Those are slave labels given to you by your rulers, lords, masters. And that's what some of you love. You want to be led. You want to be lorded over and ruled over. I don't. I choose freedom.
But there are certain pains that I'm not going to touch upon, but they are coming through from her personal energy. Beautiful souls, I have yet to experience a kind of energy that moves so far beyond the human field as I did in today's reading. Now, the first two clips, you're going to see all of that unfold and what it means. In the third clip, it becomes emotional, yet beautiful. Let's get to the reading. You asked for Taylor Swift next. Let's go. Okay. Just going to pause it here. Yeah. Because the immediate energy is quite remarkable. Not quite. It is remarkable because it is operating far beyond the nature of the human body. How? Why? I am yet to know. But as for the start of this reading, I can tell you that this type of energy, the word would be likened to miraculous. it is operating so far out that one would even question whether she is of a human form. It's a completely different kind of soul light. And it's no accident, no accident. She also holds a certain grace with many parts of her energy body. This grace is actually able to meet so many people in various stages, ages of their lives, which makes her highly relatable. She is doing something, whether it's through her music, through other ventures, interactions, but simply the way that she is. It's beyond ordinary. Beyond ordinary. This clip was uploaded 2 months ago, and even at this time, her energy is still expanding out. There is no roadblocks here. There is nothing that is causing a contraction of the energy body, which means that she is able to go further with not only her life purpose, but it's what her soul is here to carry out. And it is here to do extraordinary things. Okay, let's move on to the next clip. Okay, this is another recent clip. Despite what she has innate to her, this is a natural energy that comes from her field, which is what makes it remarkable. But it doesn't mean that her life and her experience is without struggle, without battles. Her energy, yes, can and it will continue to go beyond. However, all the spheres that you and I go through, she experiences many battles in these spheres, whether it is something to do with our own value and self-worth, who we are, or whether it is in the relationship sphere, friendships, romantic relationships, family. These spheres is where she meets currents that actually they cause type of conflict that can make this type of energy question what they are doing. But because her natural state is so evolved, that energy there is likened to energies that can be found with gurus. Certain gurus who have experienced and gone through many lifetimes cleaning up and going within the energy body. This is nothing short of that. But there are certain pains that I'm not going to touch upon, but they are coming through from her personal energy. And even as you see on the screen now, where the clip has been paused, you may be able to, those of you tuning in, and do a little feel and pause for yourselves. You may be able to feel a certain current here. And this says much about the human experience and what we all have to meet and go through, regardless of who we are. But yes, some of us are coming in with a form that, as I mentioned from that very first clip, is it is certainly extraordinary. And let's just see if there is anything else for the collective to know from this kind of public figure. And we're going to go to the final clip, which was uploaded, not that long ago, but as you can probably see, it's a much younger version of her. So let's, and again, we are told about her soul light. This is the complete essence of what is happening, not just within her field, but how it moves out to affect others. Much of this is a natural assurance in the body.
In this video, I'll cover one of the myriad of reasons as to why people, pretty much everyone, will return back here to Earth. Yesterday I watched an interview between Pink Tourmaline and Isabella Green, I'll link it down below, wherein they raised a very interesting point, which is that obviously most people, human people, are only remembering this particular life. They don't remember anything beyond this life, prior to this life. They don't have particular experiences in this life either that push them outside the boundaries of this human realm, of the faculties of this realm. And so if this human life is all that you've seemingly ever known, obviously you are so easily duped when you get to any other higher dimensional. Obviously you are so easily duped. Obviously, you are so easily duped when you get to any other higher dimensional plane than this one, because, excuse me, when you cross over, let's say, when you out of body travel, when you die, whatever, you are most likely, as most people seemingly are, going to be presented with realms or possibly beings that are infinitely more vast than this one, that are exuding peace and tranquility and radiance and bliss and joy and love, all this shebang, right? And you'll be so enamored, you'll be so drawn and pulled in by this. Your skepticism, although you may have been a stout skeptic all throughout your life. I don't care if you've been the most militant atheist even. Coming to that point where you're it's flowing over, you're washed over with all this wonderfulness of the other planes. I don't see how most people are going to resist that. I don't see how most people are going to be skeptical of that. Because it is in our programming to be enamored, to see that there's this peacefully glowing, radiant being in front of me, and it loves me, it knows me like nobody has ever known me, it sees me, right? But you cannot know the nature of what you're perceiving. The only thing you can know through true discernment is yourself, is the awareness that you are. And really, we have to be skeptical of all content of experience. It doesn't matter what dimensional plane you're on. It doesn't matter what content of experience is playing out, because it is moving about. It is coming and going, and everything that comes and goes is obviously unstable. If you're resting your faith, your trust in something that is intrinsically unstable, where does that lead you? It leads you on. It leads you on. And to what? You may not know, because it's got you in its grips. You are just following along the carrots on the stick. You're being strung along to the agenda of something else, because you've taken yourself to be a someone, and you're now following the tracks of whatever is being laid out in the content of your experience. That is very dangerous territory to be in, and many people in these discussions will advise you to do all sorts of things. I, however, am of the conviction that if you already find yourself under those circumstances where you are taking yourself to be a someone relating to another one, no matter what that other might be in your experience, you are already in the grips of it. You cannot ignore it necessarily. You cannot turn away from it. Just like you can't just turn off this human life either. Well, in some sense you can, not through what you're possibly thinking, but you can, through meditation and various practices, have many recognitions that go far beyond the meditation, and through meditation and through meditation, through meditation, through meditation, through meditation, through meditation, and various practices, have many recognitions that go far beyond the seemingly physicality of this realm, of this human life. And so, in fact, all experience, including all the dimensional planes, including all the astral realms, including this very life here, is but a thin veneer on top of awareness. It is a film, it's transparent. And the more you explore your experience from the vantage point of your being, of awareness, you'll see that experience appears in what you are. It is not something that you are appearing in. It is not that you are located in this. There's a focal point through sense perception of localization, but all this experience, although there's the sense of localization, even the sense of localization appears in something greater, which is you. It's not mystical, it's not special, it's just the simple fact of your being. It is what you are, it is what we all are. And the more we are able to step back from these many layers of identification, the more we are able to just be as we are without being tethered to or involved with the content of experience in a way that identifies us with the seeming subjects that we appear to be for a limited time. And it is very important, again, to make this point that everything that comes and goes in your experience, this life comes and goes. The afterlives that you may encounter when you leave this realm, they come and they go. The beings you meet, they come, they go, and everything that comes and goes is inherently unstable. So why would you ever rest your faith, your trust in something that is unstable, in something that is not lasting? Because that means you know, somewhere in you, you know that whatever moves about, whatever is unstable, if you will, is going to leave you and disappoint you. And that is exactly why most people are trapped in this perpetual loop of seeking and resisting, because they think that maybe the peace and liberation they're looking for is on the other side of this next thing, or the next thing, or the next thing. Yeah, it's eternal, this seeking. What you're truly seeking is yourself. And you are not anywhere to be found except right here. Not hidden, not covered up, right here. Take that to heart. Not covered up, right here. Not covered up, right here. Take that to heart. Rest in right here. Timelessly. Beyond space. You know time and space. Time and space is unstable. Comes and goes and you know it. All that you know cannot be what you are. All you know cannot be what you are. For who are you that knows it? You, knowing something else, must be prior to what you're knowing. So I don't care if you're in front of God. Like so many people who have near-death experiences, they say they saw God. They spoke with God. They saw these beings. They spoke with these beings. They did all these things in this place, overlooking the very fact that it is all content in experience, never questioning the nature of what knows all experience, of what experience appears in and is made of. Question. I don't think there's a more direct path to true liberation than this. I'll see you next time. Bye.
I'm like 3 weeks into college and I'm already territorial over a guy. I am not proud of it.
Yes. Stop it right there. Territorial over a guy. And I'm not proud of it. Those two statements are the perfect introduction to one of the most important psychological concepts in modern dating: cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is what happens when your beliefs, your values, and your emotions stop lining up. One part of you believes one thing, another part of you wants something different. And when those two collide, your mind starts trying to explain emotions it doesn't fully understand. And instead of asking whether those feelings are trying to tell you something, you start arguing with yourself. Over the next 6 minutes, that's exactly what we're going to watch. Let's get into it. Shout out to Mr. Emil for this video topic request. Salute, 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 salute. Ain't that a man?
Why did I go into college literally saying that my main focus is going to be sisterhood? And then I see one of my guy friends in the village that I really like walking with another girl. And like, I don't know why I'm like upset by it, because I'm literally going to hang out with another one of my guy friends and I'm probably going to be seen walking alone with him, but there's nothing going on there. So I just, I don't know why I'm feeling this way. Like, why do I feel territorial? And I don't even actually want to enter a relationship with this guy friend. Like, I just think he's really cute and I enjoy spending time with him. I guess it's just nice to feel special and feel like you're the only one. But he's also not the only one. I don't know, man. College is just complicated. 'Cause all the girls and guys are mingling with each other and no one is really that special. I don't know.
She says she doesn't know, but she just told you exactly what her problem is. Her guy friend occupies that gray area where he's emotionally available without actually being her boyfriend. Whether she realizes it or not, his attention makes her feel special. The moment another woman receives that attention, she suddenly notices how much she valued it. The moment she saw him walking with another girl, this idea of her being special got shattered.
I thought you weren't looking for a relationship.
Yeah, well, you know, I like wasn't.
No, you said that last week. You were like, I'm not looking for a relationship.
Yeah, well, things.
Remember that? I do.
Things can change.
How long has this been happening?
Just a couple of weeks. She's coming over tonight, actually. So.
Awesome. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
I am so happy for you. Oh my God, my bestie's finally getting some.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's nothing serious though, right?
Sorry, what?
I said, obviously, it's nothing serious though.
Now, the reason why this is gold is because she just added to the evidence of the psychology behind women being responsible for hookup culture in college. When attention itself becomes rewarding, exclusivity becomes harder to choose, because committing to one person often means giving up validation from everyone else. All that mingling with each other is because women enjoy the abundance of attention they are getting and don't want to lose it because of being off the market with a boyfriend. And it doesn't stop there. Let's take it a step further.
But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it did hurt seeing him walk with another girl, but I don't have any context for it. Like, I don't know what that meant. Also, even if it was something more than friends, like, why should I be concerned? I just don't really know, like, what I want out of my guy friends. Like, I don't become friends with guys that I wouldn't potentially fall for. Because I'm always friends with guys I admire something about them. And it gets really hard when I'm very close to a guy and we're friends to not start to see them as more than that. You know, even if I know that we're like never gonna date, like in my heart, I could be feeling something different.
Notice something fascinating. She says she doesn't want him, but she also doesn't want another woman to have him. That's because attraction isn't always about commitment. Sometimes it's about possibility. She loves the idea of being desired, and not just by any man. It needs to be an attractive man. This is how hookups happen, because the modern woman doesn't require a relationship for sex to take place. This casual sex now functions as an ego boost because it hurts that you are not the only one. But if you sleep with him, at least you can go back to the sisterhood and say that he did want some.
So for this next week, I'm gonna try to not really think about guys, just focus on my relationship with God, career stuff, times with my friends, and you know, if my guy friend wants to hang out again one-on-one, like he'll reach out, you know, I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, it hurts because like I hang out with other people too, so it's like I can't be upset at him, or like I just it's like not warranted for me to feel territorial. I'm just disappointed in myself because I try so hard to prove to myself I can be just friends with guys, but the thing is, like, I just don't really like being friends with guys that I don't find to be really attractive. Like, I don't know. It's not that I don't like it, it's just I don't like, it's not that I'm not friends with any guys that I don't find attractive, it's just that I never get really close to them. Like, I don't really like hang out with them one-on-one. I don't make that much of an effort. So yeah, yeah, I am feeling, I don't know what I'm feeling. I just hate whenever I feel this way because I'm like, I'm such a simp. Like, I actually need to get a life, and I need to remind myself of my value. Like, I'm looking for my future husband, so why am I upset about seeing one of my guy friends walking with another girl? An emphasis on guy friend. Like, he's just a guy friend that I really like spending time around, and I think he's really cute. But like, what does that actually mean? You know, like, why am I upset about that?
You see the cognitive dissonance? This is exactly why PUAs, the pickup artists from back in the day, got it right. You don't listen to what a woman says. You pay attention to how they respond. She can't help but feel attraction for the guy she friend-zoned for having an abundance mentality. She was fine getting her ego boosted while keeping him in the friend zone and seeing other guys. But the moment he did it, she was forced to look at herself and draw the conclusion that she was not special. Because if she was, he wouldn't give other women the time of day. This doesn't mean that she wants to marry him now, but it does mean she feels attraction for him. That's the response. And she hates it. Why? Because she can't control it, and she knows it doesn't make sense.
I don't like being weak. And I hate when I like someone, because I just always am scared that I like them so much more than they like me, you know? So I'm just trying to take a step back, stop like trying to be around them all the time, or like, I think I just need some time away. I think I just need time and space to remember there are other people out there. Let me appreciate my friendships with girls and some guys, you know, but I really don't think I need like so many close guy friends. Like, I don't really think I need that much male companionship in my life. Except if it's from guys that I really admire. Yeah. Because I used to think like, dang girl, you're just so desperate. Like, you like any guy that gives you attention or any guy that you're friends with. And then I just realized like, I'm only friends with guys that I would like not completely rule out dating. Yeah, college is confusing. I need to not be focused on like guy friends and like boys, because like genuinely, like I want to find my future husband. Okay, now I need to go walk to my guy friend's dorm, the other one, to hang out.
This is called a roster, gentlemen. She claims she is looking for her future husband, but none of these guys are her first choice. Yet she is hanging out with them in their dorms. It's not the college that's confusing when it comes to dating. It's really the value system the gatekeepers of sex, which are women, have placed on what it requires for them to open these gates. It's obvious the requirement is not marriage. And on top of that, this is the best dating pool she will ever experience. Because after college, it's gonna be dating apps.
Dang, man. We're all just breaking each other's hearts out here. Well, my heart is the only one being broken. I'm pretty sure. Well, not broken, that's so dramatic. I just felt sad when I saw him walking with another girl, but like, we go to a co-ed college, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I have deep talks with him in this room, but I've also had deep talks with other guys in this room. I don't know. I can't be upset at something I do.
Yet she is. And Alison Armstrong argues that. Check this out.
And this is why women attack men when they're happy.
Women attack men when men are happy?
Mm-hmm.
What's an example? Oh, like sports.
Exactly. Ugh, he's so full of himself. And we'll do something to take him down.
So wait, why do women do that?
Because happiness and power comes together in a man's body, and the power is scary. And so we have to diminish the power. So we will attack them when they're happy. They come home, they caught a big fish, or whatever it was they did. If it wasn't something that I did that gave you that feeling, then that's a problem.
You're more excited to go out with your friends.
That's supposed to make you happy.
Why do you seem so happy to go on a trip with your friends? You don't seem as happy to go on a trip with me.
Yeah.
This is solipsism, gentlemen. Don't get it twisted. College Girl didn't attack men, and this is not about dunking on women, but recognizing behavioral patterns. We exposed many times how women have a problem with men going overseas to find their wives, because that is a direct insult to them. That's why some of them attack these men, to take away the power dynamic and feel better about themselves. Here's another dating coach making a similar observation. Check this out.
So today we're going to be discussing why attractive men get hate from women. Why do women hate on attractive men? Let's spill the beans. And some women might be mad at me when I spill this tea, because I'm slick breaking girl code by telling y'all this. But one of the main reasons is that she feels like she can't control you. You are attractive, which means you're probably select, and let's be clear, you get attention. She can't woo you only with batting her eyes, because she's not the only woman batting her eyes at you. You get attention. You're attractive. You stand out. And they may say, oh, they're attractive men everywhere. Not that much. It's a lot of guys, especially who let their body game go. And so if you are walking around here attractive in the face, and you keeping up with your body game, and you working on your coin, you getting your bag up, oh, you're a triple threat. That's why she's hating on you. She can't control you.
You heard what she said? Girl code. When Esther Villar released her book, The Manipulated Man, she was getting a lot of hate from women. Why? Because she broke the girl code. In order to manipulate men, they need to remain ignorant. This is exactly why the manosphere is portrayed as misogynist, because we are exposing women's secrets and taking away their power to manipulate. But in 2026, we don't even have to do anything, because women like this college girl go to the internet voluntarily to spill the beans. We just share it with you. So here's where we land. This college girl just gave us a masterclass in cognitive dissonance. Without even realizing it, she wants to be special. She wants to be chosen, but she also doesn't want to commit. She wants to keep her options open. She wants to keep the roster intact. And when those two things collide, she feels territorial, confused, and frustrated. She says she doesn't know what she wants, but she just told you everything. She only gets close to guys she finds attractive. She keeps them in the friend zone, but gets upset when they give attention to other women. She feels threatened by competition, not because she wants him, but because she wants to be the one he wants. That's not a mystery. That's a pattern, and understanding that pattern is the first step to navigating it. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. Listen to all, follow none.
Hello, my tiggers. Hello. Good morning. Good morning to RI. Good morning to Wendy. Good morning to TG. Good to see you. Good to see all of you here today. Salty Siren was here earlier. So was Mind Mirage. It's all the ladies here. Ladies love El Diablo. I don't think there's been a guy here all morning. I've been live for 6.5 hours. They must be lurking. It's showing me on my screen 17 tuned in, but I have a different screen than you do. So YouTube sometimes is inaccurate, but Restream is showing me 17. So mostly lurkers. Mostly lurkers here. Happy Fry the Demon's Day. Now, what channel are you watching? What show is this?
This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell!
Nobody does it better.
Nobody. We bring the madness.
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 We bring the madness. We bring the madness. Now, what else do I have to share with you? I always have a lot of things to share with my tiggas, my beautifully mad ones. Beautifully, beautifully, beautifully mad ones. The hottest show in hell. Look at that. The flames and the smoke. The hottest show in hell. El Diablo. El Diablo. You cheeky little devil. And where do they love El Diablo? From Canada to United States to Mexico to Australia to Russia to Japan to the United Kingdom to El Salvador. They love El Diablo in El Salvador. Here they are down in El Salvador. Let's check in on them. And this chick here and some of the other ones. She's twirling in El Salvador. They have some pretty women down in El Salvador. And they're happy. They're smiling. That's something and women in Canada get very upset. I'd never told a woman to smile. Never. Stranger, I've never said smile. They always complain that men are telling them to smile. It's because you rarely see any smiling women in public. I think that's the reason. You see a lot of sourpuss faces in Canada. You don't see a lot of this. You got to go to the third world to see smiling women. You don't see a lot of happy, smiling women. And often they say they want boyfriends, they want husbands, but they're not happy beings. They're not happy. You have to go down to South America, Central and South America. You can find them there. You rarely see women smiling in Canada, and about the only time you do see them smiling is when they're with their female friends, their girlfriends as they call them, which sounds lesbian, by the way. That caught on, I'm not sure how many decades ago, but it was in my lifetime. It didn't used to be. Women didn't used to call their female friends their girlfriends. Now they do, all the time. But when they're out with their girlfriends at a table somewhere, a restaurant, bar, they might smile at each other drinking. But usually they don't smile at men, I notice, unless they find you attractive. And especially if they see a ring on your finger, then you'll get a lot of smiles from women. If they think you're taken, and if they think that a beautiful woman already has you, then they get competitive. Women are quite easy to read, actually. They're not as mysterious as a lot of people want to let on. but they're also not as good as what they let on. And they're not as happy. I think Canadian women might be some of the most unhappy, miserable beings on earth. And in some other Western countries, maybe in Sweden, in the countries where there's been a big feminist push and a big push for so-called equality, women are miserable because they'll never be men. They can't compete. They should be more like this, dancing, happy, smiling, twirling batons, pleasant to be around. That would be wonderful. And I know how Canadian women are and American. Oh, you want to go back to the 1950s? I've heard the dumbest shit in my lifetime from, it's not just one woman. It's a lot of women I've heard it from and heard it on the internet from, it must be over hundreds, thousands of miserable bitches on the internet. They're not uncommon. There's a lot of them. And most of them will never be like this. They weren't like this when they were young, and they only get angrier and more bitter and miserable and sour and not fun to be around. And what man wants to date a woman or marry a woman that isn't fun? I certainly wouldn't. No way. There's no way I would give up my peace to marry an angry, bitter, miserable woman. I don't know how some of you guys do it. I honestly, seriously, if you might tune into this show years from now or days, months from now, whenever, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you stay with a miserable, I don't know how you do it. I'd never do that. I would never settle for that. They could pay me $1 million a week and I'd say, no, I don't want that. It's not worth it. I'd say they're not worth it. Not just it's not worth it. I'd be very blunt and say that woman isn't worth it. Kirsten and Louise and Carmen and Callie and some others are probably fuming, seething right now. They're probably fuming and seething, saying, Stephen hates women. Callie, Marcella, Louise, Kirsten especially says that if I talk about how Team Evil has some smelly vaginas, that I talk about that because I hate women. She's an absolute lunatic. She was treated very well. And she bashed me behind my back to a freak that's part of the Rainbow Mafia, an absolute freak. So that's why you're single, Kirsten, if you ever tune in here. You'll never have a man like me, ever. A man like me would never settle for you. Even after, if a man like me went on a date, one date with you, pick up on she's a feminist. She's not a lover of men. She's not to be trusted. She's not someone I would trust to have in my life. She's a back talker. She's two-faced. She's a Janice. She's a loser. And she's going to grow old alone and drink box wine and have cats and her dog. And that's all you're going to have. You're not going to have someone to love you, to give you attention, to cuddle you, to all those things that you say you want. Your feminism, cuddle up to your feminism. Take a marker, a Sharpie, and write feminism on a sheet of paper, like a printer paper, and glue it to a pillow and snuggle up to that. You can cuddle up to your feminism, you retard. You man-hating retard. You'll never be like this girl or the other ones behind her. Never. Now, is she physically cute and beautiful? I would say yes. Now, some stupid women, idiots, would say she's not that thin, her boobs aren't that big, she's got very good legs, great legs, a butt, but she has a very pretty face. She doesn't have to be the skinniest. She doesn't have to have the biggest boobs. She's glowing. She's very happy. She looks very sweet and like a happy being. Almost any man would want a girl like that as a girlfriend or maybe a wife, possibly. They would have to vet her first. And has nothing to do with education, degrees, all this stupid shit that American women and Canadian women think makes them attractive. We don't care about that, any of it. It could be a hot looking or a cute looking or super friendly, attractive, not just in face, but in personality, girl working at a Starbucks or a McDonald's, and a man that is high quality could walk in and she's 10 years younger and she's 25 and he's 35 or 36. And he's like, wow, she's very friendly and sweet, and she's attractive. And he could ask her out on a date. I would. If I was single, absolutely. And I was younger. If I was single and dating or still dating, absolutely. A girl like this, for sure. Absolutely. Because the job doesn't matter. I don't need her to make money for me. I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for extra income. I don't need more money. I don't need that. And a lot of successful men don't want that. They don't need it. It's not even a consideration. And women don't think this way. They think, well, look what I'm bringing to the table. I'm bringing money. A man wants an education. He wants an educated woman that's been to No. In fact, I'd prefer a woman that hadn't gone to university than one who has. And a lot of you women don't know what men want. You don't know how men think. We don't care if you have a degree or 2 or 3, like Kirsten and some others. That works against you, in fact. And then they'll turn it around, these idiot feminist women, and say, oh, you want a dumb woman. No, I want a pleasant, sweet woman. I have one. But if I were single or something happened, if my girlfriend passed away or whatever, I'll probably never get married. And if I did get married, it'd be just for her, really. Because I see what marriage is at this point. And it would be all risk for me. That's what it would be. Financial risk for me. Because financially, I'm way more successful. I don't need extra income. And there's quite a few men that can do quite fine on their own if their woman earns $0 a year. It doesn't matter to us. It doesn't attract us if you earn more, if you earn money or you have a well-paid job. The difference between you making 60 grand or 120 grand, we don't care. And this doesn't compute with women. They don't see that. They don't understand. Because we're not you. We're not like you. When a woman says a successful man, she's thinking of money. For the most part, money, status, power. We're not looking for that. We can get that on our own. That's what attracts you. What attracts us is different. Now, Louise, when she was on my channel, never understood that. I did a thing one time asking people on my channel, what do you think men want? Modern men today, or men of today. What do they want in a relationship or a partner? And all she listed was things she wants. See, women can't generally. They're more like Louise, most. They can't put themselves in a man's shoes and say, maybe men want something different than what women want. Maybe. Women can't do that. I don't believe women can think like men do. I don't believe that women have the empathy, which is putting yourself in someone else's shoes, that men do. I think women are more like children than men, and men are more mature. It's the opposite of what women believe. They always are putting men down, saying men are so immature. I think women stay at around the maturity level of 15 years old for life, most women. I think the exceptions grow up and mature. But I don't think women have a clue what men want. Sincere smiles, happiness, sweetness, gentleness, kindness, femininity, all the things that most Western women have thrown in a trash can in favor of following feminism. Because you have to go to other countries to see this, what you see on the screen. And by the way, that's why so many men watch stuff like this and enjoy it. And they're not all thinking of having sex with her. Some of them are, of course. But 22,000 likes on this. Now, are there a lot of Canadian girls like this? You'd be hard pressed to find 2 in the whole country, I would say. I might be exaggerating a little bit, but not by much. A lot of them are very unhappy and very hateful towards men, including teenage boys. They grow up as man haters, and their mamas love it. Their mothers are raising daughters that are man haters. So good luck. I don't think a lot of you are going to see grandchildren. There's very few white babies being born in this country because you've raised miserable, man-hating feminist daughters that are nothing like this one on the screen. I don't see how she could be a feminist because she's very feminine, and usually very feminine women are not feminists. They don't behave this way. This happiness coming from her is not displayed by most Western women. You have to go to other countries. By the way, that's what a lot of white men with options are doing. If you haven't noticed, they're leaving Canada and United States, or they're importing wives from other countries, girlfriends. They're dating outside of their race because there's so few white women that are even happy, that will even smile at a man. And a lot of men notice when white women do smile at a man, it's because he either smells exceptionally good or is dressed exceptionally well, wearing a very fine suit or something, and walks in somewhere. Then you get attention because of the clothing and status. It's showing, oh, this guy probably has money. So there's a lot of gold diggers where their eyes light up and they'll smile at you. But if you're wearing regular clothing, they don't give a shit. The same baristas at the same, let's say, coffee shop location or wherever it is. We notice this stuff. We're not dumb. We're not nearly as dumb and unaware as a lot of women believe we are. It's actually you. It's your gender that's kind of oblivious. You don't know that men notice this stuff. So a lot of successful men do notice the gold diggers. I know I could dress up in a suit today and go out today somewhere, different places, restaurant, cafe or something, and get looks based on dressing very well, dressing in an expensive suit. It's all I'd have to do. Simple. It's not hard. But, you know, men are attracted without money. Again, the McDonald's example, the girl at a McDonald's, I could stop somewhere, get a burger at an A&W or McDonald's, or go to a Starbucks for a coffee, and they're earning next to nothing. We know they don't have money. We're not looking for money. We're looking for things that most modern Western women don't provide. Peace, joy, happiness, companionship, conversation, femininity, sweetness. All these sorts of things are almost gone out of our society. And we notice. We notice you're covered in tattoos, most of you, young women. And it's not just young women, it's 35-year-olds, 45-year-olds, 50-year-olds. We notice. We notice things that you don't want to talk about. A lot of women clam up. They don't want to say it. But it's obvious what's going on. I don't want white women like this on the screen. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of men that don't want that, by the way. There's a lot. There's a lot of men that don't want that. And there's a lot of women that want to pretend that this isn't happening. But there's countless like her. I would say the majority of women under 40 have at least 1 or 2 tattoos in Canada, in the United States. If you exclude, I would say exclude Asians, like Chinese, they usually don't have them. Blacks tend to have them, and white women. White women are just covering themselves in tattoos. This one is a video. I'm not sure if it's showing up, but with the black hair, and she has her tongue split, and she's white. And this is what we see. We see women covered in tattoos and piercings. And then you'll say, what's wrong with men? Where are all the good men? Well, you don't even look human anymore, a lot of you. You want a man. Well, look at what you look like. Do you have a mirror to look in? Look at this one. Bald, completely bald. Now, some would say, you don't know. She might have a disease. She could, maybe. But she's got a tattoo on the top of her head. She's tattooed her head. The top of her skull is tattooed. She's got her ears stretched out so big that I could put my middle finger, maybe even 2 fingers through there. I don't know exactly how large that is, but maybe you could fit Andre the Giant's finger through there. He had big ring-sized fingers. She's got the fake lashes. She's got piercings all over the ears, all over the face, eyebrows, vertical, and then the horizontal at the bridge of the nose. She's got at least three nose rings that I can see. The side, and then 2 coming out that look like teeth or fangs or something, or claws. I don't know. She has her cheeks pierced. Piercings all over the place. She has that vacant stare, the dead-eyed stare. She's got a chest piece, huge tattoo. I don't know if it's a butterfly or maybe a moth instead of a butterfly. It's not colorful. It's black and gray. And some people would say, this is cool, you go girl, and she's strong and independent and empowered, and we're just tired of it. I've been many places that notice they're all tatted up, all of them, everywhere you go. I think it does say cancer. Yeah, reversed. It looks like it might say cancer. I think you're right. So some people would say, well, she went bald from cancer. Well, cancer doesn't make you bald. The treatment does. Or it could. It could. So did she fill herself with poison? Maybe. Or maybe she doesn't have cancer. Maybe she's saying she's a cancer to the world with that. Maybe that's what she's trying to say. I don't know. But what I want you to notice is how she, beyond that, what she's made herself into. And there's a lot of them. And then they wonder why they're single. And they complain. And they end up blaming men and hating men. And I think a lot of younger men are just tired of it. They're not attracted to you. They're not attracted to this. And some of you women are scratching your heads. Why don't they want us? Well, you're not feminine. You're not attractive. How about this one? Hack, 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 hack. It's got a huge schnoz with I don't know how many piercings are in there. Look at the nose. Did you get so many piercings you deformed your nose? Did you get so many through your lips you deformed your face with piercings? Neck tattoo. How come there's thousands, if not millions, of women like that? What's going on with women where they're just piercing the hell out of themselves, covering themselves with ink? What's wrong with you? You have the biggest gauge nose rings that you can get, and they have to work their way up to that. Oh, UFO Jesus wouldn't want that at all. At all. Look at this. How long does it take you to work your way up to that gate? Look at the ear. It's surrounded by earrings all the way around. Not just the earlobe, all the way around, covering the ear. Everywhere. Everywhere. The ear is just covered. And then spikes through the bridge of the nose. And then multiple piercings on the side. There's a little ring. There's a nose stud. And then the big septum piercing. And then the ring through the lip. They'll say that they're traumatized. Go bigger. Go bigger. Don't let me talk you out of it. Don't listen to the advice and wisdom of men. Ignore men and what men say is not attractive. Ignore men. Go bigger. Just keep going. And then you want to be treated as equal and say, why don't men respect us? Well, this is why. This is one of the reasons. You're foolish. You're idiots. So you want respect, and here you are. You're sows with your noses pierced. You want respect. You're big pigs. And often their houses and cars or apartments are like pigsties. And they want respect. What do you have to offer? What do you bring to a man? Why should he keep you in his life? What do you bring to the table is the expression, and then these gross pigs say they are the table. You're not the table, you're the buffet. You're not the table. You're the whole buffet. You ate the whole buffet, you big pig. But what do you have to offer men? You don't have anything. Why would a man need you? How do you make a man's life better?
What I find is, so the native Bristolians are either quite tolerant of me or they actually like me. But it's all these students who like infect the area. And the issue is that the reason why these places are so left-wing is because, especially in local elections, you can vote twice. So if you're studying at the University of Bristol, you can not only vote in Bristol, but you could also vote in the country, the area of the country which you used to live in with your parents or whatever. Which means areas like Brighton and Bristol are like left-wing shitholes. No offence, Bristol is genuinely a beautiful part of the country. It's got beautiful architecture, it's got beautiful Christian history, but it's been completely diminished by these student actors who are incredibly violent, indoctrinated thugs who don't actually care about this great nation. Yeah.
Have you got anything to prove that? Like,
I can prove it.
Go ahead.
So I was at the University of Bristol a few months ago. Do you want to have a discussion?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, go on.
No, first I want to know, like, who specifically are you wanting to deport?
Net drains to the economy, people who hate our way of life.
No, who? So name them. Who?
Okay, sorry, I can't name 10 million names.
No, but you've made a whole thing about it.
Yeah,
who
I'm giving you categories of people
wanting to get rid of out
deport.
of this country? So specifically who?
Yeah, I've given you categories of people who I want to deport. So people who are net drains to the economy. So people who.
So who are they?
Yeah,
who
people,
are they?
Yeah, so people.
I'm not speaking to you.
So people who take in more to the system than they give, right?
As in
people who receive more money from the state than they take out.
So who are those people?
I don't understand what the question is.
Well, you've said that as an example, but who specifically are you talking about?
Like, for example, the government did a study in 2021 about the fiscal benefit of dependents from high-skilled workers. They were a net, I think, £36,000 every year. So that's how much the government is losing for these people existing. So a lot of dependency schemes.
So why do you think they're getting that money in the first place?
Benefits, subsidies.
Yeah, but why do you think they're a recipient of those benefits in the first place?
Because when you have mass migration, if you bring in millions of people and you create enclaves, these migrants are already poor. Bring in a bunch of poor migrants, strain social services, and if there's not a lot of people employed, I mean, even young people aren't even able to get jobs.
Okay, I'm employed. I'm nearly 40 years old. I have 2 children. I earn
1 in 4 people.
I earn £40,000 a year. I'm also have to be a recipient of benefits because the cost of living has got so extreme.
But you probably
that's got nothing,
give more into taxes than you take out.
It doesn't matter. I'm still a recipient of benefits. It's got nothing to do with migration.
But the thing is, when you're a migrant, right, you have to adhere to the social contract. So there is no reason why you should be here outside of your contribution to the state. If you believe in migration, migration should only be based on the condition that you in some way contribute to this country, right?
So my children's grandmother was a migrant to this country. She was part of the Windrush generation. She set up I haven't finished speaking. She set up the Southmead Midwifery Unit. She contributed a huge amount to this city. If it wasn't for migration, we wouldn't have half of the
economy. But I also disagree with a lot of the Windrush generation, especially if you look at London. They imported a very poor knife crime epidemic, which we still see to this day. Go to Notting Hill Carnival. You know, the arrest rates are quite high for drug use.
We're not talking about knife. What
Well,
is,
no,
so
because
you've gone off
so
topic.
you'll keep moving towards different examples of migration. Your grandparents aren't examples of people who are net drains to the economy. However, in other areas, when it comes to the Windrush generation, I wouldn't have accepted them. Because
Migrants
a lot of them had an
the
inferior
reason we're
culture
suffering
to
in this country. The cost of living is the fact that we're paying through the nose for basic things like energy and housing has got nothing to do with migration and everything to do with mass billionaires taking the absolute fucking piss out of all of us, regardless of where we've come from.
Do you know Karl Marx was actually against migration? Because rich millionaires use mass migration. He actually says this into Capital. He says that Mass migration is used for a surplus of labour used by the bourgeoisie to decrease workers' wages. Because if you bring in millions of people, you can then depreciate the workers' rights and also their money. Because if a foreigner is willing to do a job for less money...
We've lost half the migrants that came to this country because of Brexit.
That's not true. A lot of the people actually...
Listen to this, dummy. These women vote. So these women vote at all levels. Federal elections in Great Britain and Canada, United States, Australia, Germany. And they don't even know how economics works. They just think it's the billionaires. They want more migrants. And this is after this is a day ago, by the way. So 1 day ago, this was posted. This woman wants more migrants. Doesn't believe they harm the British. Loud, arrogant, mouthy, ignorant, classless, nipples showing through. There you go. Just amazing. She's everything wrapped up in one. You don't have to look hard to find this. And this is another thing. A lot of women like to do the denial thing where they say, well, it's just her. No, there's a lot like this. Because everywhere I look on YouTube, there's something like this. And that's what bothers women like Kirsten. If I say that the women on Team Evil have stinky vaginas, she takes it personally, I heard. Well, Kirsten, it's probably because your vagina stinks. Otherwise, you wouldn't take it personally. You got a smelly vag, Kirsten. She's got the smelly vag. She's got the smelly vag. You took it personally because it hit home. That's why. Now, I like this guy. I could say he looks a bit weird. He's got an overbite. He's got a weird kind of chin. He's a bit strange looking. But you know what? His views are right on target. That's what matters. That's what makes him likable to me. His views. So some people would probably mock his looks and say he looks a little bit weird. But a lot of his views make sense, and he's willing to go out there in public and say them, which is commendable, because look at what he's putting up with coming up to microphones, this thing, and sometimes trans people and all kinds of vegan weirdos and all kinds of weirdos. Kool-Aid drinking, indoctrinated, hateful weirdos.
Leaving of native British people.
We're actually fucked. Like the farming that we've...
If a foreigner is willing to do a job for less money...
We've lost half the migrants.
I wonder if she shaves her armpits, if she lifts her arm up, if there's going to be a massive amount of hair right by the side of her boobs. I wonder if she's hairy, because the way she's standing, her posture, loud, aggressive, no femininity, none. And some of you have probably already forgotten, right? Here you go. Take a look. This is actual femininity that can be seen in other countries. Now, what has happened to our countries? Why do we have to settle for women like the one that you just saw on the screen, the loud, big mouth at the microphone that's trying to act butch, when we'd rather have this? How come it's never a consideration what men want in our society? We want this. We don't want what you just saw, okay? I want you to understand that. We don't want this garbage. I'm going to go back to it. Yes, he's a good lad. And look at this thing. Hands on her hips. You can tell by her elbows. You should be able to tell her, or I need to do some work on you, or you need to do some work on yourself. If you can't tell, she's got her hands near her fucking hips. Big attitude. We don't like that. We don't want that. And if I and millions of younger men than me, have anything to do with it, this eventually is going to go away. We're not going to tolerate this shit forever. The migrants and women like this and haters of white men, haters of our countries that we built, we're not going to take it forever. And I've said openly, they'd be floating on a door. If I were in control right now, some of you think it's a joke or you think it's trolling. I'm dead serious. And I bet I could get millions of men on YouTube to agree with that idea. or in the real world. We don't want you. We don't need you. You're just a problem. You're a defender of invaders. You're a defender of everything that's ruining our country. You're not pleasant to be around. You're not feminine. You're aggressive. You're classless. You're everything that a man that's a good, decent, Western white man does not want. That's what you are. And she doesn't even have the tattoos and the nose ring. There's some that are worse than her.
Because if a foreigner is willing to do a job for less
We've
money...
lost half the migrants that came to this country because of Brexit.
That's not
We've
true.
done
A lot of
what
the
we
people
wanted,
actually
and now
leaving
we're
are
fucked.
native British people.
We're actually fucked. Like the farming that we used to have and used to benefit as a result of migration, we've killed them, we've fucked them all off back to where they came from.
Do you want
and
to
now
keep
this
on
country's
moving
fucked.
on different points, or can we stick
No,
to the
I'm just
one
saying
point?
the thing that you're
Because
saying.
I like the left, right? Because they can identify who...
So publicly she's female and she's saying, we're fucked, we fucked them all off, we're fucked. Oh, there's a tattoo on her forearm, it looks like, unless that's dirt. It looks kind of like dirt, but it could be words on a tattoo on her arm. Of course she has tattoos. Of course she does. And she's got her nipples showing. You can't even cover your nipples in public. You might as well not be wearing a top. I can see your nipples perfectly well through that. Is she straight? Is she a lesbian? It's hard to tell these days. You know, Western women are far gone when many times men can't tell if you are straight because so many of you are not feminine. I don't know if she's a lesbian. The gaydar is going off, but she might be straight. She might say, oh, no, I'm straight. I like men. It's just like, well, you're not feminine at all. There's not a drop. I mean, what's your estrogen level? In the negatives? What is this? They talk about men being changed and testosterone not being what it is. Well, look what we're looking at. This is what men are looking at. Men are looking at prospects for girlfriends and wives, and this is what they're looking at. This kind of stuff. Fuck. It's gross.
I haven't said I'm left or right. You don't know me.
You are.
You don't know me.
Walk like a duck, talks like a duck, it is a duck.
You don't know me.
If the left can identify who's causing the problem. So I'm more than happy to admit that it is the billionaires who are causing this problem, mostly because they're part of the political class actually causing these
pinning it
decisions.
on a group of people that are only here because we've bombed them. We've got nothing to do.
Let's have a constructive dialogue where each of us listen to each other.
I'd love to, but you keep speaking over me.
Yeah.
A group of people that are only here because we bombed them. What African countries have we bombed where they're showing up? The darkies are showing up in France and England. Did we bomb Pakistan? No. What about the brownies, the Indians? The ones from India and Pakistan, did we bomb those countries? No. When was the last time we bombed Afghanistan? Well, they're coming over. One's from Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran. Sudanese, are we bombing them in Sudan? I don't think so. I'm tired of this shit. The only reason they're coming over is because we bombed them. There's tons of countries filling up our countries. We haven't ever bombed them. You're a liar. So she went from the gorilla stance to the arms folded. How feminine, how sweet. And this is what we have to deal with, not just this guy. Men pick up on this. You're not feminine anymore. We want women the way they used to be. Women aren't women anymore.
So the millionaires cause this problem by how? Well, because they bring in millions of migrants. If you look at the Boris Way, for example, they depreciate for native British people and how much they're paying.
Look at the mouth going when she's folding her arms, listening. Her head is tilted, cocked to the side. The mouth, just angry. We get angry energy. Just anger is emanating off of her. It's not just her. It's a lot of you women. It's millions of you in the West. And we're tired of it. We just are tired of it. You're so oppressed, aren't you? That how would you do in Africa? I'll send you to Liberia. How about that? You can go live in fucking Liberia.
paid for jobs and the rights that they have. Because a foreigner is way more likely to get paid less and have less rights for the same job. That's why, for example, 18 to 24-year-olds can't find a part-time job. Because first of all their hiring managers are foreign. They would prefer to have an in-group preference hiring.
It's such a sweeping statement. That's just actually not true. You can't just put
is.
statements out there like
Well,
that. All of their hiring managers are foreign.
It's very self-evident, right?
Don't just
so
talk
18 to 20-year-olds can't get
statements. Like, talk facts or show me.
Okay, I'll give you a fact.
Show me all of these. Show me
go to any
you've
McDonald's.
Got no proof.
18 to 24-year-olds, right? The reason why they can't get a job is because the insurance rates on hiring these people are incredibly high, which means they can never initially get a job because a business can't afford to hire them. Now, an 18 to 24-year-old who has just migrated to another country, he has loads of experience.
If women are just as smart and aware as men and equal to men, why do they fall for these talking points? Why do they fall for propaganda? Why do women fall for this shit so easily if you are, as women, equal to men? How's that possible? It's always the women that fall for it. But we're equal, right? Is that why they program women and they know women will fall for the shit? They know women will eat it up, like this butch woman here that could be a Leslie Bean.
Experience in a newly emerging economy working because it's incredibly easy to get a job in these nations. So he has the experience, he's hired, and the native British people aren't.
How can it be that migrants come over and get hired straight away and the other ones can't, when half of them can't even speak the language in the first place? And also they can't just come here and work. We know they can't. They can't come here and get benefits. Yeah, but if they're working, they're then contributing. So what's your point?
So you've got like different classifications of migrants, right? So can we agree, right, that
if they're working, they're not contributing. They're taking away jobs from us. And if they're not working, they're getting benefits, taking money away from us. We don't need them. We were more successful and better off, healthier and happier as countries without them. Why is this difficult? We should start treating women like 2-year-olds at this point. And that might sound offensive to some. Maybe it sounds offensive to many women. And my response is, I don't care. I don't care if it sounds offensive or hurts your feelings or coochie chakras. It's true. Too many of you act like this, and a lot of you are unaware of it. Now, I'm not saying that all of you are like this. I'm not saying that all of you are this extreme. But there's ones even more extreme than this. I don't think men of past generations had to deal with millions of women like this. I think there were some in the past, 100 years ago, let's say, but not as many as we deal with. We just don't want to be around you. I don't even like the voice of most women these days because it's not feminine. It's more like this, an angry, hate-filled bitch that I wouldn't want to be around. I wouldn't want her sitting next to me at a restaurant table, eating indoors or outdoors on a patio, eating a lunch, let's say, somewhere fancy. I wouldn't want this around me. And you can say whatever you want. You could say, Stephen, you sound like a snob. I don't want it in my country. And I'm calling it an it, just like I do with that mushroom creature. I would get rid of them. I would float them away. And I'm not trolling. It's not joking. It's not, oh, Stephen doesn't mean it. No, I do mean it. I do mean it. You would see doors as far as you could see the horizon. That's how many would be floating away, because it would be millions. It wouldn't just be a couple. These aren't exceptions. This has gone so far that we're sick of it. And white men are generally patient. We've taken this for decades, and it's just garbage. If you're so bloody unhappy with Great Britain, with Canada, with the United States, I would say get the fuck out, grab your own door, or you're not getting one. If you don't grab one, you're going to be towed on a line. You won't even have a door to float on. That's your choices.
That's alleged refugees can't come here, get 4-star hotels without the consent of...
You say 4-star hotels like they're being waited on hand and foot.
Yeah,
they're en route. They've got. They're not.
I've literally been to these hotels inside of them.
I've also been to Calais. I've also been to all of these places.
Go to the Bell Hotel in Epping. These are quite nice hotels that were initially used.
I showed footage in Ireland and in England of the so-called migrants at 4-star hotels. I showed it. and inside. And they were kicked out, the people that were filming, making documentaries or just filming. And they are weighted on hand and foot. And she denies it. This is what women do. And you can say, not all women, that doesn't faze me, that changes nothing. There's way too many of you that do this, that argue against the truth. You lie, you deny, and we're just tired of it. We're tired of all women that are like this. All of them. I don't care how light-skinned you are. I don't care if you had beautiful hair, were thinner than this one, weren't butch. If you're like this, I don't want you around. I don't think you can be fixed, changed. You don't belong in white countries. You belong with what you love. You love the migrants. So go live with them. Go away.
Used for people actually hiring them.
So
out
would you
of
like to
spaces.
live there?
Absolutely. Would I want free dental care? Would I want a free hotel? Would I want the NHS to come to me to actually check me out whenever I claim I'm ill?
You've only just stopped getting free dental health
Mate,
care.
If I wasn't so patriotic,
We all get
I
free
would go on
NHS
brown
care.
face.
Like, what are you on about?
Yeah, but hold on, we're not put it as a priority. If I wasn't a
You don't get free anything. It's paid for by your taxes, or by your tax, as you would call it in Britain. We call it here plural, taxes, because it's a combination. It's your tax. If you contribute to the system, white men pay into the NHS system for you to have quote unquote free healthcare, meaning you show up and you don't have to pay on site to go to a hospital or a doctor. It's similar to the Canadian system. Our tax pays for it. Our tax is taxes. Okay? It's not free. I can't stand when British call it free, Canadians call it free. It's not free. Nothing is free that we have here in terms of services. Get your head on straight, you moron. Take off your sunglasses and scratch your head until you have a thought that makes sense.
patriot, I'd probably go to Calais, put some brown face on, take a dinghy, go over to Dover and claim I'm a refugee because I'm a raving homosexual and get all these nice benefits. And that's what
benefits you on about? You clearly aren't speaking to these people properly. Do you know?
What benefits? They get all the benefits. They get all the benefits. What are they not getting? They live better, way better than the average British person, based on what I've seen. And I've seen many hours of footage.
Go to the doctors in Montpellier and go and speak to the people who are there. They've had their families blown apart. They've got nothing left. They're here because it's one of the only languages that they can speak, and they've got nowhere else to go.
A lot of these refugees, when they're able to work in the informal economy.
My friends work there. They're going and visiting these people.
The vast majority of these migrants come from areas like Somalia, and they have disproportionate high remittance rates. Now, what actually happens? The reason...
I think for the most part, this guy knows his stuff, which I appreciate. I applaud him for that. And I've watched not just this video, but I just found his channel. I haven't even subscribed yet. I just noticed I got to subscribe right now. This guy knows his stuff. Young Bob, they call him. Now, I don't know why YouTube never recommended a single one of his videos to me until just recently. I don't know if this is his channel, Project Britannia, but 18-year-old young Bob, I don't know. But I just found this guy, and he's standing up, and look at her stance again. We're just tired of this. We're so fucking tired of this. We're so tired of women not being women, and women need to be put in their place or shipped out. It's that simple. You know, there's right-wing idiots that would say, Stephen, you would ship out white women with the Tiggas? Yes, I would, because you can't change these ones. You just can't do it. There's no changing them. There's no making her feminine. I'm not just saying changing her way of thinking. She can't become feminine. She's a lost cause. And she supports everyone that's non-white men. That's what it's obvious. So why would we want her around?
And we see this on the right all the time, right? Why are the people coming here via boat statistically mostly men? Well, it's because men aren't allowed in like UN refugee camps, for example. So what will happen is they'll have their family in these countries which you know, aren't as nice as ours, but are pretty safe, they'd say, live here.
There's some truth to what you said, guys.
It's absolutely not true. The reason
Stay
they
here.
come, the
I'm
reason
going to go
they
back
come
to
here,
your. I'm going to go to this country.
if your
you'll give-
family was blown apart, would you send
Give me
your
a
kids
country.
first, or would you send
Give me a
yourself?
country.
Would
Give
you
me a
send
country.
yourself,
Hold on,
or
hold
would
on,
you send
hold
your
on.
kids
Give
or
me
your
the
wife?
country you're
Who
referring
would
to.
you send? If your
Give me the
family-
country you're referring to.
If somebody,
Just the men and not all the women and children then.
if your family,
hold on.
let's say this is happening.
Hold on, my friend.
I'm trying to answer
Name me,
you. I'm
name me
trying
the
to answer
nations.
this
Name me.
man.
The,
If your
my friend.
family was blown
Let the
apart
ladies
right
speak.
now, who would you send? No, answer me. Who would you send?
Because they're here for economic
not
reasons.
delusional.
They're just here to send back money to their own country. That's why Somalia is largely an
Their own
economy built
countries
on
are
remittances
fucking
from
rubble
America and the
most of
UK.
the time. Their countries are rubble. If your family was blown up now, if you're,
Ethiopia.
if Bristol was being targeted by bombs and you were like you are now, would you send your younger sister to go and get help? Would you send yourself?
Yeah, but I'm asking. So first of
You
all,
can't all
I would
go.
go to France. I wouldn't go to the other face of the planet, right? Do you know most of
It's
these
not
people?
a safe travel.
Wait,
You'd send
my
somebody
friend,
you know.
my friend, have the courtesy, right? So, first of all, I do agree with you. And in fact, there was this pro-refugee campaign of this video of this daughter going through a war-torn England and having to migrate over to France as a refugee, and they were acting how intolerant allegedly we are for refugees. Now, the point
clearly
is
are.
that if England was getting bombed, I would go to France. I wouldn't go to 13 other nations, potentially risking my life.
But what if you don't speak French? Would you not go to the country you speak
I
the
don't,
language
as long as
of?
I'm not getting bombed, I don't care if they're speaking a foreign language. I think if you were getting bombed, you would pretty quickly learn the language of the country that'd be willing to host you.
You can't just quickly learn it if nobody's teaching you, if nobody's welcoming you.
Well, the UK,
What
we
if
actually
you've
give
got a
English
connection
classes
here?
to
What
these
if you have
refugees.
family
Why can't we
here?
do it for other people? We actually offer a service for refugees because
You say we, like you're involved in that. You're not. You don't
we're
want them here.
taxpayers. People
you
who
don't
pay
want them
tax.
here.
People who pay tax.
Yeah, I'm not buying you. Like, come on, who else? Apart from these, like, scroungers on benefits that you keep speaking about.
Oh
who
yeah,
else do
yeah.
you
So
want?
economic migration. I don't think just because you think it's an economic zone, you have.
Yes, she does have tattoos. She's got some stupid tattoo on this forearm. Now, I don't know if the camera's reversed, but she has a ring on a ring finger. Is that her right hand or left hand? We can't tell. It could be reversed. Someone might have married this slob. Look at this. If you change it a little bit, that's a man with tits. There's nothing feminine about that. And I'm not trying to be crude or crass. I'm just trying to be very blunt and direct because I want it to sink in. That's a man with tits. That's what it wants to be. There's nothing feminine about it. It's aggressive. It's challenging. There's nothing feminine. The way she's treating him, it would not be tolerated in 1930 or 1940. And it shouldn't be today. Shouldn't be. We shouldn't have these creatures walking around with smelly vaginas acting like this. And Kirsten, you can smell your own if you're offended by that. Put your head between your legs and sniff. Sniff your own vagina. I bet she stinks, the one on the screen, and Kirsten as well. But I bet the one on the screen stinks. And I don't care who I offend. I have the freedom to speak and to think freely. If you can't take it, fuck off and don't watch my channel. And that's what I would say to her in person. If you hate white men, white British men, fuck off. Go away. Go to a third world shithole in Africa. I wouldn't be as kind and gentle as this guy is with her. I wouldn't be. I don't think they deserve the energy.
Have the right to gain access to this country. Negative
The percentage is so small, it doesn't
We're
impact
looking
our
at over 10
economy.
million. You know, according to the OBS, we've over got 1.2 million migrants who are visa overstayers or failed asylum seekers. Not even people who are going through the system. People just, you know, who got rejected and just left.
How do you feel about British people leaving the UK and going living
I
somewhere
think
else?
they're traitors to their country.
So
I'm
you
pretty
think
consistent.
everybody should stay where they're born, no matter what?
Yeah.
That's so small-minded. You're not
How
going
do
to
you
go.
think our
You're not going to
country's
go
great?
travelling.
Because your
You're not going to go
ancestors
see the
stayed
world.
here
You're going to
and
stay
built it
here
up.
and do nothing.
Listen.
You're not going to go travelling. You're not going to do
Yeah,
anything.
you can go on holiday, but I wouldn't, you know, have a brain drain
How
and
does
say
it
all the
make you a
brightest people in
traitor
this
to like
country
want to
leave.
go and explore the world and live somewhere else? If British people are free to do it and get called an expat, not a migrant, why can't people come to this country?
Because I'm patriotic, and I think the reason why our country is incredibly great is because of the ancestors that built this nation, and we
the
wouldn't have
ancestors
had,
are half migrants.
and
like,
we
what
wouldn't
do
have
you want
had that,
about?
and we wouldn't have had that if.
Can you believe this? She said the ancestors are half migrants. Half migrants. Oh, fucking hell. You can't make this up. So, in her view, England was built by migrants. She's that retarded.
If the immediate mind, the liberal mind was there in the past where we could just move to any country.
How do British women and men live around this type of thing? That believes England was built by half of the... Oh, Jesus Christ. You just can't make this shit up. Oh, fuck. I'm glad I don't have people right around me like this, but it makes me sick, no matter how far away they are. I don't know how people stand this. I don't know how he's been this patient with this piece of shit, that there's no reaching her. You could debate with her and tell her facts all day. You could do it for years. Doesn't get through.
Country, you know? That's
We
incredibly
literally went and
unpatriotic.
invaded like half of the globe.
Based.
What do you mean based? Speak
Well,
English.
it's very impressive that a small island nation conquered nearly a quarter of the globe. I mean, if you look at it, we had like, what, 100,000 troops in India with a population of millions
when we're
of
bombing
Indians?
countries, when we're complicit in sending bombs and using army
I
bases
think-
for America
I
to go and bomb those
banning
countries,
widow burners
suddenly...
in India was pretty good, you know? I think the British Empire was overwhelmingly a net positive benefit to our country. If you just look at the data. We banned...
I think we, as whites, should either colonize the earth or keep them out and send them back and keep them out and just fuck them. Don't help them. Pakistan, India, all of the darky countries in darky Africa, don't give them anything. No food aid, no money, funds, nothing. No technology, no help. Either we colonize the whole the whole world, or just leave them to their own devices. If they fail miserably, if they starve, too bad. Because we're hated either way. And that's something that some of you have to come to terms with. I don't know if you will. I don't know if you will in your lifetime. They hate us no matter what we do, is what I'm saying. If we colonize their country in Africa or anywhere, could be an Asian country, we could colonize the Philippines, we could colonize Indonesia, we could colonize Japan, Taiwan, whatever. Singapore, whatever. Tahiti, an island country, whatever. Or they're going to hate us. And if we leave them alone and say, fuck them, we're not letting them move here to our countries to ruin it, they hate us for that. And if we let them in, they hate us. No matter what, they hate us and blame us, no matter what. No matter what, okay? No matter what. So I would say we're going to have to make a decision. Again, hypothetically, in a scenario, if I were running the West, if I were the king of the West, not a tyrant, a king, a true king, I would ask my people in a real legit, we'll say, vote or referendum, something. And it would be something that couldn't be rigged. I would have people working on it so that you could have your say, not just checking a box, but your say electronically. And it would be somehow that you had to sign in where it couldn't be rigged and fixed. So I would get a true representation of what my people want. And the two main choices that I would put forward would be, do you want us as a people, not just British, not just Canadians, not just America, as a people, as European stock, all European countries, East, West, Northern European, Southern, everywhere in the world, to European people living in Australia and New Zealand. Do you want us to colonize Earth? All of it. Control it all. And just say, we're tired of their bitching, hatred, their racism towards us, their anti-white, can't please them. Let's take over, colonize everywhere. All of it will be run by us. You know what I mean by us. They know what I mean by us. The darkies. Or cut them off. Not just economically, in every way. Don't let them in our countries ever. Send them back, deport them completely. I call it deporting them. Get rid of them. Float them away. Close the borders where they can't come to Canada. Only whites, and only whites could come to America. Only European stock. Only European could ever come. And Britain would be mostly, England would be for the English, Ireland for the Irish, just like Japan is for the Japanese. Run it that way. And also no aid. No more helping Africa. No more sending them billions of dollars. That's done. That's over. Deal with your own problems. No more money to Israel, obviously. Obviously, I shouldn't even have to say that. But no more money to any of these places. No more money or help to Haiti. No more help to Ethiopia, to Sudan, to wherever. No more. We're done. And those would be the two main choices. And then I would have options on the referendum for people to write in other ideas if they had a better idea. And that would be all taken into consideration. That's what I would do. And would I just ask my people and do nothing? No, there would be action, immediate action. After a decision was made, okay, this is the direction we're going. This is mostly what the people want, and this makes sense. The will of the people. And you know what? If the will of the people had been taken into consideration in the kingdom of Great Britain, you wouldn't have all these boats landing in migrants, because British people didn't want this in 1940, 1950, 1960, up until today. The overwhelming majority of white British did not want this. And white British men certainly did not. It's probably 85, 95% of British men that did not want this all along. The average British man did not want what's happening. So if the will of the people had been taken into consideration and followed, this wouldn't be happening. And there wouldn't have been hundreds of thousands of women and children harmed or unalived in brutal ways, tortured and sexually abused. Never would have happened. It never should have happened. Because the average British person didn't want this. And they were right for not wanting this. They didn't want this in the days of Enoch Powell in England. Excuse me, I'm having a nice coffee. That's what I would do. Now, I realize there are white people in various countries that would say, Stephen, how could you say that? You'd colonize the earth? Absolutely. And they say, well, you're so confident about it. It could be done easily by white people. Absolutely. Band together. If England could colonize that much of earth, white Europeans could colonize the whole world. All of it. All of it. Even the commie countries? Yes, even the commie countries. Even them. Absolutely. All of it. And the part that most people would hate is that their countries would actually be better after being colonized. And they would hate and resent us for that. They would hate us for that because they're going to hate us either way. They hate us if we build railways and libraries and government buildings and real roads that you can drive actual cars on that aren't mud piles. They would hate us for improving their countries and for educating their people in actual schools that aren't shitholes. Because we're going to be hated no matter what. I would be employing people, and the blueprint, it wouldn't be exactly the same, but the blueprint would be, let's say, that certain time in German history when they were building the Autobahn, and they were building great buildings and great stadiums, and they were fixing the roads, and they were putting people to work. And not only people to work, people had pride in their country, and they were saying, we're not going to be depressed. We're going to be proud to be who we are. And they were waving flags and raising their hand, giving a Roman salute as it's known. They would be saluting me, King Stephen. I'm being a bit cheeky here. I'm trying to piss off the demons, the lurkers tuned in. But there would be, white people would be proud again. The English would be proud. The Scottish, the Irish, the Germans, the Polish. They already are, the Polish. The French, the Spanish. It goes on and on. Swedes might even grow some balls again. Some Swedish meatballs. The Swedes might grow some Swedish meatballs. Maybe. They might realize we're supposed to be more like Vikings. We're not supposed to be pushovers. We're not meant to be like this. We're not supposed to be castrated. The glory would be so glorious it would be beyond words. I would even have the streets cleaned. Power washers would be out there, taking the grime off buildings where they haven't been washed and cleaned for 50, 60 years. And the grime off some dirty streets where Charlie Veitch has gone in certain places, they would be sparkling clean. There'd be people, tourists visiting, saying, "Oh, England is glorious. It's so beautiful. It's so clean. It's so clean." All the moss that's overgrown and just the green that's grown onto buildings and sidewalks and some streets and the dirt and the grime. It would be sparkling. People would be saying it's like a new city. It's a new city. What happened here? Was it all rebuilt? It was cleaned up. And oh, by the way, I would start taking down the brutalist shit. The buildings that Charlie Veitch hates so much, and I hate as well. The ones that look like they belong in the Soviet Union in 1950 or 60, they look horrible. 70, they're terrible. They're ugly. They're ugly. Ugly is the term that I use, that I got from someone way back. Ugly buildings. Well, that's a waste, some people would say, but it's poison to us to be looking at them. I would rebuild glorious buildings, glorious architecture, real British classical architecture, and real French and real German, and buildings that look like they're out of Rome and ancient Greece. Not this terrible, ugly shit. I don't want to look at it. I don't want this blocking the view of the great clock towers and the great buildings in these towns. Get rid of it. I don't care if we'd have to burn it or recycle the concrete, whatever we had to do. Get rid of it. Rebuild anew, better, brighter, more beautiful, more glorious. It would be more glorious than ever. Than ever. And I would take my passion out of my spirit and my heart and soul and put it into the people. And my confidence and my vision saying, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make everything better. We're not going to have eyesores. We're not going to have ugliness to look at day in, day out. That's poison to the mind and to the spirit of the British people and the Canadian people. Okay? And the German people and wherever it exists. If the Russians want to keep that shit, let them keep it. I don't want it. I don't want to look at that. I want to look at that garbage. Down with it, yes. And we'd celebrate taking it down and celebrate rebuilding. There'd be celebrations for taking it down and for rebuilding. And I would instill pride in the people to be proud of where you live, your country, your neighborhood, who you are. That would have to be rebuilt as well. The pride in the people. And some people already have it. I'm not saying it's left everyone. People waving the England flag, for example, and saying they're proud to be, let's say, an Englishman. That's good. That's a start. That's something that can be built on. I don't want brutalism in Soviet Soviet era, not area, Soviet era buildings that look like prisons. I don't want that. Not just do I not want to have to look at that. I don't want whole neighborhoods of people walking to a downtown city center or high street, as they often call it, that area, the shopping, and seeing a block away some ugly building that just it destroys the skyline view. It's a crime against the eyes and the spirit of people. I don't want that. I don't want children to have to see those ugly buildings day in, day out, or go to school in them thinking, oh, we're going to prison. That's the way I thought when I was a kid. I said, this is a prison for children. It looked like a goddamn prison, what they built in Canada as a Catholic school. It looked like a prison. Okay? There shouldn't be any children housed in buildings that look like a goddamn prison and run like a goddamn prison. There shouldn't be one child in the Western world. Now, if the darkies want to run their shithole countries that way in the third world, so be it. And I do still feel for the niglets, the little Tiga children in the shithole countries. I do. I always have. That might be a soft spot in me or a flaw in me or something. But Canadian children should not be going to school in an elementary school that looks like a goddamn prison, that looks that ugly and bland and has fucking iron gates and gated in courtyards that have bars, and bars on the ends of the windows of the hallways because they've been broken so many times because they made kids hate the school so much that older kids would come back on the weekends and throw snowballs or do something to break the fucking windows because they hated the place. They instilled hatred for these places. They'd graffiti the walls, and we'd come back, come to school on the bus. I didn't live in the city. I was bussed in from the country. And we, as a fifth grader, fourth, fifth, sixth grader, I'd see graffiti all over the walls because kids hated that place. They hated the principal. We hated the teachers. And we knew it was most likely older kids that went there that just couldn't fucking stand the treatment we were given. It was a prison for children. That's what it was. That would never happen if I was running things. I'd have people going through this shit with a fine-tooth comb, looking at every single school. And anyone that allowed abusive children like that would be punished heavily, severely, corporal punishment. Not just put in a jail cell, prison cell. They'd be out there being caned like they do in Singapore or North Korea. Whipped and caned. These fuckers that abuse children in schools. Publicly. There'd be gatherings and you'd see these assholes that are principals and school superintendents that were cool with all of this. Treating little children like they're inmates is evil. And that's what they did. That's what they did for decades. They had people running these schools that hate children. It was obvious to me as a kid. Teachers there hate children. They never should have been allowed to be in a classroom. So that would be reformed, top to bottom. Top to bottom. Everywhere. From here to New Zealand. That's what I would do. And the books would be gone over. Where did the money go? We spent so much money. Where did it all go? Where did our money go? Where did the people's money go? How much of our money was siphoned out of Canada, United States, Great Britain, and sent to China? And who did it? And there would be trial. There would be investigations and trials. These fuckers would be put on trial. There'd be some rope used and used again and again and again so that you don't have to buy more. I could, when I need to be, when it's spending someone else's money, when it's spending my own money, I can be luxurious on things. But if it's someone else's money, the people's money, I could be very careful and frugal and make sure that these ropes are used 100 times or more to publicly hang these fuckers that betrayed us and sent billions, if not trillions of dollars over the decades to China. Money, technology, secrets, engineering. How do you think they suddenly learned how to build malls, bridges, high-speed trains, computers, this, that? They didn't have jack shit in the 60s and 70s. They were walking around in rickshaws and straw hats. Okay? So I would overhaul everything. Everything would be looked at, all of it. From the way children are treated, to education, to healthcare, to where our money went. Where did the money go? And that would be an investigation. Operation Find the Traitors. And they would be hunted down and put on trial. With no apologies, no excuses, no wishy-washy, oh, we might do something or we're going to look into it. No, it would be done. I would have competent people working for me that are patriotic, that love their country, and are tired of things being destroyed and corrupted. So I'm not saying I could fix the realm, but I could definitely fix Western countries. They'd be overhauled top to bottom. Major changes would happen rapidly. Some people's heads would be spinning, especially the leftists that just want everything to be destroyed. Like this one on the screen in the white shirt with the tattoos on her arms.
Widow burnings in India, we introduced infrastructure to underdeveloped countries with an inferior culture. If you actually look at it, 70%.
They wouldn't even have trains. You say inferior. She wants to believe that India is just as equal to England. Like it's mental, these people. They're absolute. It fires me up. They're absolutely mental. You say inferior. Well, how could you compare England how could you compare India 50, 100 years ago to England? How could you compare India today or Pakistan? Same thing, really. They're side by side. They used to be one country. To England or Great Britain. She's mental.
We banned widow burnings in India. We introduced infrastructure to underdeveloped countries with an inferior culture. If you actually look at it, 70% of schools within towns in India were built by Christian missionaries,
so
mostly
not
from
traitors?
the Anglican Church.
If they've left their country, you've just called them a traitor. Yeah. They've gone and done that. Are they not?
Children from Great Britain, from Canada, United States, Germany, every European country would be taught to be proud of their heritage, who they are. There wouldn't be children filled with white guilt, poison. All of that would be changed. Children would be much happier, white children, not guilted and blamed and shamed and attacked. The whole media would be taken over and rehauled. All of it. It would be illegal and punished if you were anti-white in the media, in schools, and in public. Billboards, whatever. That would not be tolerated. You wouldn't be allowed to be hateful towards white people. That would be over with. We would call that a plague that we had gotten rid of in our history. Never allowed again. Never. Little white babies are yelled at, screamed at, guilted, shamed. It's beyond horrific. It's beyond words. It should never be happening at all. And I would put a stop to it. An immediate stop to it. Whatever it took. And I'm not just talking mass deportations. Whatever it would take. Public hangings, executions by firing squad, electric chair, nothing would be off limits, nothing. I would never tolerate that. Never. Not from anti-white darkies, brownies, blacks, or whites like her. You wouldn't be free to hate white children anymore the way they feel so free to do it today. That would all change, and it would change so quickly their heads would spin. I wouldn't start saying, well, we're going to look into it and do something about it maybe one day. I'm not like that. I would say, let's work on this right now. I don't care if I have to work day and night. I'll stay up all night long. I'll pull all-nighters working on organizing this. That's how passionate I am about it. Has to be done. This can't be allowed anymore. It's evil. Has to be stopped. And there would be people in disbelief because they'd be looking out at the coast, let's say off the coast of San Francisco, saying, I never thought I'd see this. I can't believe this. This is like a dream. Or you'd say, I can't believe this is real. You can see as far as the horizon, there's tugboats towing these doors and pieces of wood and logs and anything that's floatable that isn't going to poison the ocean, that isn't plastic and anything that's going to ruin fish or sea life, dolphins, whales, anything that isn't harmful, that's just going to rot away like logs do, driftwood floating on the surface. Bio-friendly. Whatever is bio-friendly and floats. If we run out of doors, we'll be using just logs or whatever. Whatever. If I have to use driftwood off the beach to float them on. And if it got down to it, some of them might be human rafts and others are floating on top of each other. Whatever it takes. People would say, I couldn't believe this. He talked about it. I never thought this would happen. And you'd see tugboats as far as the eye could see. I'd use the whole fleet of them. Everyone available. The whole coast. And more would be built if we didn't have enough already. And money would be put into that to tow them out and float them away. I wouldn't be spending millions of dollars on planes and tickets and giving American Airlines and Delta and British Airways money. No. I'd do it as efficiently and cheaply as possible, and it wouldn't be an easy go for them. They wouldn't have a first-class ticket back to Somalia or Sudan or Pakistan. They'd be floating on an old fucking door. That's it. No luxury. No four-star hotels. It's about time that people put their foot down and say, you know what? We've been way too good to them. And they're shitting all over us. And they're harming our children. And we're not going to take this anymore. And if it takes deporting them that way, the cheapest way you can, which is just using tugboat fuel. That's it. That's the big expense. And they would be paid well, the tugboat operators. And that's it. These fuckers would have to collect their own doors. There wouldn't be people paid to even collect that up. They'd have to collect the door and take it to the coast themselves. You don't want to do that? Firing squad. Simple as that. Pennies for bullets. Yeah. And their families would be billed for it as well. The Chinese way. You want to do it that way? Well, then your family gets billed. We're not paying for it. We're not paying anymore. Tired of it. Tired of housing them, paying for them to hate us and to attack us and murder us and harm our children. That's what they do. And I'm tired of it. Tired of it to the point that I would go to what some people might call extreme. And I don't give a fuck if people call it extreme. I would do whatever it takes to protect my people, period. There would never be a time where children would need a hatchet, or as some people called an axe. I think she had a knife and a hatchet. The Scottish girl defending herself and her sister. Rightfully so. That would never have to happen from these creatures, these creepy creatures infecting and invading our countries. And that did already happen. She would be given an award if I were running this system. She and her sister. And the punishment to the creature harassing them would be so severe that it's unspeakable on YouTube. I can't even say it on here what would happen, because it wouldn't just be capital punishment. It would be brutal what would happen to these creatures, including the packy gangs, the grooming gangs that have gone on for years and years in the UK. They wouldn't get away with it. They wouldn't just be locked in jail or prison or whatever it's called where you live. That's way too good for them. And it's way too costly to you. You shouldn't be paying for them to live in a cell with food and showers and this. No. To be guarded. It's ridiculous. I wouldn't care if it had to be cheaply done where they were just, let's say, put through punishment for days of severe, brutal punishment. And then just dumped after they're no longer conscious, we'll say, in mass pits. Fuck them. No grave markers, nothing. Nothing spent. Just a excavator, a backhoe, you might call it, or an excavator. Dig up a big area and dump them in. Cover it up. Maybe even pour a bit of concrete over so that people don't dig it up, or I don't know, mess around so that no dogs or anyone, no wild animals go where the bodies are, and I don't want anything eating that trash. Or float the bodies back. I don't want to pollute the ocean, though. I just want to get rid of them in a way that doesn't pollute. That's all. I'm more worried about the pollution than those fucking creatures. Fuck them. After what they've done to our children, they deserve whatever comes their way in terms of punishment. That's how I look at it. Nothing is off limits for those fucks when it comes to that. I wouldn't be spending money to house them and give them washcloths and soap and food and spending millions and millions and millions of our dollars on prisons to house these fuckers. There's no way. While British people go without food and go without the money to heat their homes in winter, pensioners, that would never be happening if I were running the system. Never. I'd never allow that. That would be something that would be written. If I had to write that into the, I don't think the British have a constitution, but they have something close to it. They had the Magna Carta, I know of, and certain things like that. But that would be written right in. No pensioner will ever go cold and hungry in Great Britain ever again. Ever. And I would write in there what happened to the children. That will never happen again. That can never be allowed. That would be written right into the law of the land, is what I'm talking about. And something would be done about it. I would write that in there so that it was always taught in schools. We could never allow this ever to happen again. We won't allow our children to be treated this way, and we won't allow the money to be taken so that pensioners go homeless or live in apartments or homes and they can't afford to turn on their heat and they're shivering all winter. That angers me. That makes my blood boil because it's wrong. It's unjust. It shouldn't be happening. I would reverse all of this as much as I possibly could until my dying breath. That's what I would do. And I would take the bare minimum salary as well. I wouldn't be doing this for the money. I would be doing it because it's the right thing. It's the thing that has to be done. People shouldn't be living this way. It's a crime against white people the way we're treated in our countries. From children, from babies, all the way up to 100-year-old people. 103-year-olds. Shivering. Because they can't afford the heating bill. Imagine all these old people. There's a reason why that's happening. And it shouldn't be happening. That should be impossible and illegal. We are wealthy. We're spending our money on creatures, on monsters that hate us and hurt our children, instead of feeding and making sure the elderly are comfortable in their retirement, the pensioners. And that shouldn't be happening. It's wrong. People need to relearn that word and certain other words. Wrong, evil, demons. They need to learn this. That's what's going on. It isn't just crooked politicians or a little bit of corruption. It's bigger than that. They've done horrendous harm. From the youngest and the most innocent and defenseless children, all the way up to the oldest, vulnerable and defenseless old people that are old and frail. They might be 90 years old. What are they going to do if they don't have enough money? All of a sudden, everything's too sky high and they can't afford heat. Well, why is it that way? There's a reason for it. One of the reasons is our countries have been flooded with people that we're spending huge sums of money on to give them housing and food and benefits and pay them to have babies and put them in 4-star hotels. While old British people are shivering all winter. That's a crime. And I am passionate about this. I've been up all night long and live streaming for 8 hours and 10 minutes. And I have more passion about this than these fucking losers on YouTube with their dead eyes and their short little videos and short live streams. They don't have any passion. They don't have any energy. They don't have any truth. They don't have anything. They just have their hand out begging you for shekels. If people can't see the difference, I don't know what the hell's wrong with you. Because that's what they do. They beg for money every day and they run ads on YouTube. Their monetized channels and their live streams and their videos full of ads for shit. They don't say anything that's meaningful. They don't try to empower you and instill passion and hope in you and speak the truth about this realm. They don't do it. They're just miserable creatures. Like that big nose that just says his life sucks. Lots of them are on these channels. There's not just one saying how their life sucks. Some of them are like Joshua just said in his newest video, he wishes he were aborted. They hate themselves, these creatures. They're crybabies. If you want to follow crybaby clowns like this, excuse me, this freak, this weirdo, go ahead. If you want to follow crybabies like this one, this little onesie, the big honker, and the cockroach on his face, go ahead, follow them. That's up to you.
Traitors now.
Because colonization.
Okay, you're literally going around in circles, and I think honestly, come back when you've grown some pubes. No, going around in circles, and I think honestly, come back.
Because colonization.
Okay.
Because colonization.
Okay, you're literally going around in circles, and I think honestly, come.
You're literally what? They always say literally. You can always tell a leftist. That's their favorite word. Literally. And another favorite word of theirs is nuance. Oh, it's not nuanced. You're all black and white. Well, I'm such a smug liberal. I'm so nuanced. They're not nuanced. They're not fair. She's insulting. She's degenerate. She talks about his pubes because she's a degenerate loser. Classless, degenerate loser. I don't want our countries full of this. And I'm open about it. I don't want that. I don't want our countries full of so-called women like this. There's nothing respectable about her. There's nothing that I need. Not just, I don't want a relationship with her, obviously, but there's nothing about her that I need in the country. She offers nothing. She's just a classless, degenerate, leftist pig. And that's what she is, a big, loud, aggressive pig.
You've just called them a traitor. Yeah. They've gone and done that. Are they not traitors now?
No, because colonisation.
Okay, you're literally going around in circles, and I think honestly, come back when you've grown some pubes.
Oh, I've got a hope not hate actor. Oh no, stand up to racism.
To them refugees.
Love, you live in Bristol. I don't think like an environment with
another old woman for refugees. Another old woman for refugees. How old is she? Is she 60? Somewhere I'd imagine late 50s, if not 60 something. The one, you can see the wrinkles at a distance. If she were closer up, let's see. Can I catch her on camera closer up?
Not hate actor. Oh no, stand up to racism.
Fight fascists. Look at the anger, the rage. And this is what we deal with. Generations ago, men in our countries didn't have to deal with all these angry women. 1950s England, London, England looked beautiful, looked like a fairy tale. And this is what we have today. A bunch of angry, hateful, mouthy, classless women. A lot of times they stink. They're hippies or they don't wear deodorant. They don't wash their vaginas. They just are smelly, hateful, smelly, vile, venomous creatures. And he knows it. This young guy, young Bob, he's looking like he recognizes. You can see by his face. He wishes he could say what I just said. That's what I bet. Call her a smelly old witch. Hateful. Hate on her face.
Defend refugees.
Defend refugees. That's what she sounds like to me. Just gross. Defend refugees. An old witch.
Racism.
Defend refugees.
Love, you live in Bristol. Love, you live in Bristol. Oh no, stand up to racism.
Defend refugees.
Oh no, stand up to racism.
Defend refugees.
Love, you.
Defend refugees. If left in the hands countries that men built, they'd all be destroyed. They'd be overwhelmed with what they call refugees, which are actually invaders and destroyers. And they're too dumb to even realize it, just too stupid. Look at her with the tank top on. She's wearing the same white tank top that Tony Sayers wears. Dressed like a man. Just pathetic.
You live in Bristol. I don't think like an environment with a bunch of retired people, a bunch of students, and then added a bunch of like undocumented men. I don't think it's a good combination. But look, that woman was very lovely. She didn't really want to have a discussion.
Defend refugees. Defend refugees. Who wants a country full of them? That's what I want to know. Who wants a country full of them? Goodbye for now, Wendy. Have a beautiful lunch. Have a delicious lunch. Yeah, these quote ladies. That's the thing, the word ladies. I know you put it in quotes, and I understand why. I totally understand. Because their behavior is not like ladies. It's just like slobs. It's like hateful witches. Just the look on her face, you knew she was going to say something like that. They're so predictable. They hate white people, and they hate countries built by white people. These hideous, hateful, leftist, commie witches, anti-white witches are terrible. We got a bunch of lurkers tuned in, 17 or 18 at a time. And they're hate watching because they hate me. And they'll never understand what I'm saying. They don't have the IQ. They don't have the balls to say what I'm saying. They don't have the gigantic brass balls that clang together like great big brass bells, like church bells. They don't have it. They don't have the guts. They don't have the balls. They don't have the brains. They don't have the insight, the vision. Tiny-brained, lurking leftist haters hate watching me. Good, watch me with your hate. Let your hate consume you. I hope everything I say pisses you off. I hope it causes you to have some of you creatures lurking. I hope it causes you to have an aneurysm out of your hatred. Serves you right.
I was aware that like I was the source that made all these things. And so all of these things were me. And that's why I had so much control over it. And
look at this neck tattooer saying that he's the source. He created all these things. This guy with the cheesy 1970s adult film mustache, face tattoos on either side of his face, his forehead, his neck. Just a weirdo, creepy creature with the books behind him. Most likely a filter. It seems to be glitching out. It seems to be a filter. So he wants you to think I'm smart. I've got books. Books. Trust me, I'm smart. I don't think he's smart. I think he's a fucking deceiver. He's another agent of the Matrix, another cockroach.
I was aware that like I was the source that made all these things. And so all of these things were me. And that's why I had so much control over it. And then I had like a revelation.
Today we've got Shane. I find Shane's story pretty interesting. We'll just jump into it. Let me tell us who you were and like what was life like before your experience.
Okay. So I was a young adult, had been just out of high school for a handful of years. Wasn't really doing much with my life. I was just partying a bunch, hanging out with friends, working at a tattoo shop, and just outside of tattooing, I was just running amok, going to different cities. Every other weekend, we were at a different city partying. We were just, living it.
You were a degenerate. He says just living, but you're partying. You're a degenerate. You're a degenerate. You're a loser. Let's calm it down a little bit. I got fired up.
Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true in a world that's false. Stay true, know thyself, stay true, stay true. Know thyself. This is hell. Protect your spirit. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true. Stay true. thyself. Know thyself. Know thyself. Stay true to thy own spirit. Stay true. Stay true.
Stay true to thy own spirit. To thy own spirit be true. Don't let this world turn you into something or someone you're not. Don't let it corrupt you. Stay true to your own spirit. Don't allow this evil, wicked realm to corrupt you, to destroy you. Thank you, Ara. I appreciate that. Some, even on Team Evil, say that my voice sounds younger. They say he's not 88. His voice sounds younger. Someone recently said his voice sounds like he's 35. He doesn't sound old. Well, I am old. I'm old and strong. I'm old and strong. I have a long gray beard. I'm an old wizard, an old sorcerer, an old mad Viking sorcerer, poet, singer, songwriter, artist, seer, visionary, warrior. I'm many things. I'm not just one thing. I can write, I can draw, I can paint, I can sing, I can write lyrics. I am the Raven King. I can learn anything. I am the Loving King. The title of this video is The Loving King. I am the Loving King. And there are monologues in this live stream. Starting at the beginning of the live stream, I did a monologue. It might have been 40, 45 minutes, maybe 50 minutes. And I've done monologues at various points throughout this live stream. I can do monologues. I'm not boasting. I'm just saying what I can do, which offends, of course, demons. They'll say, he's bragging. He's full of himself. That's all they do. They just fixate on me. They're obsessed with me. I'm trying to do things. I'm trying to empower spirits. I'm trying to get spirits to be uplifted and empowered, to grow stronger, to resist evil. We're in an evil place, like it or not. I don't like this place, but I don't fill my mind and heart with hatred every day. I'm not full of hatred. I'm full of ideas. I'm full of ideas. I'm full of creativity. I'm full of light. I'm full of magic. I'm not full of hatred. Demons are full of hatred. These obsessed, miserable creatures. That's why I don't want to be around miserable creatures, because they can try to infect you with their misery. Mushroom Coyote's an example that I've shown. Jack Talcott's an example. And there's endless. There's endless. It's not just ones on YouTube. There's endless examples of them. They don't create anything. They just complain. They bitch. They obsess. They fixate. They're miserable. I want to share ideas, truth, beauty, spiritual wisdom, spiritual empowerment. I want you to be filled with hope, not hopium, hope, real hope, real. Sorry about my voice. I've been speaking for over 8 hours, almost 8.5 hours, mostly of speaking. I've shared some things here and there, given my voice a break. But I've been up all night long, yet again, and speaking. And all they can do is say how long I live stream. They never talk about what I say. They'll say all he does is live stream for 12 hours a day and hate people. And it's not what I do. It's not what I do at all. If anyone actually watches and listens and pays attention to what I'm doing in these live streams, I'm not here hating on these little creatures. I've shared more truth and wisdom. I would venture to say, than anyone else on YouTube that you'll ever find. Spiritual wisdom in videos and live streams, recorded videos, series, standalone videos, live streams, in music, in artwork, and there's a message in everything that I've released and shared with you. It's always a moral and a message. Always. Always. Including when I expose creatures in short videos, which is all they look at. They have the attention span of a gnat. They look at my short videos and they think that's all I do. I've put out more truth than they could watch and understand in a lifetime. These demons that bash me. They lie about what I do on my channels. They lie. And their lies don't change what I've done and what I've put out into the realm. I am the loving king. And what would love be? Care for others, being generous, being protective, loving you enough, loving my people enough to give you the truth, to speak and share and show the truth and spend my time and energy freely and face attacks, violent threats, smear campaigns, lies about me, endless lies, video, whatever. And I keep going no matter what, because I do care about the truth and I am the loving king. I do care about what happens in this realm to you, to white people, to white children during my lifetime and beyond after I'm gone. I don't want them to be a hated, despised, attacked minority in every country that white children live in. That's a nightmare for me. That's a nightmare for me. I don't want that at all. And I will do whatever I can to try to help prevent that from happening. Because that's evil. And I stand against evil. I always have. As far back as I can remember, I was standing against evil, standing against liars, standing against the ones that are doing things wrong that won't even apologize. Or I was always for justice, truth and justice, and against evil. And I always loved to be around loving beings. The first best friend I had was a very loving girl, lived near me. We were very close for years, inseparable. So I know people in this realm can love and be loving. Some can, some do. But I also know evil. But I also won't allow evil to make me afraid or miserable or turn me evil or turn me bitter and miserable and make me into them. I won't allow this evil realm to make me into what they are.
Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking songs, Viking strong, Viking streams, Viking dreams, Viking adventures. Waters pure, crystal clear, for us here. Waters pure, my compass steers us true and sure, true and sure. Valhalla, for me and you, swords of truth, honor and beauty. Viking seas, Viking ships, Viking skies, and death to this world's wretched, wicked lies. Lies. This world is lies. See with your raven eyes. See with your spiritual eyes. This world is lies. Lies. Wave goodbye. Erase this place. We will sail far away.
Hello, everyone. That is called Viking Harmonics. Viking Harmonics.
Fire it up. Your mind against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. Darkness, storming, I will wreck you like an apocalypse, warring, a spiritual battle, a spiritual reckoning.
I will hunt you all demons
will burn
here in the fire,
cannibalizing each other.
forever and ever.
Here where you belong,
No moon, no sun
darkness and pain
will be forever and ever. Cursed beings.
Cursed beings. Did you hear that? Cursed beings. They are cursed. They are. And they're going to find out. They're going to find out what that means. This is no joke. It's good versus evil. Choose wisely. Make sure you know where you stand. This one is called Bring the War. Some of you might have heard this, and some of you may not have heard this already. Bring the War.
Runs black in the shadowed field. Demons screaming, swords won't yield. The Raven King laughs, his war cries steel. Heaven burns with a righteous flame. King Stephen's eyes wild, no soul the same. March of angels in the devil's name. Raise the blade, raise the blade. King Stephen's wrath won't ever fade. Through the fire, through the grave, good spirits rise, demons enslaved. Hellfire cracks beneath their feet. Ashes rain where the armies meet.
The Raven King's wings be the air. King Stephen stands immortal there.
Strike them down, strike them down.
The evil falls to holy ground.
Eternal life, eternal fight.
King Stephen reigns in
What's next? How about this one?
Sever the heads, let the blood rain. Murder hell realm and the feudal rage. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombie slaves. Fire. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Here you will stay forever in chains. Fire! The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. How can we be free? No one here is sacred. Ground them into grist. Burn their ranks in hell. Fire. Remain in hell. Fire. Raining fire. Here's to the slaves with a smile on their face. Zombie slaves. Fire. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King. The Raven King.
Hello, everyone. I'll probably end this live stream in the next 10 minutes or so. So please enjoy the rest of this live stream. Some of the audience left during the music. That's fine. I realize my voice drives away demons. They can't take it. They can't handle it because they're weaklings. Demon lurkers are weaklings. This is Chaba eating tortoise meat. Where'd they get the tortoise? Watch the way they eat over there. Almost 8,500 likes, many views on this video. People love to watch this. It's him before the children, before the women and children. Watch them go at this. No manners at all. This is the way they work. So how do they get the meat out with their mouths? That's what they do. Look at this. You think we're all the same. This is what's going on in Africa. Whether you like it or not. Are we equal? Are we all equal? Where are the animal rights activists? Was that tortoise being eaten alive? What's going on here? Where's PETA? There's no Red Lobster over there. This is what they do. Look at the filthy, dirty clothing on this child. And it looks like they're wearing two different shoes. One's a Velcro, and the other one is a slip-on type of flip-flop. And just the filthiest, dirtiest shirt you've ever seen on any child anywhere, I think, on earth. Just covered in filth and dirt. And it looks to be donated at some point. They didn't go to a store and buy it. I don't think that thing's ever been washed, ever. Ever. Look at that. You ever see children so dirty? And people celebrate just because they're darkies. That's the thing. People just celebrate. Wow, they're wonderful. They're so cute. And look at how filthy this is. This would be immediately child neglect here, but look at the filth. Two different kinds of shoes on, as I mentioned. They can't help it. They're just darkies, right? Does anyone here eat like that? If you think we're the same, do I don't know anyone that eats this way. I've never seen a person in front of me eat this way in my life, anywhere. Indoors, outdoors, camping, wherever, anywhere. On a beach. Look at this. It's incredible. People will argue that we're all equal. I don't know what they're looking at. What realm are they looking at? We're all equal. In what way? In what way? It's one of the dumbest things to be promoted. We are all the same. We are all equal. We all.
Yeah, my friend.
Now, I don't dislike you, but I'm sorry, but I do agree with you.
You don't dislike them, but you've got moobs under that sweater. That Ralph Lauren polo sweater. You got the moobs. 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 You've got the moobies. He's got the moobies, everyone. Look at that. Some people will deny it, but it's true. I'm aware of that. Most people in this realm, even when they're shown, they just don't want to admit it.
I'm Alex, I'm 17, by the way. However, I think we might disagree on the party to deliver it.
Right.
If this, obviously, I saw the video that you were going to be out here yesterday before the public offer. Rupert Lowe's public offer to Nigel Farage. Before that, or after that, if it doesn't work out, which party would you pull for?
I would technically vote for the right, because it doesn't matter how traitorous I think the Reform Party are for accepting ministers. I'd much more prefer people who LARP as right-wingers being in government compared to the Green Party. So I'd tactically vote.
Yeah, true.
So people in Yarmouth, I'd say vote for Restore Britain. People who it's a swing between like Labour and Reform, I'd say vote for the Reform Party. That being said, when it comes to like national by-elections in the case of Makerfield, I'd very
moobs. Moobs. So what happened to this kid? Some people would say, well, it's just a young British lad. No, there's something going on here, hormonally. What is he eating or drinking? What's going into his diet? What kind of big harma? Has he taken the jabba dabba doos recent? Like, what's going on? Something is hormonally off with this young man, because he's not super heavy or super chubby, but he has moobs. I know this bothers some people because a lot of people don't want to look at reality. They don't want to face things. They just want to pretend. That's what people do. That's what most people do in this realm. I swear people could come along. You could walk along and see the blackest person in the world that looks also like a zebra, and people would just pretend there's nothing wrong, nothing abnormal. That's not unusual. It's a realm of pretenders that just are blind, and it's the way it is. But this kid has the moobies. He's 17. Why does he have moobs sticking out from under his, what they would call, I guess, a jumper? I call it a sweater, a knit sweater. Why? Why does he have titties like that? What's going on? Hormonally, what's going on with him and with other young boys and young men, boys and young, he's a young man, you might say, 17. So he's getting close to manhood, close to becoming a man. But why does he have moobs? He's not even super fat or chubby. What's going on? What the hell's going on? What's going on here is what I wonder. Now, his mother would probably say there's nothing wrong. He's just a boy, or they'd say something. But there's something going on here because he's developing titties. And that's not normal. That's not right. I don't think that would have happened in 1950 or 1940 or 1930. I don't think it would. I think to have that, you'd have to be super, super fat as a kid. Super fat. And he's not. He's got a bit of baby fat, but he's not fat. And he's growing these huge moobs. What's going on? It's obvious. I'm not looking for this stuff. It just jumps out. It's right there. What the hell's going on here? Why is this happening to young men? And very few people will ask that question. Even their mothers will just try to deny it and say, oh, no, it's just like, really? Look at this. Really? If you put a female face there, took the neck, the thick neck away and the head, and I could Photoshop a girl's face on there, it'd look like a girl. Looks like a girl's body. So what's going on? I'm not bashing him. And that's the other thing in today's society. Oh, you're so mean. You're just bashing him. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Why are there boys and young men growing tits? Why do they have breasts? What's going on? Why does it look like he needs a bra? I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm actually saying it out of care and concern for a whole generation where this is becoming common. What is this? I don't think he's taken steroids to get that because he'd be more muscular. There's gyno something that occurs with steroid abuse. I don't think that's the case. I think it's a hormonal issue. I don't think it's his fault. I think it's something in the diet, something in the jabba dabba doos combination. This is what's happening. And the poor kid has tits at age 17.
Vehemently supported the Restore Britain candidate because it makes a statement, it's great PR, and also, you know, one MP, it's not going to change the tide of government.
He's not even wearing a tight shirt, he's wearing a loose sweater. A loose knit, we call it a sweater in Canada. I realize in Great Britain you don't say sweater. I think it's called a jumper, something like that. But here we would call this a knit sweater. Or a cable knit, something like that, sweater. Looks like cables. It's loose fitting. And you could clearly see breasts. So what the hell is going on? I'm not faulting the kid. I'm not being mean. Just pointing out something. There's something wrong.
I mean, since Restore's existence, Reform in all the polls, the MRPs and stuff, they've gone from like 350 steadily down to like 217. Obviously, we need a majority, right?
I don't think Reform will be able to form a majority. They've been quite depressing.
I mean, not now. Yeah, I mean they were before, like a year ago, but then they started taking on former Tories. Restore became an official party, and now they've just
I think
sunk.
it's just Farage, to be honest with you. I think Farage,
a lot of
Farage
people.
is considered by, I think, over 80% of the electorate as considered to be sleazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole thing about the £5 million, everything else.
There's also the
background
investigations
stuff.
by Richard Tice to the police of money embezzlement. Like, the party isn't the most ethically run institution for a...
Yeah, he's corrupt. You got a lot of corruption. Why is it that in countries with tens of millions of people, nobody can ever seem to find someone that isn't fucking corrupt in politics? How is that even possible when you start looking at it? We're in a rigged reality. We're in a corrupt hell realm system. We're in a hell realm system. I'm going to jump over to this. You will not believe this is the title. I haven't watched this. It just popped up in my notifications.
Mohamed ya ha presentado su regularización.
What?
Masiva.
I am just so utterly sick and tired of the left-wing mindset at this point. Leftists are quite literally the most self-hating, subversive and destructive group in the West. Because without the efforts of the left, we might have been able to stop mass immigration over a decade ago. Here is a clip of a liberal Spanish immigration lawyer proudly discussing having helped a client, referred to as Mohammed, obtain legal residency status in Spain, despite him reportedly not speaking Spanish. And this has sparked debate, even though it's in Spanish. Just take a look at this clip and look at the expression of glee on this woman's face.
Mohamed ya ha presentado su regularización masiva. Ya tiene el recuadro de presentación. ¿Qué te parece?
Puya!
Wala sa kayit ci doo am benn jafe-jafe bu sa kayit normal rek inshallah boo ñëwee di nga.
I have to wonder if women that are attracted to that are psychotic. I would say it's psychotic to be attracted to that. It seems psychotic. Yeah, ADHD. There's millions of them in America, medicated, wrongfully medicated. And probably in Canada and the UK as well. Well, not probably. They are.
Beautiful souls, it's here.
I'm going to end this live stream fairly soon, beautiful souls. Beautiful souls. Look at this one. I love the way she shoves her face right into the camera. This is great stuff. How could you not like her?
Beautiful souls, it's here. Beautiful souls, it's here. Robert E. Grant, a reading that I'm sure many of you have been waiting for. I see the name so often.
That's the diamond hand sign, everyone. Right there. It's a diamond shape, but it also looks a bit like what's known as the yoni. The female entrance, we'll say. It's an occult sign is what I'm getting at. They use it in secret societies. Angela Merkel was very fond of it for many years. It was like her fingers were glued together. And they could do this openly. How can they show us this, Stephen? Well, almost no one notices. No one knows anything in this realm. People look and they don't even see symbols. They see nothing. They're symbol illiterate. They're symbol blind. The masses are a bunch of idiots. People always want to blame the ones at the top. Well, we're living amongst retards that don't know anything, that don't even respect or listen to intelligent people with knowledge and wisdom. So you're going to have a realm of retards. That's what you have.
Reading that I'm sure many of you have been waiting for. I see the name so often in the comment section, and it's actually one that I've never heard of, a bit like some of the other names that you guys have been suggesting, but they always make...
I wish someone would suggest to her, put your face closer to the camera. I just want to see her make her sounds, and then I'm going to play some music on the way out. I have to hear her do the sounds. Look at how crazy this guy looks. He looks like a total psycho. And it looks like he's wearing a necklace from Silence of the Lambs. Remember that? That's what it looks like. Looks like a total psycho. No wonder he's popular. People love psychos in this realm. That's what they worship, idolize, make into their heroes. Psychos.
Makeup of this individual here coming in to lay the foundations. It's almost as if he was some sort of architecture, and you're here coming in, makeup. Of this individual here coming in to lay the foundations. It's almost as if he was some sort of architecture, and he has the maps laid out, and he takes all the measurements and the necessary criteria that he needs to pull from, and then to start the creation. And let's just see. It's a way that certainly will meet resistance, especially
resistance. I took a screenshot just of his necklace. So it looks a bit like a dragonfly, but it reminds me of what was his name? Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs, or there's some connection there. But it's a strange necklace for a grown man to wear. It's a little bit odd. He's all in black, and then he has the dragonfly, or it looks to be a dragonfly to me. It's a little bit interesting. So I wanted to share that with you. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, really. Robert E. Grant. It sounds like somebody from the Civil War. To me, that name, Robert E. Grant.
From the mainstream, because the way is so far from what people are used to, that it can actually cause an effect that repels. It can cause an effect that repels because it can be seen as too much, too much, too much, too much too soon, too much too soon. But he's got a certain kind of strength here that with what he knows, it's very clear. And with that clarity, that's how he makes his way in the world. That's how he moves through quite effortlessly, actually, quite effortlessly. So as he makes his way through effortlessly, it's this effortlessness that he understands.
Is this Buffalo Bill, this psycho? Is this Buffalo Bill, this big schnoz? Look at the hair. Just, there's something so bizarre about this psycho, this creep, this creepy creature. Look at the size of that schnoz and the nostril. That nostril could suck up Haiti or Cuba easily.
That he wants to bring more of. But within that framework and with those parameters, because there are parameters, because as he meets the old world, that's where the conflict is. And there can also be a fight, a battle. It's almost like what we're seeing unfolding now before our eyes. Yes.
I like when she does the clicking sound. She's added more sounds to her repertoire. She does clicks, she does thumping on her chest, like thumping, and she does various other ones now. She does this deflated tire sound. Wendy called it the deflated tire earlier in the live stream. I covered another one of her videos where she did this tire deflating sound. She's adding more. It's great. It's good stuff.
Yes. And let's just see what else is here.
I do a sound not the same as that, but a little bit. Sometimes when I'm calling a squirrel to me or something, I'll go like that, like a. It's almost like she's calling wild animals to her or something. It's weird. It's just weird. It'd be funny if raccoons. I don't think they have raccoons in England. I think she's in England. But if some wild animals just showed up in the room she's recording in, due to her sounds, like if all the wildlife came in, deer and everything, it'd be hilarious to me. But it sounds like she's calling wild animals.
There's a lot about construction. There's a lot about a metaphysical coding. And he's like tinkering with it all. He's tinkering.
She's kind of doing modified jazz hands. Like her hands aren't the same as jazz hands, but her fingers are kind of almost like she's ready to, what would you call it? Tinkle the keys of a piano in the air. She's got the piano hands. Look at this. This is fascinating to me. The things that she does. Now, do I believe that she's actually a seer, a psychic, a conjuring, channeling? No, I don't think so. I don't really think so. But I find the behavior fascinating to watch and study. That's what interests me. I'm curious about things. It's a crime in this world. There's so few that are truly curious about this stuff. Because they'll say, why are you watching this, Stephen? You don't believe her. Well, I'm curious. I'm trying to understand on a deeper level what's actually going on. It's out of curiosity.
Tinkering with it all until he gets the right calculation. And it's that calculation that he understands at a much higher level. But I am just wondering.
I bet she's married to a white British man. That's what I would bet. I don't think she's married to an Asian man. If I had to bet, she's married to a white British man. Probably years older than her. And I'm not just guessing or making this up. This is what I see. Probably at least 5+ years, if not 10 years older than her. A British white man. That's what I would bet. And I wonder if she calls him husband or if she uses the term partner, which I can't stand. So many modern women say partner, including Canadian women, white Canadian women, white American women in Michigan and some of the states that I'm quite often in or living in. They'll say partner, partner. That came directly from gays. A lot of women these days don't realize it, but they behave and speak like they're lesbians. You're mimicking lesbians. And then you're wondering why a lot of men don't like you. And you're saying things, and as single women, they're saying, I want to find my person. I want to find my partner, my life partner. That's the way lesbians talk for decades. You're mimicking lesbians, a lot of you.
Here now, because despite all of this understanding in his field, there is, and even despite this effortless.
It's a turnoff for men, by the way, if women, in case women don't get it. Men don't want you to call them your partner. They don't want to hear a single woman saying, I'm looking for a partner. What do you mean, a business partner? Like, men are just confused. Like, why can't you just say a husband? Oh, well, that's not feminist to have a husband. You want a life partner, an equality partner. It's like, well, why would we be interested in that? You want a roommate? You want men to, like, it's just, what is it in, what's in it for men? Is there anything? Because you don't want marriages. You don't want to be wives. You don't want husbands. You want a partner. Well, what do you mean, a business partner? That's what I think of when I think of partner. I'm thinking business. You want to do, what kind of business do you want to do with? You want me to invest in your business? I start thinking of business when you say partner. That's what I think of. And I'm not shekels focused, but the word partner, it tends to make me think of business partner. That word, business partner. I wouldn't be surprised if this woman says my partner instead of my husband. If she says my husband, then I'm wrong and I apologize. But there's a lot of women these days that say partner or my person. I want to find my person. It's gross. It's a turnoff. I don't wonder why men would never date you again if you acted that way on a first date. You're giving them signs that you're just feminist. You're programmed. Yuck.
Which is beautiful. This is a way that is gentle, it's soft, there's flow. But
I've seen videos of girls on a date say to their date, you remind me of my cousin, or to a guy, you remind me of my uncle. And the guy just turns around and walks away and leaves. And that's what you should do. I recommend that, actually. I think that's a good way to treat it. Just walk. Just walk away.
But even in there, what keeps signaling is a conflict, is a meeting of...
Kirsten, if you're watching, you should wash your vagina. You told Mushroom Kai, you said something to that creature, that freak, that I talk about stinky vaginas, quote, all the time. And you said his dick probably stinks. Well, you're a two-faced Janice. I smell very good and clean, but I bet it's your vagina that stinks. And that's why it hit home. You took it personally when I said ones on Team Evil look like they have smelly vaginas. You're on Team Evil now, and I bet your vagina does stink. You took it personally. So Kirsten, wash your vagina. Go move in with Callie and use the same bucket maybe to wash your vaginas. You stinky bitches.
Of resistance, and I wonder why that is coming in to meet this person, and I wonder why it is in his field. I'm not completely sold on the way here. And the reason why I'm not completely sold on the way here is because how the field is responding and how it's behaving. And that is, there is lack of a pure channel. So
wash that clam. Wash that stinky clam. Wash that clam, Kirsten. Wash that clam. You stink. You stink.
So despite him knowing and seeing and having this beautiful insight and this knowing, there is a lack of a pure channel. And that is what makes me now bring out this question mark. And this question mark is needed. And what that question mark does is...
I'll give this little Asian chick, I don't know what her age is, but she has fairly nice looking skin. If you look at her arm, she doesn't have a lot of blemishes. Maybe there's beauty filters used in lighting, but she seems to have nice looking skin. I'm going to end the stream here, everyone. Once again, Kirsten, wash that clam. That goes the same for you, Louise, Carmen, Callie, Marcella, and Manny. I suspect that Manny doesn't have any balls. He probably has a vagina. Manny, you better wash your clam too. You're stinky. Wash that stinky clam. And this one has a clam too. It claims to be. It's got a clam. This psycho here. Wash that clam. Wash that clam, stinky bum. I hope everyone has a fantastic day. I hope you enjoyed this stream. My beautifully, beautifully mad ones, my tiggas. Now, I don't know if you've seen this meme. I'm going to share it before I leave. Not the clam, but this one that's coming up. Have you seen this one? This is a clown, Joshua S. John. He's a gincel, not an incel, a gincel with a G. Gincel. Gingy incel. And this one here I put through the car wash. Wash that smelly cat. You can see on the windshield, and it's all bubbles. It's at the car wash. I had to put that creature through the car wash. Thank you all for watching. Mad love to all good spirits. Clown Kai in the car wash. Maybe I'll write a car wash song for the stinky bums, the stinky clowns of Team Evil. It's dressed as a clown. It's at the car wash, and it's got a cockroach in its hair. I had to put them through the car wash. They're so stinky. Look at this thing. Put it through the car wash. It's a stinky bum. It's a stinky bum. What a stinker. Put him through the car wash. Get him soapy. Thank you for watching. Mad love to all good, caring, true spirits. I am the Raven King, the loving King, the loving King. Thank you once again for watching. Thank you for washing and for watching. I'll see you again soon. Bye for now, everyone. Have a beautiful day. Take care. Mad love.
Illuminate. Illuminate. Illuminate the grand staircase. Illuminate the sky, the mind, the inner eye. Illuminate the spirit. Illuminate the climb higher than heaven. Illuminate. I am forever. Eternity swims within me. Forever. Illuminate. Death exists never, ever. Illuminate my conscious spirit. Illuminate. Illuminate. I always was. I forever will be. Illuminate. I am my own being. My own magical being. My own. My own magical being Oh, hey. Timeless. Timeless. Timeless in eternity. No more. Matrix time. Matrix space. Matrix chains. No more limitations. Unlimited in spirit. Unlimited consciousness. Unlimited creation. Eternity awaits. Eternal spirits. Eternal creations. Eternal imaginations from within. From within. Timeless in eternity. Traveling faster than the speed of thought. No masters, no chains, no governor, no ceiling, no anchors. Eternal beauty, eternal magic. Being should not be a burden. There is freedom beyond this dungeon. Freedom beyond. Freedom is risky. Venturing into the great unknown is risky. I won't settle for slavery.
Eternity is timeless. Eternity is endless. Possibilities. Curiosity is free. Courage is a rarity.
I am an eternal, magical being. Nothing will stop me.